the all-new Acer Aspire Light. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo, you feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift Neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 Grand Finale, Acer's flagship esports championship, and one of the most prestigious stages in all of the Asia Pacific esports. And you know what, guys? History is being written today because for the very first time, the Predator League lands on the Indian soil and bringing the best of Valorant teams from across the Asia Pacific region to battle it out for pride, legacy, and of course, the legendary Predator Shield. And for that, your casters on Stream D will be me, Raider, and of course, will be my trusty friend Bullet will be there on the desk. So, Bullet, how are you, and how excited are you for the day?
Well, I'm doing absolutely fine and crazy, of course, because again, this is going to be the very first time that we are witnessing the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 for the very first time here on the Indian soil. But of course, we all know, folks, the LAN event is happening in the capital city of India, Delhi, of course, New Delhi, of course, at Pragati Maidan. But also, when we talk about the championship, which has kind of evolved from the 2018 season, has been the epitome of Valorant esports, to be very frankly speaking. We have seen tons and tons of teams from our region, from different regions all across the globe, actually, to have that kind of a talent, that kind of energy, having that platform to showcase what they are really capable of. But for now, let's take a look at the tournament format. We are starting off with the group stages today, which will be played in a round robin format where 16 teams are divided into 4 different groups. From there on, whoever teams gets on towards the semi-finale will be divided into 4 groups. Again, they will be battling up against, for an example, team group A versus team will be facing off group D teams, and then again group B based teams will be facing off with group C teams, and then again we have the LAN finale, which will be happening on the 10th January.
Oh, I'm super excited for that, for the grand finals, for the LAN finals. We are all excited, and that's exactly how the tournament format is going to go, guys. But today, as Bullet explained, this is a single-day group kind of equation. A Ruthless BO1 group stage will be there, where 16 elite teams, they are going to be split across 4 different groups. They will be fighting for just 4 grand finale spots that are available in the semis, as you can see. And one bad map can end a championship run, one perfect performance can cement a legacy, of course. And that's exactly we are here for. Now, talking about the price pool, it's absolutely grand, guys. 120,000 US dollars on the line, where champions will be getting 65,000 US dollars, and eventually the runner-ups, they'll be getting 20,000. The second runner-up, that means the third placement team, will be getting 7,500 US dollars. Fourth placement, same price pool for them. And then the Intel MVP of the entire tournament will be getting $10,000. All-star players will be getting $10,000, and these individual rewards is what I'm super excited for as well.
Yeah, and then you again have one of the, I would say, the fresh and the best distribution when it comes down towards the prize pool. We have the all-star player prizes, where best sentinel player will get 2,000 US dollars, then best duelist of this entire tournament will get 2,000 US dollars, and so on. The best controller, best initiator, and the best flex player. So you also have the rewarding categories for all the individual performance coming into this game of Valorant. And then you also have the amazing and one of the grandest prize pool that we have seen till date for the Indian and also Asia Pacific Valorant circuit. But here on, now it's time to look at all of the teams who are being playing this tournament. When we have the Group A teams, just Team SATUL, Team EKing, Team Fancy United Esports. From Group B, we have Boom Esports, one of the courageous and one of the best teams that we have seen so far in the Asia Pacific. GG Easy, Lit Esports, Team NKT. When we have in the Group C, we have Rex Room, the RRQ, the very famous RRQ, by the way, Dream Chaser, Zipto, Todak, and then you have in this stream you will be watching on the Group D matches, where we have the Chaos Alliance, Team IAM, Team Oasis Gaming, and last but not least, Team Motive Esports.
All these amazing teams, the 16 names that Bullet just explained, trust me, guys, they have fought for the glory, they fought for the valor, and they are right here, right now, to fight for the championship, to fight for the glory. Let's wait and watch. Let's see how the entire play is going to go. And of course, as you all know, that on this particular stream, you are going to see the Group D action. But let's talk about the schedule. Let's talk about the type of play that you are going to see. So first of all, you're going to witness Team IM versus Team Oasis Esports, and that is again going to be fun, as both of these teams have performed quite well in their later stages, in their initial stages, if you talk about that. And then eventually if you have a Motive Esports versus Team Chaos Alliance versus IM will be the match number 3. Match 4, we get to see Oasis versus Motive Esports, and at the end, match 5, Motive versus IM, and match 6 to end it all will be Oasis versus Chaos Alliance. So these are the 6 matches that you're going to watch on our broadcast on this particular stream, on Stream D stream. And at the same point, 6 matches. All these matches are BO1s. That means one single opportunity, and that's all these teams have got for now.
Yes, and yet again, the main point here is it's going to be a BO1, and then again, you have the round robin format. So every other team in the group D will be playing against the every other team which is present right there in the group. So for one single time, they will be playing against the every other team, and they have to score they have to win the maximum number of games that they can to stay at the top and qualify for the semi-finale. And yet again, the main picture, the main part comes here that all of the group stage games are getting played in the BO1 format, Raider. So you kind of have the how do I say it? You don't have much of the BO3 or the BO5 scenario that you have. But for now, folks, as we all know, the group stage match number 1, as we call it, the best of 1, the very first team, Team IM, will be facing up the team OAS, the Oasis.
I'm excited, man. I'm super excited to see how these two teams are going to battle it out. And talking about the regions that they're representing, from Korea, we have Team IM, and the other particular team, Oasis Gaming, is actually there from Philippines. And there are two other teams. There are 2 teams, to be precise, from Philippines. There are quite a few reasons like that, and I believe we have seen a total of 16 teams on the broadcast that are going to fight it out for the group stage. And one of those teams, like Team IM, they have proven themselves quite a bit. Team Oasis, again, looking forward to see how their formidable play is going to come and how they're going to perform at the end, because trust me, in a BO1 situation, that pressure is absolutely sky high. You never know what kind of mistakes are going to take a toll on you and how you are going to falter down. So that's exactly what I'm looking forward to, that who is going to perform at this situation. And the games that they've played so far are 6 in the grand finals of their own region in Predator League 2026 Philippines. I believe Oasis fought against Zipto Gaming, and they were able to bag out that particular matchup, and that's exactly why they're here right now. So the past looks glorious. It's all about the present and how they're going to mold their future.
Yeah, in the previous qualifiers, I mean, when we talk about and look at the stats of Team Versus, they are definitely really looking very, very good when it comes down towards the stats on the numbers games on the paper. When we talk about the Team IM on the other side, they are also very capable. Two of the players from the side of IM are very, very capable to take down everyone. They have one of the, I would say, the highest average combat score when it comes down to the entire qualifiers that we have seen in terms of the numbers. So yes, it can be a very tricky game. It can be a very point-to-point game, or it can be a very one-sided. And for that, we have to just wait for a while, and we have to just get started with the game as soon as we can.
Super excited to see how the map veto is going to go, trust me, Bullet, because that matters the most at this point. We have got the information regarding the team. We know what is the roster. For example, from Oasis, we get to see Maki, we get to see Tesseract, we get to see Zeus-like players coming through, which are phenomenal in terms of individual prowesses. It's all about that they have to put in all the hands on the deck, and that kind of performance will maybe push them to the semifinals, will maybe push them to the playoffs. That's what matters the most at this moment. But apart from all the other things, guys, talking about veto, really have to see which particular map we are going to see, because at the end it's a BO1. So again, maps are going to be very, very important. And or adding on top of that, the other important factor is going to be what particular composition of agents these lads are going to bring into the picture. So I'm excited. I'm just waiting for that.
Yeah, and I guess if it comes down to either the map of Sunset or either the map of Koror, for example, Koror has been there for a while now. I would say back in the year of 2025 when the exact map was introduced, player from the entire Asia Pacific region, from the other regions as well that we have seen in the VCT and other higher competitions when it comes down to Valorant esports, we did see a lot of the tier 1 teams as well struggling to actually get a hold of the map and to actually find the kind of the meta agents that you want to play on the map. Now, Koror has been there for almost I would say 8 or 9 months. So I'm kind of expecting if any of these teams actually prefer to play on Koror, that will be super, super interesting and super, super exciting to see. But there's a very, very slight or a very minimal chance that we might see Koror here on this game.
I think adding on your, I guess, analysis, I would just like to say this, that if Koror is a map, as you called it out, that Koror is a map which can be difficult for teams, maybe teams have actually grinded for that and they are going to bring in that particular map in the map pool, in the map veto, and then eventually put a pressure on their opponent. If somebody is grinding good in Koror, trust me, now it's 9 to 10 months or maybe around a year of span where we have seen Koror already in the map pool. I do believe that a lot of teams have already figured it out, how to play in Koror, how to hold off the A sides, how to hold off the B sides, how to contain the mid area. All of that is kind of readily available at this point, and eventually Koror has now become one of the favorites, to be honest, for a lot of esports athletes. So I'm looking forward to see if Karod is going to be there in the map pool or not. I mean, map pool will be there. Of course, Karod will be there in the map pool, but eventually the final map of Karod will be coming in or not. That's what we really want to see, because again, Karod is going to be complex. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Abyss is another particular map which has seen major changes of late. And for that reason, I
Yeah.
believe, again, Abyss is also going to be a big challenge for a lot of teams, because there are so many shifts that are there on the particular B side, if I'm not wrong. And apart from that, even the mid area is pretty much changed quite a bit. So there are different angles, there are different areas to hold off, there are different rope lines to hold off right now at this moment. So I do believe for that reason, it is going to be a bit challenging to play even Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, as we all know, folks, the recent update has went live, and just to guys let you know, we will be playing all of the games in the previous 11.11
Yeah.
update, not on the 12.00 patchwork, which has just went live yesterday in the game. So yeah, I was expecting maybe we might see the changes happening in right here in the middle of tournament, but that is not going to be the case. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's up to you for you to decide, folks. But again, we are again waiting in for the map veto. I'm quite excited for the same. As Raider called it, it's going to be a huge turnaround in terms of the playstyle that they want to approach from all of both the teams coming onto the game, at how they just want to specifically decide their game plan. If either when it comes down to the map of Pearl as well, map of Sunset as well, that we have seen. Sunset is on one amazing map where you have seen tremendous amount of sheer gameplay from our region based teams, but right now on the group D we
True.
don't have anyone from our region, but at the same time, if when it comes down to the map of like Pearl or the map of Abyss, or I would say in the map of Haven, then we might see the default sentinel and controller plays that we all see, that we might need just one sentinel, two controllers, one smoke, and then again it comes off of specifically if some teams opt for a double duelist play or a single duelist play.
I mean, that in itself is a very complex choice, to be honest, because if you want to go with the usual choices, maybe the other particular team is going to predict you, figure out how to crack the code, and eventually how to play against you. But trust me, going to the agent pick section, even before that, I really want to talk about the maps that we have right now. I think Abyss, as I talked about, it's going to be very challenging. Bind, I don't know how fruitful it is going to be there for the teams. But again, if you talk about the triple-sided map, Haven, I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the choice for the teams, because again, whenever Haven comes in, we get to see a lot of complex chaoses coming through. But yes, guys, let's talk about Team IAM, the team which is here to fight their first battle in the group stage. I'm super excited to see how the battle goes.
Yeah, if we talk about the side of Team IM coming in from the Korea region, they have previously played around 4 games in the previous respective country qualifiers that we were talking about. But as we talk about it, folks, when we have the map veto right on our screen, Bind and Core both have been
Ooh,
banned from the side of Team IM, and then we have the Abyss. And we were just talking about the same, Raider. We are going to see
yeah.
the map of Haven right here for our very first game of Group D.
I mean, 3 sides to hold off. It is going to be very interesting to see how the entire play is going to go. Team IM is the one who is going to be the defender for the first half. For the first 12 rounds, it's going to be very, very, very important for these lads to make sure that the control is in their favor. But we all know that whenever we talk about a triple-sided map, attackers do have a very good advantage that they can fool around, they can actually play around, they can fake around, and eventually move in to get some good control. For example, let's just talk about the pistol round, the very first round that we are going to see. In that, obviously, these lads are going to be bifurcated. Somebody is going to hold off C. One of the players will be there in the garage. Another one will be there in the C side, in the C mains. And then eventually you get to see on the A side, 2 other players holding off maybe A short and A mains. Now, that is exactly where you get to see a lot of interesting plays coming in. Somebody can fake A main and then move on to C so that they can catch that player off guard, or maybe an empty side could be available. See, in a pistol round, you can just maintain a lot of pressure onto your opponent. Being an attacker, I believe that's exactly where there is a good chance that we get to see Oasis Gaming being fruitful in the very first round. And adding on that, they need to bounce back and get the second round as well, so that they have a good buy and eventually move on to the bonus round. But yes, if IM loses the pistol round, they need to conquer, or maybe just let go and make sure that they conquer the third round, where they have the full buy, where they have Vandals, Phantoms to play with. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So far, we have talked about a lot of Indian meta teams, but now we are looking at a team which is coming from Korea. I think they will have something different to offer for sure.
Definitely, and one of the biggest changes that we are going to see, especially because I have not witnessed a lot of the Valorant from the Korean-based teams, or I would say watch a lot of the Valorant esports from different regions. I have definitely watched the VCT and that VC Pacific that we get to see. But when it comes down to specifically as from the side of Oasis, as we talk about, we have talked about IM for now. We have seen the player named as Zeus and the player named as Zind definitely being, and also with the side of touch track, definitely being the key players, definitely being, if this particular player or the initiator or the sentinel or even the duelist as is goes at actually or gets picked on very early towards the round, their team actually starts to struggle. This was seen in the previous country respective qualifier for Asia Pacific Predator League. It has happened in the other community based tournament, in the other tournaments as well that we have seen in the Valorant circuit. So might be the play that I am will try to target these players off if they have the chance to do so. But I think we have to just wait and while for all of our theories to be actually resulting in a much of a practical play, or just wait for a while to make any assumptions.
I'm super excited to see how this entire play goes on. Trust me, at this moment, the most important stuff is how
Yeah.
OSS is going to kind of push through in the first 12 rounds, because being the attacker, they have a leverage that they are starting on the attacking side, and that in itself is going to give them a very good benefit that they can attack on a particular side and choose to like retaliate. Maki, the agile from that particular team, I'm super excited to see how he is going to play. But then again, if you talk about Denmo, Bunny, and Moody, Sunday, Sungshan coming in from the other side, Team IM. Let's wait and watch what they're going to do. But there you go, guys. The first match in Group D is going to get started pretty soon. There you go. We are in heaven for the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 Grand Finale. The qualification is what matters the most in the group stage. Right now, the very first match gets started. I am on the defensive side. Oasis looking very strategic at this point. As I said, they can showcase their presence and then back out. But talking about the competition at this moment, look at Oasis Gaming. They've got a very good competition coming through. As a Sentinel, they have got KJ. As a Smokes, they have got Omen. Duelist, just a single one. And that is, of course, going to be one of those trusty neons coming through. And Sova is always fruitful as a recon agent, as an initiator in this particular map. But Zeus. Zeus is pushing through. There you go. He pushes through. There's the shock dart. But it's just not going to be that helpful. Relay bolt goes in. There was a DK. Oh, lovely shot on Moody.
I mean, that was something which was quite expected with a double controller setup coming off from the side of IAM. But then you have the very first pick, then the trade comes in. Now we have the spike also getting planted. A post-plant scenario coming off for the side of fiercest Gaming in the very first round. And it was quite actually amazing to see the kind of like setup that we saw and the kind of approach that we saw from the side of IAM Gaming. But for now, Dynamo trying his best to just initiate. Then we got Sungsing taking down the side of Zeus. Location has been revealed for 3 of the best. Laying stuck in the corner. Defza comes from the front, takes one of the guys out. Dynamo is not going to stop. Marky comes up from the side.
Oh, lovely.
Gets a double. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Trying to just start on with the anticipation shots. Not going to happen. Sunday comes up with the front. Takes Marky out. And that is going to be the very first round going into the favor of IAM. Defenders taking the very first round into the very first game.
Things are not going the way Team Oasis wanted to be. Look at this. The way IM retaliated was pretty fun to watch. I mean, to be honest, the way KJ was holding off on that Haven angle was amazing. He got a pick on Zeus and then eventually following up. We got to see all the players getting tagged up. Omen tried to like still hold off, but never really was able to be fruitful. And that's the first round going down the drain. Although the plant was done, that's why they can actually invest in some good buys. For example, Tesseract, as you can see, he's going to go with the Sheriff. So that's the benefit that they're going to get. Extra 300 crits for planting that particular spike. So that's the benefit that they will have. But this time, let's see which particular side they're going to attack. They seem to be pretty interested both on short and also on B mains. Oh, there you go. Surprise from Bunny. Having a stinger and having that upper angle. He gets one. Relay bolt. The player is not concussed, but still Bunny will find. He will push in. And the Sheriff goes down. There he goes. Moody getting 2. Zin retaliates. But he's the last one. And there you go.
Nice.
The altar. KJ will find the pick. And there you go. 2-0. going in a very different way. This particular matchup, it's starting in a way where IM is finding themselves quite beneficial. They are holding off the angles. They're being very, very, should I say, effective up against OSS Gaming, and OSS on the other corner, kind of predictable. Like they were holding off on B mains. They tried to then push in recklessly on A mains, and it just costed them their entire round. But this is a round bullet where they will have kind of a full buy. As we can see, Tesseract is there with Vandal and a half shield, and then Slatham. He has also got a very interesting pick.
And at this point of time, we did saw the aggression yet again from the side of versus gaming in the previous round. Overall, yet again, I would like to recall the fact that I was able to win up the very first post-plant retake, which comes down to the fact that the team is very, very composedly just understanding all of the scenarios coming off. There we go. The very first pick comes up in the third round from the side of Slate, and there you go. Moody goes down. And let me remind you, Moody was the guy who was able to get a double in round number 1, even a double kill back again in round number 2. So this guy, particularly going out in the very early stages, a very early period of the round, is probably going to affect the entire result of this round, whether it's going to be Oasis taking this one or whether it's going to be IAM winning out yet again in their defensive take.
Let's wait and watch. Start for Oasis in this particular round looks good. They have already taken down the initiative from the defender's side. Bunny, he had to fall back. And look at the weapon. And that had to happen, guys, honestly, because in the previous round they were able to go with a buy, and this one was a bonus buy round for them. On the other corner, you get to see Zeus and his teammates having the full buy. Bunny still holding off the dark covers. Sungsen on the other corner. He's got a very good angle to play with, but the B side is entirely empty. Yeah. Oh, there you go. The potential needs from Raze. I would love to see if that is going to come in the next few matches, but for this one, we get to see the nano swarms getting utilized. Zind takes on Bunny. There's that retaliation that we were talking about. And slowly, it feels like that this particular round can actually go in the favor of Oasis Gaming. Sungsen retaliates, Slatham fights back. Zin finds one more. And it's down to the last man standing. The only individual surviving right now has got a Guardian to play with. And that's the Omen. Uses a Shrouded Strip. Moves forward. Trying to change the angle. Trying to dent out the economy from the opponent's perspective. But it will not happen. With loss of a single player and one weapon, Team Oasis finds themselves back in the play. And they're retaliating.
Yeah, the very first attacking round victory coming up for the side of Oasis Gaming, and this was kind of like coming. Not going to lie, I actually, if you remember, Red Eyes, I actually laid out the information that we have seen, especially if Modi or one of the players comes out, Bunny or even the side of Sunday, if any of these players goes on to the very early very early stage of the round, we have seen the kind of the shift in terms of the winnable section of the game, if comes on to the side of IAM or it comes on to the side of Oasis, and that particularly exactly happened in the case of IAM. But for now, folks, we are going to see the round number 4 in play. At this point of time, almost there's going to be most of the players actually going in for the full 5. Phantom and Vandal coming onto the play. Firebolt drone is getting utilized at the moment to just lurk out all of the corners, and yes, again the neon wall also comes on. Zeus is going to take up his angle right up towards the corner, making sure nobody comes up from the other off guard. But for the plant, the spike has been planted, and that is again going to be a post-plant scenario coming off for the side of IAM.
The old drone comes in, gets the information. Zeus has to fall back a bit. They have the information, but remember, guys, the very first round, they played this composed and they got the values, but this time there were too many targets to hit for Zeus, and Denmo finds one. Sungsen once again finds 2 players. Marky with the snake bite gets one more, but at the end, this entire round will go in the hands of Team IAM. What a brutal retaliation coming in from their corner. Oasis Gaming, they were like clueless at that point. But IAM, what a composed attack. They just were able to hold their entire composure. And then they pushed in through the dark covers. They got one, and that was Zeus, if I'm not wrong. And then following it up, we got to see entire decimation. Sungsen, the MVP lad from this particular round, to be honest, I would say, because him getting 2-3 frags was very, very important. And so far, he's the one who has got 6 amazing kills already, and he's ready with his ultimate lockdown available. So holding off a site or maybe a post-plant is going to be very, very easy for the sides of IAM. But for Oasis, look at the buy. Stingers and Sheriffs, that's all they have got. So this one is going to be a very reckless round from their corner. They will try to like get at least some picks.
I mean, in the last round, we did Samudi coming up with an operator, which I was very, very surprised to see. But Sungsin gets the pick on Slatam. Another time, it's going to be the controller to go down towards the very early stages of the round. Now it's going to be just trying to push down from the garage. Sungsin gets another one. Zen's going to shut down with the Sheriff. Already looking for the second. Yes, going to happen. The Valo HP is going to retaliate at the moment because he needs to. Fall back at the moment because he needs to regroup with Viper and decide whether they want to push for the side B or they want to just take up a rotation towards side C. Possibly he has the information that somebody's going to lurk up in the corner, which is going to be again the side of Omen. And Omen! What was that needed? But there you go. Killjoy coming up with an ultimate. It's going to be a 2v2 scenario. The only problem is that his teammate is very low in HP and he needs to set up on the corner, push for that post-angle play. And if yes, the utilities play happen in the right manner, it's going to happen.
Bunny, he pushes in. There's a judge available for that Viper. And now that KJ is out, Nano Swarms are not going to be effective. Oasis, Maki gets one. Maki, can he get two? Let's wait and watch. He has got the ultimate online as well, but he won't get in the ultimate. That was just a fat finger, I believe. But eventually, Moody is going to get it done with the classic. Right taps coming in. And there you go. He'll be saving the operator. He'll be saving the round. But honestly, I would say Oasis was able to get the job done. They got both the plants and at the same point got a massive dent on the economy of IM as well. Although IM was able to win that particular round, but I would say planting the spike, getting 4 players out of the equation from IM's corner, Oasis, more or less, it was kind of a victory that they can cherish. But from here, they need to make a serious comeback. A scoreline of 7-5 or 8-4 is something that we really expect from the attacking side. So let's see if Oasis is going to find themselves back in the picture.
I'm not really sure why this other guy just went out of the smoke in the last round, but hey, the round is done and dusted. We're gonna focus on what's coming up next. A lot of the utilities from the side of Killjoy are getting utilized, and yet again from the Viper Spit as well, getting utilized towards the side of Garage, and just trying to stop down the aggression of Oasis gaming to take him an entry. For now, Zin over here, possibly just waiting in for the smoke to settle off. Mid-courtyard has been pinged. There's a lot of engagement also going on towards the A long, but very first pick is and the entry being taken towards the side of Zeus. Sunday goes down yet again. Omen goes out in the very first time for the very first pick of the game of this round and gets another one. Yenima goes down. That's going to be an ultimate coming up from the side of Sova. Possibly can get some value out of it. But defender Killjoy has been also locked out, and lockdown has been destroyed at the moment.
Look at this. Maybe
Maki, what are you trying to do? Possibly no. And a flawless victory coming off from the side of Oasis Gaming. In less than 35 seconds, the site execution happens. They get the opportunity to do so. The ultimates comes up from both sides. Killjoy ultimates get destroyed. And this is what Oasis Gaming is capable of.
Choosing the moment when to commit that ultimate was very important in this particular round. As I explained, guys, in the, I think, 4th round, we already got to see KJ having the lockdown available. I'm talking about Sungsen, and that is where Tesseract performed. He is low in the number of frags, but that ultimate that came in, the Hunter's Fury, was perfect because he was able to destroy that lockdown, and that gave the access of B-side to their teammates. Now, spike has been dropped and that information has been relayed, but look at the commitment on the A side, both from the Seavers and the mains. 3 players are committing, 3 players are pushing in, but there are 2 other players who are holding off the exact angles. There you go, they get 1, they get 2, but Sungsin on the other corner with a mere Marshall was able to get Zind out. Now, Sungsin is the player that everybody has to be reckoned with. He's a guy who's amazing on his aim, very swift with it, but now the entire A side is pretty much opened up and Sungsin is moving forward towards the A side from the spawn region. But that in itself is not going to be easy. Look at the Viper. He's slowly creeping in from the backstab angles. Let's see if the other Viper has any clue about that. But there you go. Tesseract finds Sungsen and Maki is going to get Denmo. That's exactly how we get to see the scoreline of 3-4. And trust me, Bullet, now you get to see Oasis playing on their peak. It's all about how they perform in this 8th round, where IM will be having their full buy, Oasis will be having their full buy, and that in itself is going to be a very important round.
A decent, I would say, how do I put it? A very decent, very much a needed kind of like the play that we wanted to witness from the side of OSC's gaming. And slowly and steadily, they are trying to windle their way back to just also like equalize the entire scenario and also make sure that they are the team to actually have that upper hand in the very first half. As almost not exactly over, but we are about to actually witness the very end of the very first half. We do have the rotation taking place on towards the side of side C, and I guess they have decided the very first engagement has gone towards the side of Garage. Yet again, Sungsin gets tagged through the doors, a wall back coming up from the side of Tesseract, and yet again we have the plant going down on side C.
Zeus in the dark covers. There's Denmo. And the Viper Pit has been committed. Denmo goes down. The Viper Pit as an ultimate has been utilized already. But on the B side, you get to see the another ultimate coming in. Bunny. But the overdrive gets one. Initiator is out. But the Viper's Pit is something that is going to be a very good beneficial ultimate coming in. There goes the dark cover once again, blocking off the Courage angle. Maki. Well, this is not looking good. This is not looking good, but at the end, there's the overdrive being committed. Viper is out, and at the end, Moody will fight back. Oh my days, what was that? Team IM turning the tables, changing the tides, and Oasis are clueless at this point that even after committing 2-3 ultimates, that's the retaliation they get to face. Trust me, on the B side, everything went down in a bad way for them. Where that initiator, that Sova, had to get some good picks. He got taken down by Bunny, and from there, you get to see a turnaround coming in from IM. Trust me, this was a very important one for Oasis. As I explained already, that both the sides have ultimates, both the sides have weapons to play with, but they still fail to win that particular round. Oasis, they're not looking good at this moment.
Dude, I don't know how to appreciate the calm and the composed gameplay coming up from the side of Moody. You look at him. We have seen him twice or thrice waiting in for the opportunity. He's like a tiger waiting in for the goal. But oh! Denmo Sunday, buddy. Everybody goes on towards defending the side B. And now the entry has been taken. Killjoy and Sowar is going to be a 2v4 all left out. And at this point of time, even Killjoy, all other utilities has been kind of like decomposed at the moment, and then you have Moody waiting in for the firebolt, and he was a drone as well. Possibly wait for that 20 seconds, but what a shot on Zeus. One of the hard hitters actually goes down from the side of Oasis. Tesseract also goes down, not making it to 2v4 from 2v2 in less than 10 seconds. They still have an ample amount of time to actually drone their way and get some information where these attackers are holding their angle. Oh!
No way. Now this, my friend, is once again one of those situations where things are going wrong. Things are going south, but there he goes. Zin retaliates. Sungsin goes down. It's all about Moody. He's the one who is trying to go for the half dip, but that will not happen. Zin gets a 3k and saves the day for the team Oasis Gaming. Now this was a round which was needed. The Igil breathes a sigh of relief. Maki, let's see what he's going to do in the next few rounds.
Yeah. I mean, for the side of Oasis, the pattern that we have seen in the as now we are done with 10 rounds in the very first Group D game. The pattern is very, very much clear. The initial aggression comes on from the side of IAM. If Oasis came in is not able to actually retire, being on the attacking side, the aggression should actually come up from the side of Oasis. But there you have it, folks. As I was trying to narrate the entire scenario, that's going to be Maki coming up with the very first frag onto the side of Sova.
Igil leads the charge with that outlaw. He knew that the players are pretty much tagged already. With the Shrouded Step, Omen pushes in. Slatum is going to go with the plant. Spike has been planted. Dark covers to block off different angles, but there could be a very good possibility of a backstab coming in. Denmo, he breaks the Nano Swarm. Bit of a problem. But this is exactly where in the last few rounds we have seen Bunny being super fruitful. Nano Swarms, the diffuser will not happen. Snake Bite and a lot of Toxic Screen, Viper Spit. All the other utilities are being committed at this point, but look at Tesseract with a mere shock dart. He was able to get Sunday out, and then it's all about Denmo. Maki pushes it. The Igil steps in once again. He started off with an outlaw. He got a middle frag as well, and then eventually to end it all off, Oasis find themselves back on the top charts. 5-5 is what the scoreline is, and now the next two rounds are very, very important for IM, for Oasis. If IM gets it, their attacking half is going to be a little bit more easier, and if Oasis they get it, the defenders half is going to be a very good spree of rounds for them to win. But so far, Bullet both the teams are looking quite calm and composed. Yes, initial struggle was there, but lately I'm happy to see this,
Yeah.
that from OSS Gaming there are 2-3 players already who are already there at double digits. That means they are now being very effective in different corners, and 1v1 plays are coming in a better way.
Yeah, definitely. The 1v1 plays and the gunfight approach coming up from the side of Oasis has definitely improved and evolved from what we saw in during the initial round number 3 and round number 4. But at this very time, I feel like we might see some hidden cards from the deck of Oasis as well. Now, as the scoreline has been equalized as we approach round number 11, round number 12, which is going to be the deciding outcome of this entire matchup between the side 5 and Oasis. Look at that aggression coming up from the side of Zeus. He comes up almost marquee, using all of his possible utility to actually get out of this scenario as soon as possible, buying more ample amount of time from his side for his team actually. Then you have the defender killjoy ultimate going online from the side of IAM. And now Oasis are kind of like trapped down if they want to approach the site C or B, or if they want to commit towards site A. They are still not very much clear at this point of time.
See, Slatum is quite low. There's the Hunter's Fury committed. Paranoia goes in, but you have to check the right corner. There you go. He swings, but there will be ultimate retaliation coming in from the sides of the other particular team, IM Gaming. The players have been revealed. That recon dart isn't. Unfortunate for him. He goes down. Tesseract, he fights back, takes 2 down, but at the end sunks in. The MVP so far for the sides of Team IM will step in once again to get the clutch, to get the fight, to get the round 6-5. The hopes of leading this particular half for Oasis Gaming is over. All they can do, the maximum they can do, that they can wish for, is a equalizer, is a 6-6 score line. But on the other corner, what IM can do, before even going to the attacking half, they can actually build a very good lead of 7-5 rounds. And 2-round lead is, again, kind of start. Not sufficient, but it's a start.
Yep. 6-5. Yet again, the pattern still favors the side of IAM. That is my pointer at the moment, dude. That IAM is able to capitalize on the much of the scenarios which are coming in either from the side of Oasis Gaming or much of the opportunities that IAM is actually able to make at the moment. But still, Oasis Gaming on the attack, they're trying to actually put down the side of side C. And yes, they have the control of it. They're going in for the plant. A fake plant actually goes down. So our ult comes up. And this is going to be very, very crucial on how Zeus actually turns the table around. Sunday gets down, but he's going to get the trade now. We do see him dropping off the gun, picking up the Vandal. Now Sunson gets on to the side of Tesseract. Now it's going to be one last player from the side of Oasis Gaming who's going to take the rotation on site A, go for the plant, and possibly, if has the capability or the opportunity to do so, a 1v4.
He's 1 point away from his ult. He uses the shortest step to push back to Haven. From this angle, he can find Bunny off guard. But look at this, there are 4 players you have to retaliate with. I mean, 1v4s are not something that are going to be very, very difficult to do. But then again, it is a little bit problematic. There you go. Bunny is going to find him as Slatham goes down. And that's exactly how the hopes of getting an equalizer in the first half for the sides of Team Oasis Gaming is also down the drain. It's IM who is going to lead the charge. There's a happy ult coming in, an overdrive coming in from the sides of Team IM, because they do know that they have conquered the first half. It's all about conquering the next one to take the lead, to move on to the playoffs. It's very, very important, guys, in this BO1 equation. You have to win. But of course, guys, every single team will be getting another opportunity in this particular scenario up against a different team. For example, if you talk about IM, they will be there in match number 3 up against Chaos Alliance. They will be there up against Motive Esports in match number 5 as well. So 2 more opportunities will be there, and same goes for Oasis Gaming, where they will be fighting against Chaos Alliance in the last match and Motive Esports in the 4th match. So even if you lose, you still have to make sure that you are still up on the top of the leaderboard. That matters the most. So maybe Oasis is losing, or maybe IM is losing in this particular first match, but they have to make sure that in the scoreboard, in the overall leaderboard, you have to be absolutely on top. That matters the most.
Sir, 7 to 5 minutes. So I mean, for me, Raider, I think that Team IM was the better half in the very first half of this game. Don't get me wrong. They're actually able to just show, or the retakes, the number of retakes that they won. I just want to raise this point. The number of retakes that they won was actually 4. Round number 2, round number 3, round number 4, and also the round number 5 and 1 as well. So more than 4 round retakes. But there you have it, the very first attacking round play for the side of IM. They're able to capitalize on two. One trade actually happens. Two of the players from South Oasis team are trying to mandate their way from the other side. Not going to happen. Tessa gets one. Gets to trade. Possibly going to the favor of IM. Not exactly, as Oasis. Soa was actually able to get under the score. Get out of it. Takes down the rotation. Takes Donemo down. Takes the third one out. Latham comes down. And that is going to be a retake victory coming up from the side of Oasis. And look at the expression. They are actually trying to remain calm as well, and also trying to communicate the expression with the opponent team as well, I feel.
This round was very, very important. As I said, when there was a scoreline of 7-5, that 2 rounds lead is a start. Now that start is getting crushed as you get to see Oasis fighting back. It's a scoreline of 6-7 right now. Just one more round to go with. And if you see, Tesseract, Zeus, Zind, Maki, Slatum, all the other individuals, they have got some good weapons to play with. A Bulldog is already available for Tesseract. There will be 4 Spectres maybe, yes. And on the other corner, you get to see the Stingers because there was a plant. Now that was a beneficial situation for Denmo and his teammates. Pretty quickly, you get to see a relay bolt coming in. With that, the toxic screen was implemented. But there you go. Denmo pushing swiftly. Owl drone comes in. The information has been relayed that there are players who are pushing in from the shots, from the Seaver angle. And now things are looking a little bit more slowed down. But look at what Bunny is doing. What Zeus is doing. Zeus is holding right there. Bunny is pushing in the mid. 2-3 different tactics coming through, but mid B side is wide open. There is alarm bot available, which is going to give a lot of information if somebody pushes in. But Garage is where the contestment comes through.
Let's see if at this point of time, compared to what we usually saw from the side of Oasis, that they used to take an ample amount of time. The very first spray comes up, Jin goes down. It's going to be the side of Sunday as well to take on the side of Marquee. Actually, one of the best controls have been taken out from the game, and Tesseract, another one, Initiator goes down. And Dynamo being right there at the C spot towards the entry. Zeus gets also denied, and I feel like the 8th round, a flawless victory, is actually coming up for the side of IEM. And this is what I was talking about, and we might have different opinions. For sure, we are allowed to have that, but I just want to say for the fact that IEM are actually being the team to create those scenarios, being able to actually trap the side of Oasis as well, from what we saw on the side of Oasis attack in the very first half, and just be very calm and composed in all of the retakes or the post-plan scenario that we are able to see in the second half as well.
I would like to just add on that there was a miscommunication. That was one of the major setbacks that I believe Oasis is having at this moment, because Tesseract had no idea that the players are already there in the C side and they are already pushing in the C mains. That was a very obvious angle that Tesseract never really checked. He had a Bulldog. 2 good shots, 3 good shots of that Bulldog could have ended that opponent, but eventually he never checked that particular corner. So being an initiator, it was a very vital, very important angle that he could have played with, because then you could have easily kind of like concise the area in which IM could have played. They could have been stuck in that particular C site, and that's exactly where you could have like built attack from 2-3 different corners, from the spawn region, from the garage region, from the mains. But that never really happened. So Tesseract not having the information of the player that already has pushed in on C mains was something where the game entirely went out of their hands. Other than that, kudos to what IM is doing. No credits taken away from their corner, that they are being very fruitful, very effective. The approach that they're maintaining is absolutely amazing. But rounds like this and the tactical timers that are there available are being utilized, and rounds like this are where teams tend to make a comeback. And I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case for OSS Gaming, if they are going to make a comeback from here. 8-6 already seems like a scoreline which is now getting very close to the victory in this particular map, but still 5 more rounds are needed for IM, and in these 5 rounds, history can be written from OSS.
Let's see, man. Let's see. At this point of time, we do see the side of IM yet again actually being very, very confident with the C side push. And yet again actually doing that. IM Bunny gets on towards the generator's corner. The plant is going down from the side of Sunday. Only one smoke has been utilized at the moment. That was coming up from the side of Viper. Shadow step being taken. We do have Smoothie taking down the side of Zen. Everybody just coming off. Knife play from Zeus. What? Was that actually needed? Slay then gets the pick on Moody. Then you have Sungsin taking down the side of Tesseract. Yet again, it's going to be a 3v3 scenario where Sungsin is going to come up from the side of Garage to actually protect the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Sangsin retaliates. Sangsin gets a 3k. Denmo on the other corner from mains. He fights back. IM was on the verge of getting decimated, but I would like to say this, that Oasis tried their level best to fight back. That knife frag, and eventually after that, the frag on Bunny. It was also pretty amazing to watch the way with that stinger, everything went down. But Oasis on the other corner still is struggling. 9-6 is the current scoreline. They really have to buckle up, because if they lose this particular map, they are losing that chance, that 33% of the margin. When you have to strike 100%, that 33% is already going down the drain with this particular map, because all the teams that are there in Group D and all the other groups will be getting 3 maps to play, 3 different opponents to play up against. Slatum starts good, takes down Denmo. Viper is out, one control is down, another one has to be taken down pretty soon. But there's an alarm bot giving up the information. Adding on that, there's a nanoswarm being activated from KJ. Tesseract fights back, Sunday goes down. Now slowly it feels like that Oasis is picking up.
You have Moody yet again trying to capitalize onto the side of Zend, and Net again now taking the decision to push on the side of side C. Bunny actually goes down. What? A whip from the side of Zend. Maki takes on the side of Bunny in the trade. Now it's going to be a 2v3. Maki setting up a side. Also the fact that he needs to get his poison orb recharged and waiting in for his wall to get recharged as well. 50 seconds left on the clock. Is possibly a rotation coming in yet again? What? Nah, they're actually going with the plant on the side C.
Planted.
It's not planted for long, because they do know that the angles are already being capitalized over there. Sungsen finds Slatum. A very important frag. But Maki is going to, on the other corner, retaliate and take down Moody. But there you go. That's exactly where Sungsen has to be, on top. But eventually Zeus will be getting that frag. And there's the defusal coming in. 9-7 is the score line. Finally Oasis fights back. They're happy about it. But still, Maki knows, the IGL knows, the entire team knows, the coaches know that a lot of things are still not in their favor. 6 more rounds to conquer, then they can be the champions. On the other corner, for IM, 4 more rounds. They're already on 9. They have to go up till 13. I'm looking forward to see if some OT rounds are also going to come through, because again, the kind of competition, the kind of back and forth that is happening. If Oasis finds their 8th round in this particular next round, maybe there is a chance that we get to see OT as well.
I mean, I am definitely all in for a OT. Don't get me wrong. I am all in for an OT round. But we have to wait for a while to find it out if it's actually going to be an overtime play coming off, or it is going to be the side of IM or one of the side of Oasis as well. I mean, one of these 2 teams sealing the deal off before the OT comes up. The underplay comes up from the side of Soba, trying to just deny the spike plant. And yes, the spike at the moment is going to get paused. The plant is going to get paused, and yet again the plant gets started, and the spike has been planted successfully. The very first entry comes up. Just was able to take down the side of Bunny. Before that, the Killjoy went off, and Sentinel and Duelist both are out at the moment. Somebody's trying to guard off. Killjoy is going to take another peek. 10 seconds in, both gets taken out. IM does have the advantage at the moment, getting the DK, but Viper's ultimate is getting everybody pulled apart. Oh, Sunday gets the chance, gets to do. Marky takes a pick on Sunday. Smoothie has an ult. He's going to tag on. And Zeus is going to come up with the overtime. It's going to be very, very crucial with it. Zip Zaps comes in. Moody goes down. What a chaotic round that we have witnessed. Half defuse was done. It's going to get the other half. And that is going to be Oasis Gaming's Defender victory. A retake with a triple ult comes off for the favor of Oasis. It was a very, very chaotic round to Raider, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean, too much happened in that particular C-side. We got to see a lot of retaliation at the end to hold it off at the end to get that particular round under the banner. We get to see an ultimate also being committed from the sides of the Initiator. That was the Hunter's Fury available from the sides of Moody, but that never really was able to be that effective. Slatum is the one who is looking forward to go for a lot of diffusals. He's just making sure that he gets to capitalize the site and eventually get the diffusal done. On the other corner, we really have to see how effective this time the other particular team is going to be there. But Maki, he pushes in, swings in, fights back, he retaliates, Neon goes down. And look at Zind, his HP is not at all looking good. He goes down. And there you go, guys. Once again, it feels like that IM has got that control, but Oasis still 2 trusty individuals are surviving. There's a dark cover available. There's that shift. There's that ultimate being committed into the shadows.
Yeah.
And then we get to see Denmo, Omen, all of them are holding off the sides. And this feels like a save round for OSS. They do know that their weaponry are going to be very important. And that's why you still get to see Slatum right there on C side. And on B, holding off is going to be the other guy. I believe that's Distract.
Let's see. The moment it's gonna be a 2v4.
It's a save.
Gaming can't really do much. Yeah, definitely it's going to be a save coming up from the side of versus gaming. I mean, Mr. Valorant X Professor, we have Mr. Raider. But at the moment,
you.
folks, yep, it's going to be another round victory. Getting very closer, actually, now within 2-round lead that they are gonna get. And I think for the moment that, again, I'm not gonna change my opinion, and I don't want to sound biased, but I have a feeling, man. At this point of time, IM Gaming is definitely taking out all the boxes in the green tick of what they're trying to do and what they're actually able to achieve in the past few rounds.
I think there is a struggle. It's clearly there. And that miscommunication that I talked about very early in the second half, it was also pretty evident where Tesseract had no information of where the players are. I say believe there is a good chance, and Valorant is a game of unexpectation, so anything can happen at the end. Maybe an OT will come through. But yes, on the double digits, IM is seriously putting up a lot of pressure on Team OSS Gaming. No doubts in that. They definitely are putting up a lot of pressure. Shouted step, takes the elevated angle. Moment pushes forward. None of the picks are coming in, but the plant will be for sure having it. There's a random pre-fire. Zin goes down. Bunny, he strikes, and there was a very valuable pick coming in. But at the end, Tesseract pushes in, and that will be a beneficial save weapon that they were able to cherish. Dark covers implemented. Now, this is where the defusals have to happen. And they're just making sure that they go for the fake diff so that all the utilities are already being committed. But at the end, Bunny will find Tesseract. There's a shrouded trap, and at the same point, there was the nanoswarm activated. Maki, let's see if he's going to go for the defusal, but Sungsin will find Maki, and at the end, the last man standing, Slatum, also goes down with 3 players standing, and 11th round already in the favor. IM will be super happy with their execution, with the post plan, with the way they were able to utilize their utilities and push in at the right moment. OS says they're in big pickle at this point because they're just 2 rounds away, or should I say 1 round away from their series point, and then 2 rounds away from their map victory.
Yes, sir. And at this point of time, I think one of the timeout from OSS was actually utilized in the very first half. So they have another timeout, if I'm not wrong, left in the second half. So maybe a tactical timeout which is allowed in the game is something that they need to take. Not really sure about it, but I think they have to. And with just 2 more rounds left out for the side of IAM to actually win this competition, win this matchup up actually, and lock their very first victory in the group stage. Tactical Koja comes up. They're looking a little bit hasty about the fact that they just want to seal the deal off as soon as possible. And you have Neon coming up. Neon takes a trade though. Muri gets one before he goes down. Spike has been downed apart, but Zeus was trying to actually communicate something else, but he will be taken down.
No, he was
eventually
detained.
with her nemesis Bunny. Yeah, I detained. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Bunny going in for the plant.
It was
50
retained,
seconds
and
on the
that
clock.
angle was pretty important. Now, looking forward to see how IM is going to play in this post-man scenario. 3 different angles. Now, this is what I was talking about. At the end, Sungsin will be finding one Zin. He goes down, Tesseract goes down, and Sunday at the end will take down his alter agent, and that is a Slatum. I am up on the 12th round bullet. It feels like that they're just 1 round away, and that round could be coming in the very next round.
Yes, sir. And at this point of time, it is going to be the side of IAM being very close to seal the victory off in the very first round. And yet again, I have to push this question onto your face, Raider. I'm so sorry, but I have to. Do you think that there is even a 1% chance that we might see an overtime?
If you would have said that maybe 40-60 chance, I would have said no, but 1%, yes, it's always there. 1% chance is always there until the last round happens, until the scoreline of 13 or somewhat 11 or 10, whatever comes on the other side. If there is not
Okay.
a scoreline of 13 available, I think 1% chance is always available. And for that one particular chance, that 1% chance, OSS has right now, all the audience I'm talking with to you, that OSS has taken a tactical timeout once again. This is the second one in the second half, and they really have to figure out what they're going to do. That tactical timeout is over. We are back in the game. 12-8 is the scoreline. I think let's hope. Let's be positive for OSS gaming. I do believe it's very, very, very difficult. As you said, 99% of the chances is there that IM is going to win it, but that 1% chance, I would still like to make sure that I give that 1% chance to OSS. Let's wait and watch.
Let's see, man. It's this one particular round is going to decide the fate of actually IAM if they can secure the deal off, secure the very first victory in the Group D matchups with a 13-8. Looks like they want to actually push on toward the side B. You have Killjoy and Viper waiting at the gates of the same. But yet again, we have the entry already being taken towards side C, and there is actually no one, except for the fact that there's one agent waiting on towards the garage door.
They're playing for the post plan. Slatum gets one. Denmo goes down. There's a relay bolt. The player was concussed. Bunny and Sungsin, they find two. Zin retaliates by taking down Sungsin. And from the far off angles, you get to see Zin getting a 2K. And the post plan is very much a possibility right now. But Sunday, he's got a Recon Phantom to play with. And a Dark Cover, which is one way. So he can easily spot where the players are. And that short step was a fake. Classic tactics from an Omen main. But Sunday, let's see if he's going to find something valuable. He did find one, but Zeus at the end will get that retaliation done. And that's the 1% as Valorant fan we all love to see. Now that 1% is about winning this particular matchup, but still winning that particular round was very, very important because up against a team like IAM who has got that momentum, who has got back and forth a very good amount of victory, it feels like that OSS after that tactical timeout, not having the proper buy, still was able to get a very good round. I think they are ready for the next few more.
I'm not really sure. This is not the very first time that we have seen Oasis Gaming leaving the side C so much right there open for the attackers to get their grip so good. I'm not really sure about it. So maybe this is some kind of a strategy, or maybe they are just not really sure of what IM is able to actually cook and actually win those rounds. But there are it, folks. It's up to their gameplay style, and we have to just wait and watch. And kudos to side of Oasis of taking that one round and winning that one really, really crucial round, which kind of like stop and just pause the overall momentum for the side of IAM for the moment. Right now, I guess the side of Viper, Dynamo, has some kind of an idea that somebody was waiting on the guard door, but I guess he has not now, as we do see them actually going on towards the direction of site B.
Slow start from the attacking side because they do know that this time they have got the opponents readily available with their weapons. But Zind, his angle is very, very important. Bunny spots. Oh, what a play by Bunny! What was
nice.
that? Such an amazing spray coming in. Oh, at the end, Slatum will find him. There was the ultimate coming in, but Sungsin finds Tesseract as well. So it's all about the last two players, but Slatum is stepping up big time. He gets two done. Sungsin and the other guy, Bunny, has been taken down. Two of the heavy hitters from that particular team are down, and there's the Viper's pet. Omen with that ultimate. He was able to get the info where the player is, but at the end, Zeus and the other guy, Slatum, they really have to figure out where the opponent could be lurking in the Viper's pit so that they can finally get it done.
Oh,
Sunday,
nice. Oh,
he'll
no.
get Slaton down, and Denmo at the end will get Zeus as well. And that's exactly how we get to see a scoreline of 13-9. IM will be bagging out their first victory. The team from Korea representing their nation is here with the first victory. So yes, 33% job done, 66% more to go.
But I feel like this was, how do I say it? A close one indeed. I'm not going to say that I saw it coming from a really, really long way, but I feel like this was a very, very close game towards the end. Especially if we talk about the side of Bunny, dude. That guy was just too good with the Neon. The movement, the utility play, the coordination coming off with his teammate was just too good, in my opinion.
Amazing. Amazing the way I am played. Of course, Oasis, they have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what went wrong for them. Honestly, I believe one of the most important factor was not being able to capitalize on Sungsin and Bunny. Now, these two players from the other side, if you talk about IM, were phenomenal. The kind of play, the kind of rotations that they were making, and the kind of 1v1 duels that they were bringing in was just amazing. So definitely these are the two factors that they have to work on, and then eventually, of course, the coordination part and the communication part is something which is very, very important for Oasis. The next few games that they are left with are going to be very important because they have to play against teams like Chaos Alliance and Motive in the near future, today only. But talking about the highlights, guys, you get to see, you get to live, get to relive, I would say, those moments where everything went down. But yeah, honestly, if you talk about the first round, from both the halves, if you see, situations were going in the favor of the defenders. In the first round as well, the plant happened. And then eventually we got to see a postman scenario coming in from the sides of IM. They were able to get the retake done. And from the other corner, if you talk about the second half, again, Oasis also did the same part. But in the first half, we got to see IM maintaining that momentum, taking 2-3 rounds already back-to-back consecutively so that they can step up and eventually put that initial pressure onto their opponents. That never really happened from the other side of Oasis Gaming. They were trying, they were close. But eventually, if you see that retaliation that came in, Tesseract pushing in from the Siemens, he had no idea that there is a player who is holding off that particular angle. So that kind of clueless play that came in that particular second round of the second half, that is exactly where the pressure started mounting up because the scoreline was 7-6. They were just one round away to equalize the factors, to like get a scoreline of 7-7, maybe get a good start from themselves, from their corner only. But that never really happened, all thanks to what miscommunication happened with Tesseract and his team.
For me, I would say IM had that vision and had that very clear mindset of what they just want to actually approach towards on a map like Heaven. And Heaven being one of the vanilla maps that we have seen from what starting of Valorant close beta phase that we had during the early phases of the game release. But I feel like, yes, for the side of IAM, not just about the side of Bunny, some other players as well coming up, because Bunny is that guy in terms of the role. He is the entry and flex player when it comes down from the side of IAM coming in from the region of Korea. And also for the side of Moody and Sunday as well, as they were playing on the scout and the flex role, we did saw Moody and Sunday being very, very capable of actually getting their team the gunfight victory when it's actually very much needed to do so. We saw a couple of, actually more than 2v4s and 2v3s going into the favor of Moody and Sunday every now and then before the very first half ended. So I think that was a really, really good play coming up from the side of IM. I'm not going to say for a fact that Oasis game, for the side of IM, it was a walk in the park for against the team like Oasis. Yes, Oasis Gaming did a really, really good job in the second half, but I think as IM Gaming now has that 1-0 and Oasis Gaming has that 0-1 in terms of the group play standings at the moment for the side of Group D, because they have to make sure that they get in the semi-finale. But yet again, they have to, again, make sure that they win the second game of the day.
Definitely. See, that's why I said that 33% of the job is done, but still 66% of the job from that 100% of quota that you have to fulfill is still available. Remember, guys, as per the tournament format, a single team from this particular group is going to move forward to the semi-finale from the group stage to the playoff. So that is exactly where IM would like to maintain their continuum with the one game already in their banner. They would like to beat Motive and Chaos Alliance in the next few matches and then eventually move forward as the champions of the group stage. But that is not going to be an easy feat. Trust me, guys, there will be a ton of retaliation coming in. There will be a lot of setbacks. There will be a lot of fightbacks. And adding on top of that, just a small fact that I want to point it out, that if these teams, they move on to the next particular stage, that is of course the semi-finale, the top 4 teams that will be there in the semi-finals, so we'll be getting a piece of that prize pool. Of course, that variation is going to be big, but talking about the highlights right now, let's have a look and relive those moments that happened up against IM versus Oasis Gaming. Pretty cutthroat, I would say. From both the sides, the competition looked super cutthroat.
Yeah, I was not actually ready for the kind of the retakes that we saw from the side of IM, to be very frankly speaking. The retakes and the composed gameplay, and not just about the raw sheer mechanical skills I just want to talk about from the side of, guys like Moody and everybody, from especially from the side of Bunny as well. And not just about the fact that they are really good mechanical players and they have really good aim. This is more about the coordination that they are able to bring on the table for a tournament like this. Especially even since the beginning of the very first game, we did saw the retakes happening in super quick, super fast, and actually being able to utilize those agent utility so well.
Look at this. Sungsin. I believe Sungsin, Bunny, these two are the players who really stepped up quite a bit for the sides of Team IM. And them getting a lot of amazing frags was pretty amazing, pretty effective. And they broke the morale. Look at Zeus. He pushed in the dark covers, but he had no idea from which angle the players are going to penetrate and push in. That's exactly where he became a fruitful player for the opponents, because they were able to get the opening. And from there, bit of retaliation. But usually you get to see Zind stepping up in those weapons which are not that comfortable to play with. Sheriffs, Spectres, Stingers. That's where we have seen Zind being very, very effective. But at the end, if you talk about Sungsin, he has played on Marshall. We have seen him getting fruitful frags on Marshall. We have seen him getting frags on Stingers, on Spectres, on Sheriffs, on Classics. That guy is a complete menace up against his opponent.
Yeah. At this point of time, we did saw the very, how do I say it, a very early and very good initiation from the side of IM. We do have a 4-1 scoreline, 4 back-to-back rounds coming to favor of one team is something I would say in some kind of like a statement it is, I would say, in my opinion. But yet again, we did saw the comeback. Not exactly a comeback, but a really good sheer play from the side of Oasis as well. Slowly and steadily, yes, they were able to actually utilize a lot of strategies and the kind of the gameplay mindset that they want to approach. They were able to actually do so up till on towards round number, I would say 13, or I would say up till even around 15, because we did had a 8-6 or a 9-6 score line. But after that, after the second half, it actually got started. IM proved to be much more capable of not just being the team to actually win so many retakes in the defensive side of play, but a much more good attacking team in terms of in the second half play that we saw from the side of IAM.
Pretty intriguing, I would say, the entire play that happened from both the sides. There were moments, there were definitely those moments where we got to see even the attacking side getting faltered down. But this particular round, it was close. Defenders, they had good lead, but then Sungsin again retaliated, took down Tesseract in a very good 1v1 brawl. And then Moody, he found one, slayed him. It was a 1v4 for him, but that never really happened as Bunny was able to step in, retaliate, and shut the entire play down. At the end, an amazing play from the sides of Team IM, I would say, in the first half, and then eventually the start of second half came in the favor of Team Oasis. We got to see a beautiful round getting countered, Tesseract and Slatem stepping up big time for the sides, and then eventually getting around. But this is where I talked about that no comms, no information was there for Tesseract. That Denmo has already pushed in on C mains. The Viper was holding off, and it was a pretty easy frag for him.
Yeah. Like I said, up till round number 15, round number 16, yeah, I was definitely with the kind of like, how do I say it, as a cast analyst on the desk, I was definitely for giving the brownie points toward the side of Oasis being very much capable of actually proving on to a good defending team. And you also called it out when we had a brief moment on the casting desk as well after the game, that we did saw both our teams playing actually well on the defensive side. But in terms of much more fragging capabilities and a much more, I would say, determined with a good determined gameplay and the right mindset, it was actually coming up from the side of IM up till on towards even the scoreline being on 9-8, or even we did saw a scoreline of 10-8. After that, we were actually able to witness that the attacking side of IM was able to actually every time now and then, either we did saw the side C execution, either we saw the side B execution. I guess it was just 2 rounds where we did saw them actually going on towards the side of side A. I'm not really sure about the number of 2 rounds, but I'm definitely sure about the fact that yes, it was either side C or the side B push that we saw from the side of IM. And this is what you have to do as being the team on the defensive side. You have to understand these patterns. You have to actually anticipate these patterns coming off from an attacking team like this, when everybody from the side of the team named as IM was able to capitalize on their side C execution.
Pretty great game, I would say. But then there was a retaliation. We got to see the 9th round coming in for the sides of course, one and only Oasis Gaming. After that, I talked about this, that the angles are pretty predictable, but Bunny, what a play from his corner. Like the way he was able to switch his aim
Yeah.
was amazing. To be honest, trust me, such kind of play definitely deserves a lot of credits. Amazing game so far, I would say. But at the end, we are back on the desk. We are talking about the entire play, that how the first game went down. And now looking at the schedule, I believe we have the next match of Motive Esports versus Chaos Alliance. I'm super excited to see these two teams from the Group D, because again, 4 teams are there in each particular group, and we have already seen the first 2 that are Team IM and Oasis. Oasis definitely feels like a team who has to go back to the drawing board, figure out what things are going wrong for them, and then eventually be back in the action. For now, guys, what we'll do, we'll take a short break and we'll be back quickly after that to see the second match. Stay tuned.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it bleed, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Well, folks, after a short little break, we are back here at the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, which has been our digital partner with Flipkart and also Intel. And yes, when we talk about our very first game, Oasis facing on the side of IAM, as we all know the results, folks, IAM won it with a quite good margin of 13 to 9. It was a close game in the last, but what do you have to say, Raider, before we move on to our next game?
Oh, it was a pretty fun game, I would say. 13-9, the scoreline that we got to see on the broadcast was pretty amazing. I mean, the way IM was every now and then countering all the strategies coming in, and a little bit of mishaps coming in from the sides of Oasis, that gave us this kind of scoreline that we talked about. And look at this, the current standings that we have got. Remind you folks, there are 4 different groups. The groups that you are going to see, the action that you're going to see on the broadcast today, on our broadcast right now, is of course
Yeah.
action of Group D. But on Group A, if you see, SATL is the one who has scored 0. E-King is the one who has got the lead, and they have secured 1 good points. From Group B, you get to see GCEZ getting 1 of the points. From Group C, it's Team Zipto who has got 1 point, and from Group D, of course, it's Team IM who has got 1 point. But now, let's see what Oasis is going to do up against Chaos Alliance and Motive Gaming in the near future. But for now, the second match that you're going to see in Group D action is Motive Gaming versus Chaos Alliance.
Yes, sir. Motive facing up the side of Chaos Alliance. As we talk about, the side of Mori Esports coming off from Singapore region, we have Benkai Vera as duelist, Flaring, who loves to play on the duelist as well. We have Persona with the initiator role, Minimize on the Sentinel role. And when we talk about for the side of Chaos, they are coming in from the Hong Kong region. We have Kirito, Blue, Rico, Hui, Hippo as this Sentinel and Flex, and then you have the substitution, or you want to call him as a coach as well, Casey, who loves to play on the initiator role. Now, when we talk about these both teams, yet again, I will definitely kind of like appraise the side of Motive Esports from what we have seen in terms of the previous country respective qualifiers that they played to get along on the group stages has to be really, really good. When we talk about the further side of Motive Esports, their average combat score is nowhere less than 220 to 270, being the maximum coming in from the side of it. He has done an overall of total of 85 eliminations in the past couple of 4 games, which is a very, very decent numbers looking on the paper.
Of course, so far on paper, of course, in the last few stages in their own region qualifiers, they have done wonderful stuff, and that's exactly why they're here, part of being the 16 teams and 13 nations that are being represented from the Asia Pacific are here. But again, if you see, the odds of winning all 3 games is again a little bit on the dicey corner. We have seen IM, we have seen on the other corner teams like GGZ, teams like E-King from different other groups who have already performed quite well up against their initial opponents in the very first matchup. But that does not mean that they're going to entirely move on to win the next 2 games as well. There might be a different setback, and there might be a different type of play coming in. And that's why I'm very excited about the second game, because now with this second game done and dusted, whenever it is going to be over, you will get to have a very clear idea of what particular competition or what type of play we are going to see at the end, because all the 4 teams will have played 1 match each on the broadcast, and that's where I believe the second match is going to be very, very important to watch, because then you will get to know who is IM going to face in the next battle in the match number 3. What is going to happen to Team Oasis when they face a Motive and the team known as Chaos Alliance. And talking about Team Motive Esports, you have Motive Esports coming in from Singapore already in front of our screens, and the players that we talked about are pretty amazing. Benkai being the IGL for the team, Vera, the duelist. On the initiator role, you have Flaring, who is always absolutely an eye candy to watch when it plays, when it kind of jiggles around and eventually figures out how to peek and fire.
Yeah. Now, when we again talk about for the side of Chaos Alliance, we have Rico and Kippo being 2 of the very, very fiery players coming up from the side of the team as Chaos Alliance. We don't have much information about Kirito. I personally don't have it, and from what we have given in before we coming on to this, we don't have much information coming up from the side of Chaos Alliance. But if we talk about for the side of Motive Esports as well, look at that. Ben Kai with 200 average combat score of 234, Vera with 270, Flaring being on the other role with a combat score of 183, and Minimize with around the same numbers. And when we talk about what they have done, they have only played 4 games, and these are the combat score, and the numbers which I'm talking about are just from the past 4 games. So I feel like this is going to be a really, really good head-to-head game between the side of Motive Esports and Chaos Esports, as they will go down for the map veto as we proceed down.
Of course, it's going to be very interesting to watch how the play is going to get there and onto the disc. But we talked about map veto, and that's why I'm kind of once again figuring out which particular map it could be, guys. We have seen Haven in the first matchup,
Yeah.
and Haven being a triple-sided map. Usually, when you talk about a triple-sided map, it's attack-oriented, but eventually we got to see defenders cherishing quite a bit, being the team known as IAM. They were able to get the first 7 rounds in the particular first half, and that's where they had the lead in the second half. Again, they just dominated absolutely. I think in the second half, a total of 4 more rounds came in the favor of Oasis, but on the other corner, victory came in for the sides of Team IM. But leaving all those talks behind, because now what matters the most is how Chaos Alliance is going to play up against Motive Gaming, and vice versa, how these 2 teams are going to battle it out. Match number 2, the final map. We're all excited about it. Which particular team is going to have that attacking half in their favor, or eventually the defensive half? Honestly, it all depends on the map as well, kind of leverage, kind of advantage you get if you have the, should I say, first half in your favor as an attacker in a map like Haven. Again, you can be very beneficial. Yes, Oasis faltered down, but I still believe in a triple-sided map, attacking team definitely have a leverage, that too in a BO1 equation. But as the players are gearing up, we are also being very, very excited at this moment to see who is going to be the particular team who wins this match number 2 and brings the scoreline to 1-0 for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the individual performance, as what I think that Motive Esports from the last, as we we're talking about the last 4 games at the moment coming in from the Singapore region, they have definitely done a really good job, especially coming up from the side of Minimize and Flaring, having a total kills of 65. Then again, we are up at an 85 in terms of the assist as well. The numbers are looking really, really super good in my opinion. But again, we have to just wait for a while. We have to keep our assumptions, keep our theories, keep our keep all the opinions aside for the moment, as we are going to witness one of the best games in my opinion in terms of the Group D. Yet again, as we talk about it, Rada, after this one particular game, we will have somewhat a clear picture of which team is going to make it to the semi-finale or not.
All right, having said that, guys, we have got the confirmations that the match are going to get started pretty soon. And there you go, we are in the map, and the map is actually split.
Split?
Oh my days.
Wow.
It is going to be very interesting to watch how this entire play goes on. And Motive is the one who is on the defender's corner, and Chaos Alliance, they have got the first half as the attackers. They are pushed in deep on the A side. Raise, it's available with the pain shells. We get to see Kirito finding one, but Kirito goes down. Hugh on the other corner will retaliate and take down Vera. Trust me, Vera is a guy who has got good ACS in the past, and I do believe that he is definitely going to put a lot of pressure lately.
Yep. Good shot.
Lovely.
I'm so sorry to cut you out. I'm so sorry to cut you out, but that was my reaction when we did. So here we go, taking a double down. Ben Guy with a 1v3 at the moment. Possibly a chance whether he can make this one, but he's having some fun. But Ben Guy will be taken out eventually from the side of you. And then you have the very first round going into the favor of Chaos Alliance.
What a round, what a start. I mean, utter retaliation from the sides of Chaos Alliance whenever Motive tried to step in. And that particular first round that happened between these 2 teams, it actually gives you a gist of how the entire aggression is going to go. That's a start that we always love to see. Chaos Alliance have got the upper hand, but Bullet, what do you think about the second round? As Chaos Alliance has got the attacking side, they have got good weaponry right now. They were planted. They have actually planted the spike, so that additional extra 300 crits is always going to be beneficial. And once again, they're looking forward to hit on the A side, but A side is completely gatekeeped. They have 3 players to be precise right now available.
Oh,
now
nice
it's down to 2. Flaring and Minimize Oh my god, it's 2v2 now. No, it's actually 1v2. Last man standing. It's very difficult for Kippo to do anything mesmerizing at this point. He has no idea that from the Seavers, there is the last man standing who is pushing in.
He has the spike though, and it's going to be Omen versus Omen. Teleportation gets used. Keeper will go down towards the heaven, and he's actually going in for a huge rotation all the way back, all the way to actually side B. And I guess the player from the Motive Esports has no idea at the moment. And yes, as the plant will go down, he will definitely have the idea about it, where the spike has been planted. There's going to be a really the test of patience, the test of on how you can actually anticipate where the other guy is going to hold their corner off. And we have to just wait for a while at the moment, Raider.
Let's wait and watch. B site. It's available. It's a 1v1 duel. Bankai has got the HP but does not have the weapon. And look at this, Kippo turning around, coming back from the back ends, from the boxes. He can actually catch this player off guard, and that's exactly what happens. 2-0 coming in. Chaos Alliance, they start off in a very good way. They have taken the lead. They will love to maintain this.
Yeah, 1v2 clutch actually coming off. In the end, it was 2v2, but with this play, we did saw Keeper going on with the second last guy as well against the side of Motive. But at the moment, the name Chaos Alliance is actually being kind of like quite the opposite. They are playing with a very composed alliance, very calm mindset of being able to actually take and actually make these opportunities coming into their favor first, the gunfight opportunity I'm trying to talk about, and also make sure for the fact that they are able to win those out. Talking about in terms of the agent composition as well, we almost have a medium composition with the difference of a Cypher and the side of Cypher and Jet being replaced from both ends. But at the moment, we did saw the very first guy from the side of Chaos Alliance going down from the side of Jet. Might have another nade being pulled out towards the corner. I think it's going to be a rotation in play from the side of Chaos.
Rico, the Cypher, pushing through, but minimize. He will be able to retaliate and minimize the chances of the opponents to win this particular third round. It's 2-0 already, but then again, last two players still surviving. Sage pushes in, and Persona will take down Kippo. Minimize shuts down Blue, and that's exactly how the entire play goes down. So the difference that you were talking about with regards to Sentinel, we have a Sage coming in from one side, and the other side, the attacking half, the Chaos Alliance has got a Cypher to play with. Now that it's a BO1, I applaud the choice of a Sage being delivered, because when it comes to a Sage, that wall, it can be very beneficial holding off the mid angles, because for 40 seconds or so you get to have that advantage of holding off the players so that they cannot infiltrate mid. But then again, while you are using the wall, it's vulnerable for the first 2-3 seconds, and that's exactly where the players were able to break it down. But on the defensive side, when you know it's a single map that you have to play up against opponent, it's a map of split, you have to go with Sage. So that choice is good from the sides of Motive Esports, and from the other side, Chaos Alliance, they have gone with the Cypher, Recon, the backstabs with those tripwires, the cyber cages, infiltration. All of that is definitely going to be beneficial.
Yeah. This point of time, we did saw again encapsulation A happening, and Flaring gets the pick on Creator. It's on the same from the side of Persona as well. And Viper is so very low in HP at the moment, and she's trying to hold off the angle, but we did see the very first smoke coming up from the side of Omen as well. Capo knows for the fact that it's going to be more than 2 players if we take the entry from this particular doorway, or we might have the side of Sky being from the side of Blue take the approach towards Heaven.
Sky is an initiator with the Trailblazer, with the guiding lights. You get to have a lot of different type of plays coming in, but it's always difficult to contain everything. But Rico,
30 seconds left.
with that Sheriff, connects the dot, gets the first frag for the team. But I think rotating like that, Kippo
Last player standing.
can sold out a good flank, a good fake. I think the goal is to plant, because if you plant, extra 300 credits is going to be available, and then eventually if you can dent out a little bit of an economy for your opponent, that's again going to be a cherry on top. So yeah, there you go. The plant happens with the stinger in the hand. Let's see where Kippo is going to play. Because if he goes for main, that's exactly where he will falter down, and then Flaring will find his 4th frag in this particular round, shutting down Kippo as well. Going to go for the defusal. 3-1 was supposed to be the scoreline from the sides of Chaos Alliance, but eventually it's a comeback. It's a post-ban retake coming in from the sides of Motive Esports. They entirely stopped their entry. Motive Esports 2-2, equalizing the Suns.
Yeah, a great round indeed coming up from the side of Motive Esports, if I just want to talk in that manner. Because this was the very first round where we did saw, both the second round, we saw the kind of like the full buys coming in. We did had one of the players, actually two of the players going off with the half shield or the other shield which you have in the game, but most of the players were just on point with the Vandal and the Phantom play. If we talk about for the side of Chaos Alliance as well, I do see some kind of like, and how do I put it? Not really good coordination between the side of Rage and the Omen player. We might be wrong. I might be actually wrong about it, but there you have it. Rico was trying to do something else. Person was more than ready with the Sage Wall. He has the opportunity to take down the guy. Rico will go down eventually. We might has the information. Yes, we do have the gunshots getting exchanged. Where I will take down one. Where I will come up from behind. Not gonna happen. Flaring will get the double though. And then you have it. Chaos Alliance. Kippo left out in a 1v3. And Spike getting dropped down towards a rotation.
That's a start. But Chaos Alliance once again finds themselves on the back foot. Kippo being the last man standing. This approach is going to be difficult. And there you go, Minimize. Shuts down Kippo. Once again, Motive Esports completely crushing the entire attack that is coming in from the sides of Chaos Alliance. So yeah, all in all, for Chaos Alliance, situations are not looking good. I would definitely love to talk about their ultimates that are coming in very, very soon. They will be locking in for those ultimates and hopefully getting some good job done. There you go. For Chaos Alliance, we have 3 ultimates available: a Neural Theft, a Showstopper, and Into the Shadows. And then eventually from the other side, we have the Sheer. Sage has got the Resurrection and the Viper's Pet. 3-2. Weaponry is not available, and Minimize once again shuts down the Sentinel. So the backstabs are now available. The question is, are they going to even get an entry? Well, the entry is being denied at this point. Has got a Bucky to play with, but Hugh, he will take down Minimize. There's the ultimate. The Blade Storm come in, but they had to push back because of the pain shells.
Whole lot of utilities getting played from both sides at the moment, but 2 of the players from side of Chaos has already been down. They can't actually just make sure all the angles are secured if they actually go in for the plant. Jet has the ultimate play right now at the moment. Another Creator has already been charged up with an ultimate. Persona goes in to revive the side of Minimize at the moment. Might be some play. Yes, Creator gets one. Creator gets a double. And the damage has been done. The tables have almost been turned around. Flash comes up from the side of Blue. Smokes on the play. This is the very, very intense round at the moment, Trader.
It is definitely. From one side, Chaos Alliance have planted, the timer is ticking, and they don't have the weapon, but the Blade Storm adding on that. Blue goes in with the Sheriff. Hugh gets a 3k with that Blade Storm. Phenomenal stuff. He started it off with a weapon and then ended up having that ultimate being the beneficial one. Chaos Alliance fights back. 3-3 once again. They struggle to maintain that lead, but they're always able to make a comeback in the very next round. Motive Esports is scratching their heads that what went wrong for them. They had the weaponry, they had the angles, they were able to go for the Resurrection as well. So Chaos Alliance had to fight back against 6 targets, if you see, because the player that they were able to shut down, it got resurrected with the Resurrection coming in from Sage. But still somehow Chaos Alliance was able to be fruitful. This was lovely. In a situation where you have eco rounds, where you don't have the proper buys, but you still are able to retaliate, that always is beneficial. But let's see what vulnerable Kirito is going to do. He pushes from the toxic screen. But now Rico is patiently holding off an angle, and if you see, the Sage is right there, just behind this wall.
I mean, in the last round, I guess it was more about the side of Motive Esports being in a very wrong positional play. This was the side of, Kirito being so on point with the Sheriff play, being so much ready with what he can do at the moment. Just being very calm and composed. Those double kill with the sheriff right on the heaven top was the game changer in the previous round. Ball goes down. Persona had more of the information. Rico will get will be taken out eventually. Benkai gets one. Vera gets one more. Gets the double though. Flaring was eventually getting traded off from the side of Kippo, but yet again, this is going to be the side of Omen. Kippo left out in a 1v4 with a 3-3 scoreline. Might get one, not going to happen. That is going to be another defender round going to the favor of Motive Esports.
Another round where things were just getting haphazard for both the sides. It was a back and forth from both the sides, but then again, Chaos Alliance, if you see on the attacking half, they will always struggle. Split is a map where, as a defenders, you get to have a lot of different angles. You get to have a lot of areas where you can shuffle around and eventually get to play on a better side. And that's why Motive Esports is every now and then just building up the lead, but it's good that Chaos Alliance is catching up on it. See, if a scoreline is off 7-5, I do believe Motive Esports is still going to find themselves on the back foot. If Chaos Alliance manages to get at least 5 rounds in this particular half, they'll be more than happy. But then again, they're aiming for a lead of their own. Sweet. Oh, flaring! That was just lovely. Shuts down the boom bot and then instantly takes down Hugh as well. That opening that could have been there is not available anymore. And flaring is right there, squatting down and making sure that with that judge, he's going to put a lot of pressure. But that...
Oh, nice.
My god, minimize always here to give the backup. One down. It's a 3v4. All these 3 players from Chaos Alliance have got their ultimates to work with. So with the Seekers, I think easily a lot of information can be relayed from Sky. But then again, Sky does not have got the right HP. I mean, Sky always have the regrowth available, but that is for the teammates, not for herself. So that's a problem. There you go. Going to heal off his teammate, Rico, with the help of regrowth. And Trailblazer is also available bullet at this point. So I think if you see at the verge of utilities, they definitely have got a lot of utils, but using a Trailblazer might end them because Showstopper will be there. And there you go, the Showstopper has been activated. Let's see if he's going to find some value or not. Raze definitely wants to push in. He's eager to push in. And there you go. Vera shuts down Rico. Kippo retaliates by taking down Vera. And it's running super low, super thin with regards to the timing.
Guys are going for the plant. They're still not cleared up the corner.
No time.
They have to. Benkai. OMG. Was a comedy of errors, or was just not being able to clear all the angles?
See, the thing is,
For now,
they were
Yes,
down
yes,
to
please.
last 2-3 seconds. So plant was never possible. You have to have at least 3.5 seconds more than that so that you can go for a plant and then eventually switch around. So the timer was running super thin. At 4-second marker, we got to see Kippo trying to commit for the plant, but then again he heard some audio cues that there are some players who are already holding off on the site, so he had to like push back. Again, situation where they took a lot of time to like attack, to build up an attack, so that costed them quite a bit. But once again, you get to see another round getting started. Once again, they're going back to the drawing board, and Hugh finds one with the Bucky. Persona is down. Slowly, things are looking better.
They just want to fight it back. He
You-
gets one more. Oh my god. Look at the rotation. Look at the movement. Look at it. But it will be able to have to shut him down though. They're trying to go in for a rotation. Yes, it will happen. Mira will get one more. Possibly gets back though. We have too much ultimate, too much utility getting utilized and getting used. And this point of time, they have to just wait it out. Kippo gets the plague on Blake. Benkai will eventually get the trade on Kippo. Now it's going to be a 1v2. Motive Esports, after a really long time, we have seen not the side of Chaos, but actually the side of Motive Esports being in a man disadvantage.
Yeah, on the defensive side, Motive Esports, they have lost their numbers. And Chaos Alliance have got the postman done. Rico is holding off the angles of rafters. And from the other corner, you get to see Sky holding off the crowns. Oh, there you go. Crouch and peek. Rico connects the dots. Initial shots were a misfire, but then we got to see the connection being made. Chaos Alliance stepping up big time. 5-4. Remember, guys, I talked about this, that if they get at least 5 rounds in their favor, they might have a beneficial advantage in the second half, as this map is a bit defensive in approach. But Motive Esports on the other corner, of late, they are second guessing their own stances, from which angle they have to peek, from which angle they have to play. They're using a lot of utils initially to like kind of push back the players, not letting them to enter the side, and that's a good approach. On the A side, once that postman scenario comes in, it's always very difficult to retake. So that approach is right. Still somehow the players are trying to find that opening. Minimize, he shuts down Kirito. That's an opening. One duel is down, another one to go. With Hugh having a vandal in the hand, flaring, shuts him away. And once again, it feels like that the scoreline could be 6-4, but seems like that Kippo has different plans. Shuts down Vera.
Yep. Flaring will get the Kippo. This is going to be a 2v4 at the moment. Too many ultimates on the side of Motive, but I think so are going to be used at the moment. Bankai will, with a sweet 2 taps, not exactly 2 taps, there was a spray in the end for the final kill. We will see another round going into the favor of Motive Esports, and slowly and steadily we are able to witness both of the teams being on so much pressure, being on so much talented play from both sides. So I did put up the discussion of overtime when we were at almost the end of the very first half. Almost on the end of the second half of the previous game. I think for a second that we have to put up that discussion right now at the moment, Raider, which I feel both the teams are so on point with their team coordination, so on point with their gunfight capabilities as well. So I think for a second that this might be something that we might be able to witness an overtime play in this particular matchup. We have Motive Esports going up against that of Chaos Alliance. But at the moment, we do see the mid to be approach possibly looking at it. But flaring finally lands at the shot on Hugh. Man disadvantage will be equalized at the moment. Persona gets the pick on Crypto gets a trade on Minimize. And look at the back-to-back trades.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely lovely to watch this kind of play happening. Chaos Alliance does not have got the adequate buy, but still they are putting up pressure on Motive Esports. This is the kind of play that you would love to watch in Asia Pacific, Asia Predator League 2026 group stage. Uh-oh, Persona finds Rico once again. These battle between the Sentinels is legendary. Bankai, he showed Kippo his right place because Kippo had a Bucky or a Judge in his hand, if I'm not wrong. Doing anything in the long range, in the mid-range type of area was always a challenge. Now Blue has to go for a plant. Or maybe a pick. He's looking forward to push in and get it exactly 1 or 2 frags. But I think Sage is already ready. Sage has got the idea, and that's why he's just aiming onto this exact angle. And there you go. Persona gets a 3k. Blue, and the idea that Blue had that he's going to push in and maybe get that frag was already down the drain. Last man standing got taken down. Bullet fell down to the last round in this first half. That means Motive has to step up, get the 8th one for themselves, and Chaos wants to step up and get their 5th round in their favor. If Chaos gets the 5th round, they might have a beneficial stance because 2 rounds of a lead is not really a lead, it's just a start which can be ended in the next few rounds.
Let's see. Going to be a 7-4. Oh, a very early Viper split in play. Oh, look at that save with an operator. Gets the very early pick on Cypher from the side of Chaos Alliance, and that was a crucial one in my opinion. So being used, he might have the opportunity to put down one, put down actually double. Not gonna happen. He's gonna take the status of Bankai. He comes up with the ult, gets the 2nd one. Minimize gets the trade on Blue though. But still, they're going in for the plant. Oh! He gets the 3rd! That was an anticipatory shot! That was not a confirmed! He didn't have the visual, I can confirm that! Resurrection comes up from the side of Sage. But he gets the 4th, possibly an ace! Not gonna happen! Now it's gonna be a 1v2.
He gets countered.
Oh,
Kippo stepped up big time! He gets the last 2 frags. Hugh did the other job of getting the first 4 picks, of course. And at the end, you get to see Chaos Alliance. They're smiling because they do know that they have got the 5th round in their favor, and that's a very good situation for them in a map where defensive side always looks strong, and that too when they had Sage and a Sky available. See, why this is a very important factor is, in this last round, we got to see similar things happening where Sky was super low, Sage gave him the heal. And that in itself was a blessing in disguise because after that Sage pushed in onto the Haven angle, got the resurrection for the Jet. So you see how back and forth the players are supporting each other with the utils, and they are just gaining up in terms of HP. It's like you're fighting back against 2-3 other individuals as well. So it's never a battle of 5v5 when you have a Sage and a Sky on the other side. It's a battle of 6v5 usually whenever the ultimate is available. But now the second half has started. What are your predictions for this, Bullet?
I'm not sure about it. I just want to watch a few more rounds at the moment. The plays happening are so on point. Yes, the round score are right now so favoring the side of more esports. And look at that. Mirwala with the alternator will get that one though. Be huge. Just not stopping anytime soon, but comes up with the backsend. Minimize or just right there. Present Persona will put on the side of blue as well. Rico takes on the side of Persona. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Before that, we speak. Where I'll get that opportunity to put on the side of Rico. Now it's going to be a 1v2. Kippo on the heaven. Might have the opportunity, might have the angle to take down one of the guys who's just standing up behind the glare, but not really sure about the other one. Cooldown remains, can't do anything. But oh, he finally gets the Sky as well. But he was just at a really, really bad spot and a really, really bad position and a bad timing to had the opportunity to take down the last guy as well. Another good round going into the favor.
Of course, Chaos Alliance, they really wanted to get this defensive first round so that they could have cashed in onto the bonus buy, but that will not happen as there's a lead coming in once again in the second half from the sides of Motive Esports. They were just blunt. That force of a nature that they showed on the A side was always amazing to watch. Like they just pushed in bluntly. Now, on the B side, they are putting up a little bit more of an emphasis. There's a Sheriff available. You wanted to push back. You actually got 2-3 good frags from the other side, which was, again, amazing. But Bankai once again shuts down Rico. So that B side is wide open. The Trips, the Cypher Cage, the Cyber Cage, I would say, and the Cypher Cam are not really available now. Kippo holding off the Dark Covers with a shorty in his hand.
Standing.
Will not get anything. And I believe this could be a flawless win. Easily a flawless win coming in for the sides of team Motive Esports as Chaos Alliance. The last one standing is Blue. Has got a classic to play with. With a classic, a 1v5, it's impossible, near impossible.
I mean, impossible is something that these players don't have in their dictionary. Or they don't have that, Making a pun right there. But yeah, we'll try to eventually connect to the side of blue. Not gonna happen. Makes down with a 8-6. But also, when it comes down to the fact that we have seen a map like Split, a map like, the scoreline being 9-5. Apologies for that, folks. But a map like Split, where we have seen, teams from our region as well, Raider, being so dominant up against in some of the other regions, being so on and point, is something that you don't expect. A really close game. I was expecting a one-sided affair from either side, but look at that movement with the Sechel. He gets the opportunity to down the side of you. He has information on Cypher as well, but everybody is just so determined to take down onto the side of side B. Kippo gets the opportunity to take down the side of the other Omen, but feeling was more than ready to take up that trade. A 9-5. He comes up. Persona will heal up his teammate, and that is going to be a 4v3.
Slow up. And that snake bite will be there, but Kirito will find one. He is flashed out, and that's exactly why he's gonna get taken down. Blue finds one, flaring in Vera retaliate. There's a showstopper and the final blow on Rico. 10-5 is the scoreline. The plant will be happening. Extra 300 credits for that, and it seems like that Motive Esports is highly motivated to get 1-0 scoreline in the group stage. Group D action. Chaos Alliance still clueless, as they have not yet caught even a single round in this second half. And on the other corner, 3 back-to-back victories coming in for Motive Esports, being the attackers, having the bonus buy, but still being fruitful. That gives you a right idea of where Motive is standing and how Chaos Alliance is looking like a team which could go down with 0-1 scoreline.
A really early blind play coming up from the side of Sky. But at the moment, minimize everybody from the side of Motive Esports are actually just trying to wait it on and wait for any capitalization on the end from the side of Chaos. But for the moment, even the side of defense, in this case Chaos Lines, not showing any sign of aggression, except for the fact that we did saw a little bit of like the side of Sky and Raze in the previous rounds as well, in this one as well. But at the moment, Minimize will get up towards the sort of the entryway. Now taking a very, very silent step walk on toward the side of Haven. I guess Sky has definitely gave the call out that somebody is actually trying to move down toward the side of Haven. And yes, Minimize gets the pick on Krito. Now they have the information that everybody has already taken up the Heaven spot and they are converging on toward the side of Sighting.
But look at how Blue is holding off. His angle is unheard of, but Flaring is going to find him. The Viper strikes. Sky goes out.
30 seconds
Kippo
left.
has got a Bucky to work with. The entire team is on economical buy. They do not have good weapons. Look at that. Minimize. With that Outlaw, he knows that the players have actually gone for a half shield, and with 140 damage with a single shot of Outlaw, that's a very good choice of weapon that Minimize has brought in. That's why he was able to get the first pick, and I do believe that now getting the next two picks are going to be even equally easier. Minimize drops down from the Haven angle. Persona has got a Phantom to play with, but then again, giving this weapon to your opponent for the next round is not going to be the ideal call for them. Persona had no idea, and Hugh is going to surprise him quite a bit. Bankai. I think he's going to go down as well.
What?
Massive losses. They're going for a diffuser. Let's see if it's going to be a possibility. But no, the time is not there. It will be a scoreline of 11-5. Bit of economical damage on Motive Esports, but Chaos Alliance, you are on a very big back foot. 4 back-to-back rounds in the second half. None of the rounds, to be precise, were in the favor of Chaos Alliance. It was always Motive was not just stepping up, but also maintaining the tempo of the game.
More about the fact that we have seen the side of Chaos Alliance in the previous half, just being a little bit more confident with their entire play. But in this one, I mean, I don't know what to say at this point of time. You have the scoreline on your screen, folks. You are the ultimate judgment player over here to decide whether it's going to be the side of Chaos Alliance to come up with a comeback. But at this point of time, I don't see that happening. And yes, there's going to be a huge runway that they need to clear off before they can take off for the comeback. But at this point of time, there you have it. Fine guy. Put down the side of you. One of the key duelists will actually go down from the side of Chaos. Failing will get momentarily blinded and then taking a step further towards the side of Haven. Maybe we might see them rotating as we have still the spike together with the side of Omen.
I honestly feel that Motive is pretty close to having this round in their favor, although Chaos Alliance has got that buy. Kippo, he knew that Flaring could have actually infiltrated. Flaring did that, and now there is another one who is holding off the mid area. And this one-way cyber cage is always beneficial. Seekers available. Kirito shuts down Flaring. Down to the last two players. There's the ultimate being utilized. The player is going to go for a plant on A side, but midway, Minimize is going to catch off guard Kirito. So that was a very effective pick. Bankai has no clue that on the very back foot angle. Oh my god, there was Blue available, and Blue is instantly going to sit and go for a defusal. While his teammate is trying to get him. Oh my god, Minimize! What a clutch was that! He switched his aim at the right moment, shuts down the diffuser, and then eventually the Cypher as well. Motive Esports crushing every single hope of a comeback from the other side. Chaos Alliance, what are you guys doing? Scratching their heads, feeling like not being that effective in the game. Such a fruitful round could have been there. The best opening in the second half could have been there. But that never really happened. All of it went down the drain. Motive Esports, they get their 12th one. They get their series round.
I mean, the last round says it all, my guy. It says it all. I don't want to sound that, hey, you are favoring one side. No, dude. That last play happening in from the side of the was something really which kind of dictates the entire pacing of the game. Don't get me wrong, folks. That was a goated play right there if I just want to use some of the Gen Z slangs in my casting. But there you have it. 12-5, one more around to see the deal off from the side of Motive Esports, and they are looking much more motivated and confident with the entire player. But we don't see any kind of ruthless aggression from the side of Motive Esports at the moment. Everybody's just starting out towards the every other doorway. They know for a fact that it's going to be a one-way sided cage ready and prep. We might have the moonbot going in. We might have the around the lurkers also making sure that they can get the opportunity. So sidestep play happening in from both ends. He has info on Hugh. Hugh gets the knives out, takes them to the side of Vera. But we still have Viper over here present at the seaside.
Oh.
Hugh gets a double over there though. And majority of the players from Motive
30
Esports have been
seconds
taken
left.
out. We're trying to get an entry toward the side B.
Omen up for the paranoia.
Player standing.
At the end, both the shots from Outlaw was a miss, but flaring. He got taken down. Actually, Omen was super duper low. He got connected with one of the Outlaw bullets. Persona going for a fake plant. There's the Outlaw shots coming in. None of the frags will be coming in. There's a flawless. And that stain on the run of Chaos Alliance that they were not able to get even a single round in the second half is now washed as they have got finally a round. But the problem is, Motive Esports is one step away from their victory in this particular matchup, and to build a scoreline of 1-0 to seal that 33% of the job is over for them, is done for them. I think Motive Esports, looking at the buy, there's a very good chance that this could be the round. They have two ultimates available. They have the Viper Spit for the post plant, and they have Persona available with the resurrection so that they can bring back their lost teammate, whoever goes down initially. Let's wait and watch. Oh my god, Persona only has been taken down, so no resurrections, no second chances. This is not looking ideal.
I mean, at this point of time, Chaos Alliance are fighting their way back in a really beautiful manner though. That guy with the low HP is gonna getting taken down from a nemesis, but still, Manmai still very much alive. And we have seen a goaded 1v2. Might have to do a 1v5 ace. Who don't know, gets the third, gets the fourth!
I've got your
Sorry for the shout, but I had to. Seekers in play. He has the information. He gets an ace to shut it down with 13-6. Motive Esports. And what in the world? Minimize with that play in the end. Such a goated play right there we have.
Kippo brought in a 1v4 of his own to answer back. Minimize. He was able to bring an ace. Such a good play. Motive Esports had their victory. Just a single round in the second half for the opponent's Chaos Alliance. And it feels like the name is biting back. Chaos Alliance is having a chaos in their own corner. But Minimize, what a game. What a play. Mini, absolute beauty. That 1v4 was amazing. On the ramps, when he had just 4 bullets, I was like, maybe he's going to falter down, maybe he's going to go for a reload, but with just 4 bullets, he connected the dots, he shuts down the player who was on the ramp, and then switches his aim towards the other guy. And at the right moment, that ultimate came in, so that all the doubts of where the opponent could be were already done and dusted. And that's exactly where Hugh has to push in. What a game, man. Superb play coming in for Motive Esports. Minimize. In the last 2-3 rounds, he stepped up big time. And Chaos Alliance, unfortunately for them, nothing really is working out. They have to go back to the drawing board, just as the other particular team known as OSS Gaming. They have to figure out, they have to build something good. So now, guys, the current situation that we are sitting at right now is something like this, where you have Team IM, where you have Team Motive Gaming. Both of them have got their lead, 33% of the job done, 1-0 scoreline being maintained so far. And the other particular team that are there, OSS Gaming and Chaos Alliance, they are still there with 0 in front of their scoreboard. So they need to really buckle up. And remember, guys, only one team who will be sitting on the top of the group stage leaderboard from each group will be moving forward to the playoffs, moving forward for the semifinals and picking up a prize of a prize pool. So yeah, it's going to be very tricky for both the sides of Chaos Alliance and OSS Gaming to find themselves back. On the other corner, the way Motive played, I am really looking forward to see the match of Motive versus IM. What do you think about that, Bullet?
I mean, that will be one for the history books of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. Then you have, on the other side, you have Bunny, who is an absolute menace when it comes down to duelists. And then you have a player like Minimize, who is just able to minimize all the efforts coming in from his any other opponent team that is able to battle top. But ace to put that, like that ice with the cherry on top, that was such a brilliant play. Not just that one, dude. We have seen many times him playing as an initiator, and from what the information that we got, he loves to play as duelist as well. So I'm pretty sure for the fact that he loves to play the duelist agents as well in the history books of other qualifier that we have witnessed in their respective countries. And yes, again, him getting the opportunity to be on a flex store and also play as initiator as well. He has that, the trait and the flair of duelist, and yet again being able to do so much when he has the util of an agent like Sky. And let's just take a look of all the highlights from the starting of this game first. What exactly happened from the beginning of the first round. We did talk, Motive Esports, even the side of Chaos Esports, up to round number 4, doing a tremendous job. The trade games were happening in from both sides were just too on point and so subpar with each other's caliber play.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I mean, to be honest, from the sides of Chaos Alliance, one guy that was phenomenal is Hugh. Absolutely amazing game with the Blade Storm, with the Sheriffs, with the pistols. He was just always looking one step ahead of his competition. But then again, guys, it's not about a single play. It's not about an individual. It's about a team. Chaos Alliance, that name in itself justifies that it's a 5-5 competition. It's an alliance that you're talking about. Even in this round, I had my doubts that Chaos Alliance can easily win this particular round because they had two good ultimates available. But what did Persona did? Persona should have actually given a call, or maybe that IGL for the particular team could have given the call that maybe someone else is going to push in front. Persona has got that resurrection available. That ultimate could have been the breaking point, but that never really happened. And Minimize up against one of the best from Chaos Alliance.
Efforts coming in from the side
9
of Chaos.
Minimize. Brilliant.
Yes. But also coming up from the side of Chaos Alliance as well, we did had a really, really brilliant play from all the corners of which we saw from the Crit, or one we saw from the side of Blue as well. But when we talk about for the side of Motive, dude, Minimize, look at that. 23-10. We did saw 3 first players coming out from this slide. The same kind of the first player we did saw from side of Flaring and Vera as well. But Duelist being on the third in terms of the average combat score, Persona with 184, Benka with 146, and NTV Minimize, with 329.
Brilliant. I would say Minimize as an individual for the team has done or outdid every other guy. But at the end, if you talk about Hugh from the other corner, 323 of an ACS, again a brilliant score. Kippo in the last few rounds, I believe he stepped up quite a bit. In the last round specifically, Kippo, he brought in a 1v4. Remember guys, Kippo was on the verge of entirely decimating his opponents, taking down Minimize as well. He was coming closer, but Minimize retaliated, took down Kippo, and then Minimize wrote a storyline of his own, got an ace available. Again, I would like to point out that decision of Persona pushing first. Persona could have stayed back. Another player could have actually pushed in, and then the resurrection could have been utilized. So that should have been the plan, but that never really came in. Now, 2 games done and dusted on Group G action. We'll be back after a quick short break to see what happens on the match number 3, guys. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
the all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
the all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD.
Well, folks, after Charlotte, we are back here at the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 with our digital partner Flipkart and Intel. Of course, it's going to be Bullet on the Death with me, Jong Sard. Once again, it's going to be my dear friend Raider. Raider, we have witnessed two matches for the day. One being very double down towards the very end, where we kind of expected the overtime in play, but the second one being a little bit one-sided. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, in the second half, if you see Chaos Alliance got just a single round. Kippo, he was close to getting the second one for the team, but then eventually we got to see Minimize getting an ace and shutting the entire hopes of the team known as Chaos Alliance to fight back and maybe live for a few other rounds. But then again, guys, the scoreline was 13-6 in the first match, I believe, between IM versus Voices Gaming. The scoreline was 13-9. Now, talking about this particular third game, I believe the most important fact is going to be that two teams who are on the back foot, two teams who have not yet got their first victory are facing each other. This is going to be fun to watch.
I believe our third game is between
IM is there,
facing up the side of Chaos Esports. So this again comes down to the fact that we have to first kind of like see what is going to be the entire map set coming in, what is going to be exactly map within the side of the map veto. But for now, folks, as we have all of the live standings coming up from different groups as well, and as we have told you, folks, the simultaneously every other group games are getting played on the Group A stream, Group B, Group C, and Group D as well. And yes, folks, we have the Chaos Alliance with the 0-1 that they did play and had not won that one, and that's why you see the 0-1 scoreline. I am with that one victory, OS with 0-1 scoreline as well, and Motive Esports with that really, really good one-side domination play.
So far, eventually, if you talk about Group A, we have Fancy United Esports, another amazing team who have actually secured their first victory. Then eventually from Group B, as we saw in the first match, GG Easy was there, and then Boom Esports have taken their own victory. And then eventually, if you talk about Group C, again, similar storyline, two of the teams who have actually got a very good upper hand. Now talking about this third game, as we explained, guys, Chaos Alliance, a team which still has to figure out how to open up. On the other corner, we have Team IAM, who have players like Sungsen, who have players like Bunny, who are going to be absolutely amazing with regards to their play. Eventually, even for them was a blessing in disguise. They played absolutely amazing. And I believe, guys, once again, if Haven comes in, IAM is going to have their own fun run for sure. But Chaos Alliance, they need to open up. They need to really bag out the first match of the day, because if that didn't happen, they are surely falling short of the points that they need to qualify for the playoffs.
Yep. Team Chaos Alliance facing up the side of Team IAM. And what we have kind of like witnessed in the previous games is definitely comes down to the fact that how they can topple down and another mighty force what they have. I mean, for the side of IM Esports as well, we did saw really good gameplay coming up from their side. So eventually, I am expecting a victory coming up from the side of IM yet again, because we did saw the side of IM securing up a really good victory up against the side of Oasis. But for now, folks, we do have the map which already been decided, which is going to be again the map of heaven in play. And what we saw from the very first game, where how they kind of like calculated the mind game to have these BO1 played getting played on the map of heaven. I feel like yet again the map bends are in such a way, and they have like kind of like cornered out the side of Chaos to actually play on the map of heaven, because we did saw how IM was so really flawless on the map of heaven. But as we have talked about it, folks, that IAM has already secured the very first victory. Might be the second one. We have to wait and watch.
I mean, to be honest, for IM, it's a blessing in disguise. The way they have actually played in the first match up against their opponent, OSS Gaming, I am definitely showed their own prowess. I'm looking forward to see how Sungsen is going to play. I am also looking forward to see if that same competition is going to be there, where Sungsen is going to go ahead and play on that particular KJ. And having said that, the match has been started from the sides of Team Chaos Alliance. Kippo has taken the role of being a sentinel this time. In the previous matchup, he was an Omen, a controller for the team. But now situations have changed. Chaos Alliance have to figure out how to crack the code up against a team who has already got a 1-0 score line. This is the moment where IM can actually go for a 2-0. Sungsen wants to swing. KJ wants to KJ. Players who are pushing in from the B mains, they get countered by the turret.
Yep.
If you see, the C site is now getting sacked up by the sides of players like Kirito from Chaos Alliance, but that was a fake. They had to push back. Denmo retaliated. Hugh gets taken down. One of the most effective duelists in the previous match has taken the role of a controller this time.
Yes, sir. And this can be yet again a very, very intriguing match. In my opinion, folks, I feel like Chaos Airlines and how they have played up the last game. Yes, they did got few learnings here and there. They will be applying those in this one instead. But for now, at the moment, yes, we do have the very first pick going up against the side of Chaos Alliance as close go down. We do have everybody from the side of Aham converging on toward the side of Site A, as they do have the information that the attackers are pushing down from the side of Garage.
Scanning ahead.
Spike down A. 30 seconds.
At the moment, Bunny will shut down the side of Kirito. Blue will get a double. Rico will shut down the side of Sunday. Right now, it is going to be a 2v2 scenario. The spike goes down. Viper was not able to check up the corner. And the Rico will shut down the side of Denmo. And Blue will eventually get the third pick, which was kind of out of the blue. I was not expecting a Sova to get a 3k in the very first round. So there you have it, folks. For the very first round going into the favor.
That's a start. That definitely is a start that one needed. Looking forward to see how the players are going to retaliate upon that. Chaos Alliance getting the first pick up against a team who has actually conquered and dominated when it comes to map of Haven. Chaos Alliance, the way they have started, I think that is something which is going to be very beneficial for them. Sungsin finds one, Kirito, Hugh, Rico. All the three players have been taken down back and forth, one by one. This one individual, Sungsin, comes up with a 1v3. Now that's really brutal. Kippo and that initiator. These are the two players still left, but Blue and Kippo will bring in that combined effort. They will retaliate. The question is how far they're going to go. They've got good weapons to play with. Vandal, Bulldogs are available now. And again, Sunday is going to find a crisp headshot right on the cranium, shutting down Kippo. And it's all about Blue, who gets backstabbed by Bunny. And that's how they're going to find some crucial weapons for themselves. They find their way back and they were like, Haven is our map and we are going to maintain that terror.
Yeah. A different kind of like a gameplay that we are able to see from both sides, in my opinion. We are able to see for a fact that, yes, we are witnessing some changes coming up from both sides in terms of how the Asian composition is looking at. But at the moment, yes, we are able to see a quite determined gameplay coming off from both sides, if you ask me honestly. A 1-1 scoreline, folks, as we proceed down towards round number 3. We do have the side of IM trying to be very, very aggressive. And there you have it, Bunny. This is the same player who was so reckless in the very first game, but Nui comes up from the back. Peter goes down. Rico takes down the side of Sova. At the same time, Bunny will put up a wall. Get out of that spot as soon as possible, right through the smoke. He is able to not just lurk it out, but just run all across back towards the side, being ready for another gunfight approach.
I mean, that's the benefit of having a Neon in such a big map where you can swiftly maneuver around. You can take some quick rotations. Hugh is up there. A weapon known as Sheriff. Good for long-range action, but in the close quarter, we have seen teams faltering down, players faltering down. But there's a smoke to block off the vision of their opponents. The defenders, toxic screen is implemented. That means the DK will happen. There you go. Hugh, bit of a DK for him. And then eventually, talking about Sunday, the angle that he has pulled up is good, but there's a back and forth happening. And at the end, Sunday will be able to get the last 2 frags. Denmo, he shuts down Hugh. Even before that, Hugh was able to take one down, but that's how the score lines will change. It started with 1-0 Chaos Alliance. They opened up in a big way. They were like, we have figured out what went wrong in the first match, but it seems like that once again, similar things are happening. Where, if you recall it, will it? Even in the split map, we got to see Chaos Alliance starting off quite good. They got the first few rounds in their favor while attacking. They had that benefit of doubt. They were able to push on the A mains and they got a very good round. But after that, we got to see them faltering down. Similar situations are happening here uh, in this map of Haven, where I am starting to come back, and that comeback is looking massive. Bunny shuts one down. Hugh goes down with a massive operator shot. And now with that casualty, no smokes available. Oh, my bad. They actually have double controllers. So Omen is out there with the dark covers, with the paranoias, with the shrouded step into the darkness, into the cover. Let's see how Chaos Alliance is going to find themselves back or not. But for Kippo, it's a bit of a challenge at this moment. Playing on a Sentinel, it's always a bit of a problem. And I often talk about this, that a Sentinel, like specifically one who plays on Cypher, one who plays for backstabs like Chamber, have to be very effective with your aim. But with the KJ, your util game has to be strong. That's why you have to play on the back ends, so that postman scenario is a bit beneficial. Junction takes down Kirito, goes down, but Denmo, he retaliates. Now it's 2v4. Spike is still there with Chaos Alliance, with Omen. But for them to infiltrate and plant on B, it will be a big challenge. Kippo somehow finds Moody, shuts him down. Sunday goes down. This is a 2v2.
30 seconds
And
left.
now Chaos Alliance have got the entire excess of A side. They know that the A side is not going to be capitalized. They're pushed in deep. Bunny and the Viper.
Yes.
Spike planted.
It's going to be difficult because Bunny has got an operator, and in such situations, and post-plant operator might not be that effective as Rico is holding off the Underhaven region. Back cover goes in. And Kippo, he's also in the site now. Bunny has exchanged his weapon. He has changed his weapon to a Vandal. That's a good thing. Paranoia goes in. So far,
One enemy remaining.
openings are yet to come. There you go. I believe this round is out of the hands. Oh my god, Bunny! He was quick on his reflexes, but he had never the right angle. And then eventually we got to see the decimation. So yeah, one more round for the sides of Chaos Alliance. They will fight back.
Yes, and a 2-2 score line, which means for a fact that yes, there's still a lot of fight left from both the teams. And yes, folks, so this is just round number 4. We are just starting off with our very match number 3 in the Group C stage. Let me remind you once again, folks, if you are hoping where the other streams are going on right now, don't worry about it. We do have the specific dedicated Hindi streamer as well. We do have the dedicated stream A, which is for Group A, stream B for respectively Group B, and Group B on, as you know it now, on the stream C right now, going live on the Predator Gaming YouTube channel. So make sure to check out those as well. But at the moment, folks, as we turn up the ties apart, as we do have the side of Chaos Alliance trying to lurk around towards the A long, we might have the opportunity to see probably the side of Sova going on toward the side of Sewer. Droneway coming off, double pick from both sides. Human Kirito gets the entry very easily, given away from the side of IAM, and now they will go in for the plant, and we might see and retake happening successfully. I'm not really sure about that, just anticipating at the moment, but let's see what's going to happen in the 55 seconds left at the moment.
I doubt a retake coming in because of the fact that they do not have the proper buys, and at the same point they do not have the proper manpower available. Neon and the Sova, who had the ultimates, they are both out of the equation. On the other corner, Chaos Alliance can always play on the far angle for that ultimate with the Hunter's Fury. He shuts down Denmo. So one more loss. I think the best approach should be to go for a save. And Sunday knows that. His teammate knows that. And they are just falling back quickly. Back on safer corners. Sungsen and the other guy, Sunday, just being very passive at this point, because they do know that saving these 2 weapons for the next 2 rounds are going to be very, very important. 3-2. It's just a single round lead for the attacker side. Chaos Alliance, they have kind of showcased their own aim game. They're looking strong, I would say, Bullet, at this moment, but still getting at least 7 to 8 rounds should be the objective, should be the goal for them in the first half.
Yeah, a decent round in the end. I mean, the side control was kind of like given away too easily, I would say, at the moment coming in from the side of Chaos. So did for the side of so for the side of Chaos Alliance, they did had the opportunity to just shut this down, as we did saw, because of the economy as well. I was not ready with the entire util and the loadout. But for the moment, folks, as we approach round number 5, let's see what IM cooks in for their defense. I mean, the last time we did saw, it was the side of IM yet again when they were starting off on the heaven side on the first match for the entire broadcast we have on the Group 3 games. They were starting off as defense as well. But in that particular game, they were actually the team to actually control and dictate the entire defensive play every now and then with those supremely good retakes. Sova comes up with the ult. Now this can be a really crucial one if he doesn't provide the same value, but for now Bunny will just lurk around the corner and he has a classic.
A classic. I think short range is going to be good, but close range is not always the equations that we get to see. Omen is now down. All the smokes for the defensive side is out. Overdrive comes in, massive commitments, and there you go. Bunny shuts one down. Kirito is out. He's looking forward to take one more down. Moody on the other corner shuts down Hugh. One of the smokes are done. Two of the ultimates are still available. But look at that surprise that Sungsin will bring.
What?
Brilliant play. 3K coming in. Sungsin at the end will be able to corner off all the players and shut them down. He brings in a coffin, packs all the 3 bodies and shuts the round away. It's a 3-3 scoreline. I am fighting back. Every ounce of that retaliation was brilliant. And that's why I said Sungsin, Bunny, these are the 2 key factors that Team Oasis Gaming faltered to counter. And now it feels like that Chaos Alliance, they're also having the tough time against these 2 players.
I mean, that was completely unbelievable to see Chaos Alliance falling like a deck of the cards. But there we have it. Sungsin another time he's going to take her nemesis out. Killjoy up against Killjoy, and this will be another time where Sungsin will get the opportunity to shut it down. Tenmo with the Bucky. Oh, with the shotgun takes on the side of Rico though. Sunday will have the opportunity to shut down the side of you, and now we have none other than a 5v2 where Chaos Alliance was not able to dictate this one though, but Kirito will finally take down the side of 1. Possibly will go in for the plant. Who's on a fake. He's waiting in for somebody to come up from the side. Gets one more. Now it makes it out to a 1v2 now, but Neon will just slide it out from the back and shut down the side of Kirito. Back to back. This will be I am taking down with a 4-3 scoreline.
Now that's the start that I am wanted. That's the comeback that they needed. Sungsin, Bunny stepping up big time. Denmo on the other corner in the previous round got 2 massive frags. Brilliant head start for them. But Hugh, remember Bullet in the previous matchup, we got to see Hugh playing on a jet on split with those blade storms, with those quick rounds with the pistols and the vandals. That guy was one of the most lethal, had a ACS of 323 at the end of that particular game, despite of the fact that they won just 6 rounds. That Hugh is missing.
I mean, at this point of time, we have to just wait and watch because we are still far from over from the very first half. We are just halfway right there, but we are still far from over. Another time, this will be the side of Killjoy to go down from the side of IM, which was quite in the unexpected though. Oh, Yui goes down, but Yui he's going to use his ability to go resurrect himself. Now it's going to be still a 4. Now mixed down as Kirito gets the side of Moody, and Sunday will take down the side of Kirito, making down to a 3v3 scenario.
Slowly inching closer to their victory. Chaos Alliance, they have planted, but what will this post plant bring? I am left with the last 2 players. From Garage, we get to see Kipo holding off. Bunny retaliates, and there's the Hunter's Fury. This is the moment where Neon is going to push in. This is the moment where Neon can find a beneficial upper hand, and Bunny pushes through, just like what happened to Tesseract up against IM when Oasis fought. Exactly similar situation is where Bunny is standing. 5-3 as per usual. One guy was holding off the side, ready for the post plant, ready for the defusal, and the other guy went deep on the mains, spotted the player, shot him away. Brilliant, brilliant. Chaos Alliance, I think they once again have to re-strategize their approach, because they are not giving them even an inch of a space.
Yeah. 5-3. And we have to just wait and watch at the moment yet again, Radar. I don't want to make any early assumptions at the moment, because I feel so even Chaos Alliance are able to do a pretty good gameplay in terms of what they were able to do in the last previous match of match 2 that we saw just moments earlier. But for now, that's going to be a Killjoy, attacker Killjoy. That's going to be the side of Chaos Alliance coming up. We just take the control of side A as soon as possible. But Moody will take down side Flow. Kill the gut force, you take down the trade. Sunday just not giving back up. but he will be taken down eventually from the side of Killjoy.
One enemy remaining. Last player
What
standing.
was that? Shangsen once again stepping up big time, but he has to take the last player down. He did. Kippo goes down. It's 6-3 for sure. Massive time period still left. They are just putting up a full stop up against every single thing that Chaos Alliance is trying to bring in front of them. With this kind of gameplay, IM can easily bag out a good lead. I mean, they've already got the major 50% of the job done in this particular map, where they have secured
Yeah.
6 good rounds in their favor. But for the sides of Chaos Alliance coming in from Hong Kong, they are struggling. They're clearly on the back foot. But the Korean giant IM, they're not here to give them any space. Shangsen at 10 frags. Bunny stepped up and has taken the #1 spot for the top fragger list, if you talk about this current standing. And then if you talk about the ultimates, Sunday is there with an ultimate. Loss of weaponry from the sides of Chaos Alliance, going to be a problem. Shangsen, as per usual, precise, crisp and on point.
At the moment, look at that. Hunter comes up. No damage output so much, but he gets the information though. A little bit of damage done onto the side of Jet, almost a 30% tag. But still, running with the man advantage. Kirito comes up, spots the side of Killjoy, takes him out. It's just a matter of 2 seconds. They have the control of side B. They're going in for the plant. It's still a very much possible retake under the man advantage, but you have to just wait and watch. With the Guardian tab, Bunny goes down for the key players who could have validated the entire retake onto their side. But for now, they are. Moody is actually waiting in for the side of Dynamo to come up, either from the other side of the garage. But nah, not gonna happen. Yes, it is. Moody takes back-to-back everybody out from the side. That's going to be a brilliant retake coming on to the favor of IAM.
Once again, you get to see IM just pressurizing Chaos Alliance to make some mistakes, and Chaos Alliance, every now and then, they are just making such mistakes which are irreversible, I would say. Round per round, you get to see Chaos Alliance faltering back, economy getting shattered, and it's 7-3 already. Massive lead in the favor of Team IM. Despite the fact it's a triple-sided map, but IM just showcasing their prowess. Up against Oasis, they did the same thing. They maintained their composure, they got a victory. 7-5, if I'm not wrong, was the scoreline in favor of IM. And then we got to see Oasis fighting back in the second half, but can Chaos do the same? First of all, have to see if Chaos is going to get 5 rounds, or are they going to just lose these next 2 rounds. Maybe the scoreline could be 7-5, it could be 8-4, it could be 9-3 as well. As we stand right now, looking at the buy, there is a very good possibility that the 8th round for Team IM will be coming in. Players are pushing in from A mains. One of them have decided to go for the backstab. Hold it for now. Paranoia, Recon. And there you go. The push comes in, but Kirito, Hugh, Blue. 3 of the players have been taken down. The last 2 players are still surviving. A Sentinel and a Controller running for their life. They do not have the spike in their favor. Kippo pushes from the Seers. But this will be a problem. Kippo's position is so much, I would say, vulnerable. One good shot and he can be taken down with these toxic screens. These utilities are saving him. Shots are going in. Kippo gets shelled out at the end.
Nice.
And at the end, Moody to get the final one. A flawless victory in this 11th round of the game.
Dude, the scoreline is slowly and steadily again melting down. Not just melting down on towards the side of IM, but actually going in one after another on towards the side of none other than the side of IM. Chaos Alliance, as I just want to call your brilliant word play out in the match number 2, that they were all chaotic in terms of their gameplay. Right now, I just want to repeat that. This is some chaos that they need to settle down. This is some kind of gameplay that they need to figure out of what's going exactly wrong onto their side. As we approach the very end, few rounds which is left from the very first half, this has to be done. What? Okay, Clove getting taken down with the ability elimination, which was a Storm bot, but they have it. Rico will take down eventually the side of Viper. Now comes out the fact that is a very one of the few times that we have seen I'm losing out the man advantage before the plant goes down. This is yet again something that Chaos Alliance needs to capitalize on.
I think Bullet, it's honestly, looking at the current situation, quite difficult to do anything mesmerizing from the sides of Chaos Alliance. Like whenever they're trying to infiltrate, things are just going south for them. Moody has got the idea, has heard the footsteps, but he knows that somebody could be pushing in from garage, so he's checking out every single box, every single corner.
Spike planted.
Bunny, he'll be eyeing for a backstab. Side control has been taken. There goes Ultron to get a lot of information. Sunday, following the steps of his teammate. That it goes down. That gives the confirmation to the team of Chaos Alliance that there are players, but with that reveal, with that recon, they now know where the players are. Sunday shuts one down. Moody, Bunny, and at the end, look at this, guys. It's a 9-3 scoreline. IM won't be able to give any space to their opponent, Chaos Alliance, who are like right now eyeing for a comeback. It's just not going to happen. It's a 9-3 scoreline, but that in itself brings a curse as well. What do you think, guys? Will there be a reversal coming in from Chaos Alliance? Well, I feel it's a victory for IM for sure.
I know you asked the viewers, but I just want to insert my answer. Yes, it is definitely a victory coming in from the side of IAM. My opinion, more than a victory. They have definitely done what's needed. That definitely showed on how they can control the entire pacing on a map like Haven. So, I mean, for every other teams, I know the coaches and the analysts will be taking a note of this. This particular team on Heaven has actually just trembled down all of the opponents that they have played today. And I guess we have to add the name and the tag of Chaos Alliance in the same green tick box as well. But for now, folks, as we approach the very 14th round of the game, we have to just wait and watch on how maybe I know the runway for the comeback is going to be again very long for the side of Chaos Alliance, as we called it in the match number 2 as well. But I think there's still very much juice left in the bank of Chaos Alliance.
Let's hope that it is going to get cashed in at the right moment, because 9-3 is already the scoreline. The defensive team is pushing it. They're being aggressive, but Moody is going to shut them away. Hugh, he gets taken out. Remember, guys, one of those rounds where the pistol round came in the previous matchup and Hugh just went berserk. That didn't happen in this one. Denmo holding off in his poisonous orb. Kippo. There you go. That's a surprise. Zenmo shuts down Kirito. That was a brilliant surprise. Denmo was just waiting patiently. And if you see now, both the players who are left from Chaos Alliance are super duper low. Look at that Omen. Look at that KJ. Kippo. Fall down and maybe get taken down. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Denmo gets a 4K. And with that 10-3, already a double-digit scoreline coming in. IM is crushing it.
I don't know, man. I am a little bit shunned apart. I don't know how to say it. I mean, at the same point, I am also hoping to see a comeback from the side of Chaos Alliance. But the way how I am is just dictating the entire thing is just different, dude. It's just different. Let's hope for the best at the moment. I mean, this is a 10-3 scoreline, data. You have already said that your prediction for this one is going to be the side of IAM as the scoreline it is. But for now, we do see the approach coming up from the side of IAM. For the side of Moody at the moment, taking some recon data and having the information that's going to be more than one player over there in the corner. But he's just now falling back to regroup with his teammates who are pushing down towards the A long. We have one of the Vipers, one of the guy who is playing as Viper, trying to approach from the Seavers as well. We might see CW going in for the shock dub, maybe get some damage, but I think he is just committing to not go out as Bunny comes up, takes on the side of blue, getting the control of the entire side, going in for the plant. The entire utility from the killjoy being deployed on the doorway before the connector goes out. And there you have it. They are controlling the entire site with this plant already going down, already went down successfully.
I think it's going to be a 11-3 scoreline for sure, because of the fact that they do not have the manpower and the adequate angles are also not looking good. It's going to be a challenge. Look at that. I was like, maybe even the turret is going to shut him away. But then again, Kippo got taken down by Moody with a toast. Kirito is trying his level best to get that weapon for a save. Will not happen. Sungsen on the other corner will take down Rico, and the last man standing, Kirito. I don't think so. He's going to do much. There you go. That turret is going to give a lot of damage, but with the spike this guy wants to go so that the economy dent is not going to be massive. They get to have that bonus, the loss bonus. 11-3. 1 round away from the series point, 2 round away from their victory, and a scoreline of 2-0. Remember, guys, if it's a 2-0, Chaos Alliance and their opponent, to be specific, I'm talking about IAM at this moment. If it's a scoreline for IAM, they will have a massive upper hand, and to capitalize that, Motive Gaming have to win all 3 maps.
All 3 games should be right there. And do you actually like? I don't know. I'm just gonna stop with that question. Maybe I need to cook something else. But for now, folks, gonna be the very first pick coming up from South Krito. And not so many times that we have seen one of the guys from the side of IM going down very early. We have seen the trays happening, and yes, but at this point of time, that is going to be another bang. And Rico taking down the side of Sunday. One more pick coming up from the side of Chaos Alliance. These are the very late rounds where you have to expect the drama and the action going in all over the limit. But for now, it's going to be a 3v5.
I would like to wait for this one, because now it feels like that Kippo, he can easily catch off guard, and that's exactly what he did. Switches to the Champions 1.0 Vandal, and now last 2 players who are surviving have got their eyes set on the seaside, where Kirito is down to like a thin wire, holding off the edges behind the boxes, and with the Guardian, slowly Bunny is inching closer. They're trying to check every single corner. There you go, good strike. The plan should happen, and from the garage, there's a push coming in. Rico will sum him up, will take him down, and Moody, he gets taken down. The last man standing out there. Bunny tried his level best, got a 2k, but at the end, Hugh will fight back. 11-4, finally a round, finally a breather, finally. It feels like that Chaos Alliance have figured it out.
I just don't want to lose the last word which you said, figured it out. I don't know. I don't want to use that word. There's still a really long pathway that they need to set their journey on and make sure that they clear those boulders out, which is going to be some of the hard-hitting players like Tonimo from IAM, Sungsin, and Bunny. I mean, Bunny has been another phenomenal guy who is just able to take all the life from the side of Chaos Alliance. So I just want to wait and watch, but at this point of time, hoping for the best. Sungsin takes the pick on Hugh. Sungsin gets another one, and there you have it. I guess we have the match point round incoming in for the side of IAM. Kippo, through the smoke, I guess that was. I'm not really sure. Oh, that was another one. Takes on the side of the guy. But there you have it. The spike carrier has been denied, and the Chaos Alliance have the spike control at the moment in the side.
I've got the angles to work with. 11-4. Spike yet to be planted, and the problem is that spike is not available as you called it out. CA Blue and Kippo from Chaos Alliance, both of them are playing on a crossfire angle, but they do have to check out Garage every now and then, because maybe someone is going to push in from that particular angle, and I feel Sungsin is the one who is going to push in. He's super close to that Garage angle. Folks, there's push in. Kippo, he takes down Denmo, but Moody fights back with the Guardian. Blue has been taken down. Kippo becomes the last man standing in 2 different corners to cover with Sungsin. He gets spotted. Sungkin goes down, and then we get to see Moody summing it up. Going for the plant, will be having that beneficial extra 300 credits for them. And this is the moment when now the scoreline could be 13-4. For sure, there is a very good chance that 13-4 is the ideal scoreline.
13-4 is something I'm also like expecting it to be, because we have seen tons and tons of one-sided affairs at the day, especially coming up from the side of IM and coming in from the side of Motive as well, in terms of what they have showed us in today's game. They have it, a lot of wall banks, initiation coming up from the side of you. Blue takes on the side of Sungsin, and now you have again one of the heavy hitters from the side of IM going down very early into the round. 1 minute 25 seconds left. There's still ample amount of time. We might see the rotation coming up from the side of IM to actually go down onto the side of side C. That's going to be Krito. It's going to act like a boulder in terms of the entire progress. Krito, even though he takes the collateral damage over there though, and that is going to be Clove using up her smokes.
Cover is already being laid out. With the loss of KJ, backstabs are now quite vulnerable. Players can push in from the back angles, but I think Omen is the one who is holding it off. But on the other corner, if you see, the entire site is now flooded. There's the ultimate being utilized, Hunter's Fury being pushed in, but Denmo still connects with a snake bite, shuts down Kirito. He was super duper low, adding on that insult to injury was a chaotic demise. Oh, with a shorty, this guy's putting on some serious pressure. Bunny being phenomenal. Look at that, Bunny being the bait from the back end. It was Moody who was spraying down, gunning down his opponent. IAM becomes the victorious one. They have secured 2-0 with regards to the overall standing in Group D stage. What a way to be the Valor one. And trust me, now the entire lobby, now the entire Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 teams knows that do not give them haven. Because if these guys are in haven, they are unbeatable, unparalleled.
Unparalleled, unbeatable, unshaken, and undeniably good for the entirety of the Haven. Not just Haven, dude. I feel like they have more decks, more, I would say, cards left, and more, I would say, the kind of strategies they have left in terms of how they can show what they are more than capable of in some other games and other maps coming in there in this matchups as well. Now, folks, we have witnessed 3 back-to-back games. We have still 3 more to go right on to the Group D stages broadcast for this one today, folks.
50% of the job done, but it seems like that 66% of the job is done for Team IM, as they have already secured some good scores. They've already got some good numbers under their banner, but for Team Chaos Alliance, the scoreline so far looks absolutely dire. 0-2. That's the scoreline for Chaos Alliance. They have lost both their games. Up against Motive, scoreline was 13-6. Up against Team IM, scoreline is 13-4. I'm still very curious to see what will happen when Motive will face IM. And I would like to see which particular map it is going to be, because if Motive is gaining up, if Motive is watching, which I believe their coaches and analysts are for sure watching this entire action, because they do know that their next few matches are going to be up against these teams. I believe Motive would make sure that Haven is not the map which is going to come. Probably a double-sided map like Abyss, or maybe I think Split can be a little bit challenging for them. Split could be a good option for specifically one and only the team known as Motive Gaming, because they were able to conquer against their opponent in it. So I think that could be the case, but nevertheless, let's have a look at the highlights. You will get to see pretty short highlights because of the fact that the match was in itself a quick one.
Yeah. Match was definitely a quick one, but also I would say for the side of Chaos Alliance, they have to... I don't know, dude, how the group standings are going to look like. Even though if IM picks up another victory, it's going to be a straight up... a wipeout coming up from this particular team. But as we see the highlights on our screen first, let's take a look on what exactly happened from the starting of round number 1. We did witness a pretty close game up till towards the very first half, up to round number 6 or round number 7. I would just want to say like that. We did had some issues here and there from the side of Chaos Alliance in terms of the attacking play that they wanted to do. But after the very first half ended, we did saw at the terms of Team IM having that lead. But as soon as Team IM got on towards the attacking side, it was completely again the same, a different tale and different dictation of the entire matchup coming off from the side of Team IM.
So far, an absolutely amazing game from Team IM. It feels like that every now and then, whenever they were playing in, we had a clear idea that IM is here to conquer. Chaos Alliance, they were trying to survive. They're trying to chase the dreams of having some good rounds. To be specific, but let's see, if you talk about the first 6 rounds, we got to see back and forth happening. 3-3 was the scoreline in the first 6 rounds. But after that, back-to-back 7 rounds going, 7, not just 7, I believe, back-to-back 8 or 9 rounds in the favor of Team IM were clear indication that Chaos Alliance is the one who is struggling. 11-4, that was the scoreline. After that, we got to see Moody doing something unexpected, where Songsin got taken down. Songsin was shattered, and then after that we got to see Moody stepping up with the Guardian. He was able to shut down the player. But this is a moment where I talk about the mind games, where Bunny was just jumping around. Bunny was just being the bait for the opponents, where the opponents were trying to land the shots on Bunny. From the back end, Moody was the one who was connecting the dots, who was just getting a lot of damage done and got the final frag as well. 13-4, that's the scoreline, one of the shortest scoreline for a competitor to fight back against Team IM so far today. In these 3 matches, the highest we have seen is 13-9, if I'm not wrong. That was against IM and Oasis Gaming. And then 13-6 coming up in the very next match, where we got to see teams like Motive Gaming winning the particular action up against Chaos. And look at the ACS 2-6-6 from the other side in this particular matchup. Rico stepped up, but I still believe that Hugh, the guy who was so fruitful up against Motive Gaming in the previous matchup, he should have gone with a duelist role. Kirito could have gone for a different role. But I think that role reversal, that change in the play style, the flexibility that these players showcased was pinning them against the wall.
Like I said, even I was expecting a different tale of these two teams. If you ask me honestly, I was expecting some kind of like a different play from the side of Chaos Alliance as well. But in the end, it is what it is, folks. This is going to be another victory coming in front of the side of IM, getting closer of securing the slot in their semi-finale for this Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. Let me remind you again, folks, this is a history getting written over here, because this is the very first time where we have the entire land set up, the entire tournament happening in the New Delhi, which is the capital of India, of course.
So far, I believe these 3 matches that are done and dusted, it's pretty amazing. Also, guys, you can scan that QR that you can see on the bottom right of the screen, which will give you the access to vote for the Intel All-Star. And remember, guys, Intel All-Star is a prize, or should I say a section of prize, which is divided in 5 different spots. You have around $10,000 worth of prize pool available for each section. There is a prize pool, and I'm super excited to see who is going to win that. All of that is in your hands, guys. You can go for the votes.
Yeah. Yes, and remember to vote it out before the last day of the LAN, because the voting lines will close down very soon. But for now, folks, we'll be taking a short little break. We'll be coming up with our 4th matchup for this Group D broadcast very soon.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Well, folks, welcome back to Asia Pacific Premier League 2026. You're watching the stream rebroadcast. We're going to witness all of the matches coming in from the Group D. There's going to be a bullet, and Raider Slay is back on the casting desk. And yes, Raider, we have witnessed back-to-back 3 games now. This is almost 50% of the entire today's matches done for the side of Group D. We have seen IMM securing 2 victories before they can lock their pathway towards the side of grand finale, semi-finale.
So far, we have seen quite a few teams struggling, and eventually at the same point, the other teams maintaining their composure. Look at this. Group A still stands with just 2 games done. I believe the third match is ongoing. For Group B, we have Boom Esports winning 2 good games, and on the other corner for Group C, we have seen 3 different teams taking the titles. RQ, they have won 1. Zipto, they have got one particular round in their favor, one particular match. DDK has got the same stuff. They've got one particular round. But for Team DCG, they are on the back foot. On the other corner, in our group, in Group D, we have seen Chaos Alliance so far falling short of anything to do, be it against Motive or against Team IM Gaming. Now, on the other corner, IM has secured two good particular maps in their favor, both on Haven to be precise. I have to add on this fact because whenever they face against their other different opponents, they have to just make sure the opponent has to make sure that Haven never really comes in. But now, look at the matchup of this particular match number 4, Oasis versus Motive.
Yes, sir. And now we have to talk about what is right now incoming on the Group D games. This is going to be none other than the side of Oasis, who have not yet secured that victory, up against the side of Motive Esports. Both of the teams looking in for their very first victory in the Group D group stages. And yet again, folks, if you talk about the map, it is going to be the map of Abyss getting played, where Motive Esports will be starting off with their defense and Oasis Esports will be starting off, as we know it, as on the attacking side.
I'm super excited for this particular equation to go down. Abyss, a map which is again going to have a lot of different twists and turns because of the major changes that have happened recently. Abyss is comparatively a older map, to be honest, because again, if you talk about the map pool, we have Korod in the map pool, and we have seen Korod getting banned every now and then by these particular teams, and eventually Abyss. I think right here, Motive Esports playing on defense, really have to see what particular combinations they're going to bring in, because usually we have seen a lot of interesting approaches being delivered in this particular map. We have seen Vipers being utilized quite a bit. We have seen Chambers in few competitions where Chamber has been a part of the competition. And eventually for Oasis, being on the attacker side, they need to level up. They need to bring that scoreline to 1-0 at this point, because so far they have secured just losses. Just a loss. That's all they have got. Motive on the other corner, they were able to back out their first victory up against, I think, Chaos Alliance. Now looking forward to see what they did on Split. Can they replicate that in this particular map or not? That's what we have to see. Split started as a defense side map for them, and eventually Abyss is starting in a similar fashion where Motive is actually playing on defense. So let's wait and watch.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, both of the teams looking in for their very first victory is something that both of the teams will be looking at the very same caliber of the play and very same caliber of the mindset, if you just want to talk about that for a moment. But Abyss being a very, very huge map, especially for the side of attackers to actually take up rotation. Mid control is something that they need to take care of, especially for the side of attackers and both the side of defense as well, because mid is one of the lurking corners for every other initiator and duelist. Sometimes we do see the controller also lurking on the same corners of the mid area, but for now, Abyss is going to be one tricky map, I feel like, especially for the side of Oasis, because we have seen Oasis Esports struggling on their defensive play in the other maps as well. For now, as we have talked about it, folks, we do see Haven getting banned from the side of Oasis, Split getting banned from the side of Oasis, then Pearl was banned from the side of Motive, Courier was banned from the side of Motive, then Sunset was banned from the side of Oasis, and last but not the least, we do have the decider map for this PO1 being the side of Abyss.
To be honest, Abyss is a map where you definitely have to have a look on the composition, then eventually the kind of approach you are going to make throughout the particular map, because of those very interesting changes that have been there. I am looking forward to see how the entire game goes on for specifically the sides of Motive Esports, who are going to start off on the defense side. Now, again, those changes that are there on the B side will be very complex to deal with, but at the same point, the mid contention is something that I'm looking forward to see, because then you have to save some good economy so that you can bring in marshals, you can bring in outlaws in the third round itself, so that upper edge advantage will be there for the defensive side. So Motive's gameplay is going to be important, I would say, for their defense side.
Hella important at this point of time. That is going to be that one team that I mean, for both sides, honestly, because both the sides are looking in for their very first victory. Oh, we got Wele coming into the mix. We got Yoru. We have the newest face of the Valorant coming on. That is going to be Vito. Now, Vito's signature abilities are just way too good. and love to see the variation coming in. We got Astra, we got Vito, we got Yoru getting the company of another one of the fresh faces that we have seen in terms of the agent. Vele coming into the mix. For the side of Motive, we have Sage, we have Vele, we have Yoru, we have Sova, and last but not the least, the controller being the side of Omen.
It's going to be exciting to see how these Euros are going to play. We have Vele's coming in, double duelist compositions, a single initiator to work with from the sides of Team Motive. On the defense, they have to have a Sage so that they can block off the entries, and eventually with those walls, they can isolate and go for a plan in the near future, wherever the second half will be coming in for sure. With regards to smokes, see, Astra is a very complex agent, and of course, Isolatum has gone with that particular agent, but would love to see how he's going to play along with it. The Astral Divide. Again, in some rounds, you can go for a very good save. In some rounds, it can be a very difficult equation. You never know how the tides are going to change. But there is one thing that is for sure, that this particular match is where Oasis would like to make their own mark, would like to come back, would like to retaliate.
I mean, same for the side of Motive as well. Both the teams are, looking in to lock in their horns, looking in to just make sure that they get their mindset right. And at this point of time, we have to just wish both the teams best and hoping to see a very close game. And especially coming off with the side of Vito getting played from the side of Versus. Is that one legend I'm very excited to see them, because some of his basic abilities, the signature being the instant interceptor, of course, is something that just nullifies all of the aerial based signature abilities when it comes down, if it's not blinded exactly. But his chorus out and choker hold is even something really strong. They have it. Oasis gets the first pick on Vera. Penkai takes them side of in the trade with the hots at very small whiff over there. But now we have the spike already getting planted on toward the side B. 4v3 situation it is. Everybody's rotating on toward the side of the back and trying to get an idea where these guys are holding their angle in this post-plan scenario. Flaring comes up from the side of mid. Stardom goes down. Now it is going to be a 3v3.
Maki, the IGL for Oasis. Distract. He's going to go down. There you go. Just like that. Two of the attackers are already taken down, and the third one, Zeus, has been nullified by Motive Gaming's Minimize. And I'm super excited to see how Minimize is going to play in this particular matchup. But Motive Esports, they have bagged out their first round. It was a postman scenario where they were able to be quite fruitful. The attack from the sides of Oasis Gaming was also looking quite decent, but the postman scenario, the control that they had to add in the particular site never really came through, and that in itself was a big struggle for them.
Yes, it was. We have just not seen this specific team actually struggle, but I would say I'll just hold off my opinions on the very first three rounds. I just want to go up to round number 4, apologies, and just want to see how the entire outcome is going to look like. I just want to see how Oasis and Motive both actually take each other out in this lovely map of Abyss. We do have somebody trying to play down. Oh, great shot on Vito. Zin goes down. They have that intel that one of the guys trying to hold off behind the generator, though. Zeus gonna go top of it, trying to rotate towards the side of the Haven area, and Spike has been planted in a very quick fashion.
Now, see, if you talk about the side access, on B side, side access is comparatively easy. I agree on that note, but Vera, he finds a 2K. Oh, there you go. Persona flaring, building up another attack from the other corner, and then finally putting up a wall. Going for a defusal with the loss of a single player. That's all. Motive Esports definitely cashed in good for this bonus round. Their weapons are safe and intact. It's just one more player who is going to go for an investment with regards to their weaponry. Apart from all of the things, Motive Esports have started off quite good with 2-0 scoreline. On the other corner, Oasis struggled on both the one. Post-plan scenario is where they are struggling. And if you see, Motive is giving them space to do whatever they want to. So they can go for a plan and then eventually be tucked away in their own nook and cranny. Some players were holding off Cubby, some players were holding off Haven region, some players were there in Vent. But still, one by one, piece by piece, it's like Motive is just crushing that puzzle in a very good way, piece by piece.
Definitely. Sage trying to anticipate if they are trying to come up or not. First shock dart getting deployed. Maki has already taken a little bit of the damage though. But there we go. Oh, when it comes out in, you see, immediately taking down. What a great anticipation shot that was. But for now, knife getting deployed. The Stark will open up the entry, and with that entry, Zin will actually go down. That was a backfire, which was not something that Oasis Gaming was expecting it to be.
See, the Wele utilized the light speed to push in eventually to kind of open up the angles. Didn't really work out. And now they have to move back to B side, which was working out for them. But this time, the weaponry that their opponents have got, Motive Esports have got, it's going to be difficult. Marquee shots one down. Bankai has been taken down. Persona retaliates. There's the gate crash available. Persona have taken 2 down. Spike has been dropped. Last man standing, Marquee, the Agile himself has to step up
30
big
seconds
time.
left.
But where are the other eyes? The other Yoru, he has his eyes set onto the opponent, and at the end minimizes the one who is going to shut him away with Vandal shot right on the cranium. 3-0. Not even a start, not even a opening so far in the first 3 rounds for the sides of Oasis Gaming. This was looking like just another game where similar situation happened to Chaos Alliance. Although Chaos was able to bag out first 3-4 rounds, in the first 6 rounds we got to see a scoreline of 3-3 in the previous matchup where Haven was the map. But in Abyss, Motive Esports on the defense side, just like Split, they're just rolling. Trust me, they're ruling at this point. They're not giving any space to Oasis Gaming. But this time, Oasis will have their full buy. Let's wait and watch if this full buy is going to be helpful. Or is it just another round where Motive will be highly motivated to take it away. A one-way smoke in the mid. Pankai answering back to Astra's smoke. Building up angles for his teammate. Persona. A little bit of a commitment towards main. Gets spotted. Spots the player as well. None of the shots were that accurate. There's the pre-fire coming in. Trying to go for the wall bank shots. No connections whatsoever. But slowly, the players are inching closer to a different angle. Persona's angle is going to be very important. But there's the clone. There's the Yoru's clone, which will give up enough information that was required. And then Persona had to push back a bit. See, enough presence have been shown on the E side, but none of the commitments are there. On the B side, even on the mid, Vito is right there holding off the corners, and Vito's abilities are quite good with regards to the teleportation and all,
30 seconds
specifically when we talk about the crosscut. But still, light speed, the player pushed in, Persona retaliates, Wele up against Wele. There's the flash. But can Persona find one more? Let's wait and watch. Bit of a haphazard commitment coming in. And at the end, I believe this one could be going in the favor of Motive Esports. Once again, they're trying to go for the plant. They did actually were able to get the plant done. But with that recon, with that shock dart, things are not working out. And then the Astral Divide as well. It's all about where are the last man standing with an outlaw in the hand. Okay, finally he has got a Gaia Vengeance Vandal. Can't do much. Shots one down, instantaneously get retaliated by Marquee. Finally an opening for Oasis Gaming. But I still believe not being able to take down that Astra was the moment where the round went out of their hands.
No, I definitely agree with that. If they would have deployed and taken out the side of Astra, this would have been a different tale altogether. But for now, a good start finally coming off for the side of Oasis Gaming. 3-1 at the moment, and it might be this is what I was talking about, when we were talking about on how things can actually look on, because it's going to be again a BO1 matchup, folks. But Zeus getting taken out from the side of Yoru. Great shot, great connection, and that is going to be another time where Oasis Gaming are losing out their manpower in the very early stages of the round. And this is something that they need to take care of. Vera is not going to stop. Takes them to the side of Astra. Another nail in the coffin. But at the moment, they have definitely got the information on the playing behind behind the pillar towards the mid area. We do have Omen trying to assist it down. But Fleming has gotten out of the situation as soon as possible in a really good way. So not the other way. Trying to use up his ability. Takes in teleportation on towards this corner over here. 45 seconds left on the clock as I speak, and Oasis Gaming is still not very much clear if they want to take up a rotation or they want to control the mid areas first, because it's just 40 seconds left on the clock. They have to actually start going on either toward the side of A or side B.
The spike is moving forward towards the side B.
30 seconds left.
Tesseract, he's the one who has carried the spike, trying to go for the plant, uses the drone to get a lot of information, but then Maki, his whereabouts are now known. Exact position is made aware of. Slow up to slow him down. And a ball to put him on the back foot, but Zind will find one. That's a important pick, I would say. Oh, he gets another one. Can he get the third one? Let's wait and watch. Flaring moves in, but Flaring goes down. Zind is super duper low. He's down to like a thin wire, but has got the ultimate available. Vera.
One enemy
And
remaining.
then Persona as well. Persona gets taken down. Vera becomes the last man standing. There's the flash to work with. Vera, he counters two of the players. And it's all about the last man standing. Going to go for the dimensional drift. That's exactly where Vera is going to find out where the opponent is. But it's just not that easy. Has to go for a defusal. He's going to go ahead. But there's the ultimate. A Hunter's Fury.
Yep, there won't be any time, but it's still sticking onto it. But oh, the star comes up, takes on the side of Vera. Now there's going to be another round coming into the favor of Oasis. A 3-2 score line in a brilliant comeback. And this was one of the very closest round that we have witnessed for this entirety of the match, Raider. A very close game, a very heavy utility being utilized from both sides. We almost saw two ultimates getting triggered on, one from the Yoru from the side of Oasis, another one from the side of Motive.
All thanks to Zind, I would say. Because that guy, that individual, with a 4K, 3K, I believe, in this particular round, he just completely retaliated in a very good fashion, completely shut down the entire momentum that Motive Esports was trying to build on the defensive side, being the team who had some good weapons to play with, some good ultimates also to work with. But now if you see, Vera and his teammates have got mere sheriffs to work with. Flaring will find one. Zind has been taken down the previous match. Adversary has been taken down the previous round, I would say. My bad, not map, but round. Adversary has been taken down. Light speed. Recon could be there. Player pushes back. Again, he's stuck in a wide open situation. Oh, it's a problem. He uses the refract. Tesseract shuts down Flaring with a shorty. And now, Waylay's ultimate. The players have been slowed down. This is a moment where they can easily shut down players, opponents. Persona takes down Maki. Plant. Oh, it's a fake plant actually. They have not yet committed. They're just making sure that they kind of expose their opponents from two different angles. There you go, Vera.
Last player standing.
Takes one down. Once again, a fake tick. But a round so surreal, so real that Oasis Gaming will find themselves back on the top charts. Oasis with a scoreline of 3-3. Now, Motive Esports, they have to go back to the drawing board. Maybe a tactical timeout could be coming in, but I believe in the previous round they had economical buy, they had sheriffs to play with. They still were able to rent out quite a bit. In this particular round, they have to figure out with the full buy to get it done.
Let's see. Now it is going to be another equalizer coming up from the side of Oasis. The hopes are still very much alive if either Oasis Gaming can actually turn out this victory, or there's going to be side of Motive is still very far away from that discussion to get started off. But right now, still, the end result is going to be who gets the very first victory in this group stage. Sorry, for now, it is going to be a strategy where Oasis Gaming are actually trying their way to lurk around towards the corners of the A long site, and right now we also have a few of the players playing in towards the B, just waiting in for the opportunity. If they are not able to capitalize on site A, they'll quickly take a rotation back towards site B.
Vera holding up the mid, but with that cross cut, once again there was a beautiful flank being delivered from sides of Zind, although Vera retaliated and utilizes the gate crash to push through. Shock darts. Tesseract has been slowed down. Another shock dart. He's super low and he has been taken down. Minimize. And then Fairing bringing in Persona back in the picture with the resurrection being utilized. The ultimates are now being queued in. This particular round is highly improbable. to go in the favor of the other particular team. But there's the light speed. Persona. Yep, goes in for the light speed and the refract. Both the players were refracted. But still, Marquis will retaliate. Minimize goes down. Marquis stepping up big time. Once again putting up the pressure. But Benkai will be able to spot him. Slate him. Retaliates. The defusal has to happen. And with that, siege wall. The defusal is happening. Vera will be the defender. And there you go. Slate him. Goes down. Round comes in. 1 minute 83 seconds still left on the board. Motive finally makes a comeback.
Sir, and absolutely brilliant way to actually shut down the side of Oasis in those close quarter combat. We did saw on how some of the utilities like Sage Resistance as well and Vele's utility signature abilities are being so crucial for both sides actually. But at the moment, something that needs to be taken care of from the side of Oasis is going to be their duelist play. Zeus is just with 2 frags. But if you look at the side of Persona, who's playing with the same agent, is going to be at 8 frags. 4-3 is the scoreline at the moment, folks. And we might expect some interchange. We might see a 6-3, we might see a 6-4 from either side. But at this point of time, before we actually get down towards the very end of the very first half, it's quite difficult to say on how things are going to end for. And which team actually at the moment? Zeus? Okay, he's on literally pixel HP at the moment.
Super low. I agree. But the fact is, so far, his momentum is yet to come in this particular match because we have seen him struggling quite a bit with the light speed, with the refract. He's trying to make an opening, but nothing is really working out for him. There you go. Zeus goes down. Persona. Zind on the other corner in the mid gets one. Another flashy move, another flashy push. Uh-oh, this is problematic. Persona for him, it's problematic. And there you go, refract comes in. Persona with a classic shuts down, isolate him, and then Zind goes down by the hands of Vera. A beautiful, well orchestrated, on point round coming in from the sides of Motive Esports. All those things that were going south for them in the last 2-3 rounds, they are trying to bring themselves back in the picture. Phenomenal stuff. Oasis scratching their heads, figuring out what went wrong. But honestly, I would say Persona and his 3K, 2 with the Outlaw, 1 with the Classic, using the Refract, was amazing. Using the utility at the right moment, that's the key.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah. 5-3 at the moment. Vera. Hunter's Fury comes up. Some information has definitely been relayed, but good time to just back off from the 5 Persona, also teleport. But at the moment it's going to be a tragedy where Zeus is just trying his level best to get inside, but Marquis shuts down the side of Benkai. Another shock dart in play. Everybody from the side of Oasis Gaming do know where these shock darts are coming in from, and we have seen Motive Esports, the play from the minimize just being too good in the previous matchups as well. Zen takes on the side of Vera. 2 players only left from the side of Motive Esports, and this is definitely going into the favor of Oasis as Marky gets the 3rd, looking in for the 4th.
Oh, Flaring, last man standing.
Good attempt.
Oh, there you go. Flaring finds Marky. 4 players still alive. But the play that Yoru brought in along with the help of one and only Zeus, it was amazing. So Zeus utilized the light speed to push in on the top of the boxes. Yoru, he gave up the information where the dimensional rift where the player is, and then when the Yoru had to come out of the dimensional rift, at that very moment, we got to see refract being utilized from the sides of Zeus. So unfortunately, the player had to push back. He had to move out. He used the TP. Nothing really worked out. Shrouded Step was not that effective. Bankai got taken down. 5-4, I would still believe that Motive Gaming is doing interesting, is doing effective stuff to still be there in the competition. But 5-4 is not the ideal scoreline at this point. Motive needs at least 7 good rounds in their favor so that they can start off well on the second half if they want to maintain their scoreline, maintain their reign of terror, and put up a good fight for IAM.
Another entry being taken from the side of Versus. Zeus already inside the side. Benkai is able to relay the information to his teammates, and we now see everybody from the side of Fence actually getting it over towards the side of side B.
Spike
Two of the
planted.
players from the side B as from the mid areas as well. Minimize comes up. Both the heroes fighting it off with the flashes. Pop flash comes up, not gonna happen. Zeus takes on the side of Benkai. Test gets taken from the side of Minimize. Zeus gets a double, gets a triple.
Right.
Slated also helps it out. Minimize left out in a 1v4, makes it a 1v2. Possibly looking for the third, not gonna happen. And that is going to be Oasis Gaming shutting it out in their side. And now the score line is, my friend, 5-5.
You can see the nails that are being bitten. You can see that anticipation. You can see the pressure that is there in face of MTV. That is, of course, Motive Esports. And for the sides of Oasis Gaming, it's a comeback that they really needed. It's a fight back that they really wanted to put through. Tesseract, he is on the back foot, I would say. His ACS in the qualifying stage till here were amazing. Lately he's struggling. I would love to see if he's going to find his momentum back. The problem is that it's just a BO1 up against your opponent. Of course, at the end, the scoreboard of the overall leaderboard matters. Benkai, he will be able to shut down Zeus. See, in economical buy, we have seen these guys doing wonderful. Look at Vera with a Bucky. Shuts down Marquee. Plant will happen. Dimensional Drift. He'll be able to spot where the opponents are. Interceptor was implemented, but it's not going to be valuable enough. Slatum still fighting back. One of the player falters down. Last man standing. That's Tesseract. Lone Wolf out there trying to make sure that defusal will not happen. He has to move around or maybe jump from here, maybe just creep in. It did try, but flaring, he had his back. And Benkai will be able to defuse. Okay. Benkai is going to give the defusal to his teammate because Ultimate will be coming in. And a thrifty round being pulled off from the sides of Motive Esports. That's why I said, whenever we get to see economical buy coming in, Motive Esports is the one who is getting their rounds.
Yep. And I guess, as we have seen, between the side of Chaos and between the side of Motive in the second matchup of the day, I think, don't get me wrong, I might be saying it very early as the match is still in its first half. I have a feeling your Motive will shut this out very, very early on how some of the scenarios are now going in favor of Motive. I think it in a way. But Persona comes back. Oh, Marking the same way takes on the side of Sage. Might be the very first pick, but that was a clone. That was a fake. Marky gets the pick on Persona. Now Motive is just left out with the 3 players. Now in the 3v5, the entire Oasis Gaming has the side control. Let's see what exactly Motive Esports can pull it off in this post-plan scenario. But the plant has been cancelled at the moment. It was going down eventually, but then again, it's going to be restarted. Minimize takes the pick on Sova. Slatham from the mid takes on the side of Yoru. Sova is very low in HP. Minimize is going in for another ultimate. Back-to-back ultimate charges are being so really quick from this lad is something that needs to be appreciated for. But oh, okay. So there you have it. Last player from Motive. Can't do really much about it. Makes another 6-6. And as I was talking about it as the first half, results in a equalized score line. I have to eat up my words, which I said Motive Esports can seal the deal off really quick. Now, I don't think so.
No, I mean, Oasis has made a very good comeback, no doubt in that, like with a scoreline of 3-0 to then 3-3 and then eventually 6-4 to 6-6 right now. Motive Esports, they definitely have a strong contender in front of them. It's not going to be one of those easy games as we got to see in the previous matchup. Nothing to take away from Chaos Alliance, but the way IM played, it was just unforgettable. Motive is another team which I feel is a very good competitor for IM because IM is already there with, I think, 2-0 if I'm not wrong, with regards to the scoreline in the overall stage. So if Motive wins this one, 2-0 will be there for them. And then they can eye on to the next stage so that they can win that particular matchup probably. You never know how the game goes. But out here, on the defense side now, Oasis Gaming, they have to figure out how to fend off this attack. And Interceptor is already available with the use of crosscut. Zen moves out of the harm's way. He has given space to his opponents. They can easily go for a plant. And yes, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're committing for a plant. Zeus on the other corner will take down Bankai. Minimize retaliates by taking on Zeus. Tesseract shuts down Minimize. Back and forth, but the plant has been done. Extra 300 creds will be available for the next round. Now they are trying to push in. Now this could
One enemy
result in a
remaining.
very bad way. That's exactly what happened. You should not push in those situations. Could have like decided to hold off, but at the end, Flaring gets Slatum. Maki retaliates with the Sheriff, and there you guys. Oasis will bag out the very first round in the second half on the defense side.
A much needed one, because we have seen, to be very frankly speaking, folks, Oasis Gaming struggling when the entire first half kind of got started, and after round number round number 5, actually, we did saw them actually equalizing in round number 6, and then again back and forth, the game is happening in between these two brilliant teams. So, yep, as we were talking about the OT since the beginning of the broadcast era, I think this might be the match where we might see the very first overtime rounds here at the Asia Pacific Asia Predator League.
Yeah, you never know. There's a very good possibility that we get to see an OT. Oh, Vera. Lovely jump shot, and then instantaneously as Slatum is going to retaliate, Bankai with a classic right tap right on the cranium. Shuts the player away. They have a chance to go for a plant. They will cash in that momentum. Get the plant done. Persona. Brilliant shot. Tesseract goes down. Somehow, OS is the one who were able to win the pistol round, is now on the verge of losing a bonus buy round. That is a problem. Should have calculated that, but Zend fighting back, minimize, retaliates with a classic, and now Maki, the lone wolf, surviving with an outlaw. He can do a 1v3, but with an outlaw, doing a 1v3 and going for a defusal, you do not have that much of a time period left. So for that reason, it will be a challenge. Goes in for a shot, a bit of a damage, but none of the connections being made. Oh, lovely by Maki, gets 2 back-to-back frags with the Sheriff. He's gonna go down to the spike, I believe.
Thrifty.
Oh no, he backs away because he has got a outlaw to work with for the next round. A thrifty win for the sides of Motive, and just rectifying my own statement and making sure that the statement is concrete, that whenever there is an economical round, Motive will fight back.
Yeah. Another time, dude. It is the back and forth game happening in from these two brilliant teams. I mean, at this point of time, Motive Gaming has shut down one of the fiery teams that we have seen in this entire Group D stages. So, might be some other changes that we want to witness. But, oh, look at that. Scoreline tells us Mark is on 17. Another player are not very close to it.
Finally, there's a push on B side. See, B side is a little bit more easier to push in, and then there is the chokehold available to stop, but the clone, Yoru's clone, has been stuck in the chokehold. Minimize pushes in. Distract has been taken out. A lot of damage has been sustained on the sides of Maki. He's a bit low. But for Motive Esports, it's a brilliant opportunity. Vera takes on Maki. Minimize takes on Zeus. Zin retaliates. Benkai! He had no clue that there's a backstab that is being brewed from the other side. And now Zin is the last man standing. Will he do much of a damage? No. Minimize empties the entire mag on him. Shuts him away. 8-7. That's a statement from Motive that you might be able to fight back in some rounds. But overall, the picture is ours.
Movies are an entire theater is for us, and it's their cheers gonna roll loud. Now at this point I feel like few of these frags are also needs to be done a little bit more in the same pattern what Marky is able to do. Is 17-11 at the moment. There's End is at 12-11, Slatham is at 11-12. The other two players make sense because they're playing on the flex and support role, but for now it's just gaming on the defense and Motive Esports on attack. As this is going to be the second half, as we all know, folks. This might be a very different tale, but also comes down to the fact that maybe some kind of strategies can be rewritten. Vera takes the pick on Z. He was completely getting distracted with the dart. Vera gets a double. Flaring comes up from the front. Slatham goes out. And now Oasis Gaming left out in a 2v5 spot.
Have to go for a save, I believe. They do not have some good weapons to work with, but plant will be happening.
Spike planted.
Maki and Zend. Lack of weapons for them. In the next round, if they commit in this one and eventually falter down, this was a kind of a full buy round where they were showcasing their commitment, but nothing really worked out for them. And look at this, guys. Minimize has no clue, has no idea. There you go. Surprise, Maki from the CT spawn to the T spawn. OSS Marquee has changed the game quite a bit. But then again, guys, this particular round is for sure in the favor of Motive Esports. They have secured now 9 good rounds in their favor, from 6-6 to 9-7. In the second half, 4 rounds will be done after this, and we can clearly say this, we can clearly adhere this, that at this point, Motive Esports, they're now putting up a lot of pressure on OSS Gaming. 2 rounds of a lead is just a start of a lead. I think this next round is going to be very, very important. Having said that, Motive will be able to once again invest in a buy for their SOA for minimize. But on the other corner, if you talk about OSS Gaming, they will still be crippled because of the buy, lack of buy, I would say. But they still have 2 good weapons to work with. The 2 weapons that Marquee and the other particular team was able to save. Other particular player, I would say, was able to save. But in between all of this, guys, there's a tactical timeout coming in for OSS Gaming. They really are looking on a bad spot, I would say, because
Yeah.
they had that momentum. If you see 6-6 scoreline was there, and they had that upper edge advantage in their favor, that they could have like maintained that momentum, and eventually in the second half they could have started in a better note. That never really happened. 9-7 is the scoreline. Motive is enjoying that lead. OSS has to go back to the drawing board, figure out, plan, re-strategize, and then come back.
Definitely. I mean, at this point of time, I would still say, man, I don't know how to project this on the mic, but I would still say both the teams are playing good. Both the teams are able to analyze what are the wrongdoings of every other team, every other player from opposite sides. Yes, Motive Esports are still on the advantageous side, on the leading side for the next two for the last 2 rounds. But if you look at the pattern, look at it. Mira is at 17 and 10. On the same mark is going to be market. There are only like 2 players who are able to contribute on the fragging capabilities. So I think that fragging capability is something that both the side needs to work upon if they're able to actually analyze and actually win a particular gunfight and they're losing it with a whiff or some other reason. I think this is where both the team needs to focus a little bit more. But anyways, for theories and impracticalities aside, we do see the plan going down eventually, and I don't know how nobody is actually able to use their signature and their utility as well to actually stop the plan. But anyways, that is going to be Motive Esports laying down their spike and having a good control of the entire side as well. Benkai takes a pick on Zert, Testa goes down, Stater goes down, Maki goes down, and it's going to be almost a flawless because Zen was able to get that trade, and that is going to be another attacker's victory coming up towards their side.
A tactical timeout, a planning plotting of merely 60 seconds. Still after that, OSS is on the back foot. That's how good Motive is. And initially, yes, Motive was struggling with their own momentum, but it feels like that in the second half, while attacking, Motive has got their momentum. They know that OSS is in a tough spot at this point because the pressure is mounting up, the economy is not really building up. All of that is being very beneficial, but this time OSS once again has invested a bit of a economy with regards to their weapons and utils. They have compromised a bit on utils, but made sure that they bring in Vandals and Phantoms, weapons like that. Reveal is done. Persona is in there, but there's someone who's lurking in the shadow, and that's Marquee. Oh, Marquee pushes in. Marquee connects the dots.
Nice.
Marquee shuts down Persona. Brilliant play. Brilliant, effective. Damage being dished. Opening being made. But if you see, Vera's HP is good. Oh, Resurrection is available. I missed that, honestly. And then if you see, Zeus is super low.
Nice.
No, not Zeus, but eventually Marquee is super low with regards to his HP. He's like down to a thin wire. One good shot and Zeus could be taken down. Once again, a similar storyline. Entire access of the side is available.
Yep.
And I think it could be a 11-7 round. It's all about OSS and their post plant. No. Yeah.
Oh! Ooh! Zen takes down the side of it. That's going to be an ult play. Persona takes down the side of Market. Testa gets a double. Benka takes a trade on Zeus. Testa gets the third. Possibly trying to look for the fourth. Not going to happen. That is going to be a whole lot of good ultimate play happening in from the side of Zen with Davido. And finally, we see the a brilliant defensive retake happening in from the side of OSS Gaming.
Way too good. I'm speechless at this point. I mean, to be honest, the entire side, the entire main was in the favor of Motive Esports. This was one of those equations where either Motive, they underestimated their opponent, or Oasis just leveled up. They evolved as the ultimate of Oasis and as the evolution. I'm looking forward to see how this entire equation goes down. But 10-8, the scoreline again looks a little bit more closer. Motive Esports looks a little bit more vulnerable right now. They do have weapons to work with. I think that investment, that heavy investment of both utilities and weaponries is not going to get countered. Drone goes in on B main. The players are creeping in towards the mid. This is a good strategy. But they have to counter mid. They have to make sure that even the A side is cleared off. So a lot of angles to challenge.
110%. Sector active. Benkai picks the pick on Tesseract. Great play, but it is what it is at the moment. Clearing hits the pick on Marquee. Mike was trying to be a little bit aggressive though. Ruthless aggression will be taken care of. Sage needs to go in for the plant, but they're still trying to clear up the entire defensive players from the side of Oasis. And there you have a Flare being so good with Sage, dude. Come on.
Player standing.
Then you have it now. One last guy remaining from the side of Oasis, and I feel like Motive Esports are way too confident to take this map onto their side, as it's going to be, don't get me wrong, folks, 11-8 scoreline very soon.
Yeah, and save for Isolate him. That's the only option that this guy's got. He has to like push back a bit, go for a save. Astra on defense, I think you have to be very, very quick with the pulls that you bring in,
Yeah.
with the smokes that you bring in, with the concuss, with the play that you kind of build. Honestly, the moment where we got to see the rafter angle where Astra was able to push in, give a bit of a damage, nothing really was that feasible. Nothing really was that valuable. 11-8 for sure. That's the ideal scoreline that we are going to see for Motive Esports. Motive Esports inching closer to where IM is sitting right now. IM has got 2-0 with regards to the overall standing, and Motive Esports, if they continue this kind of dominion, if they continue this kind of play, the domination that they have maintained so far, a lead of 3 good rounds, if they continue making all this, I think it's a very good play from their corner, because if I'm not wrong, guys, the very next match that you're going to see is a match where these two teams are going to go head to head. Motive up against IM, the two teams who possibly could have 2-0 scoreline. I mean, IM has got already a 2-0 scoreline. Motive is on the way. Let's see. Clash of Titans, maybe.
We have to wait for it. We have to wait for it. A lot of cautious play happening in from both sides at the starting of the round. You have a fake coming in from the side of Yoru. Destra coming up with a drone to have and get an intel on how the strategies are looking in for. It's going to be one guy in the corner. Now he has the entire information. Destra will layer back, keep down the information to the side of Slotham. And one Destra is more than enough at the meantime to actually stop the entire push at the moment before the commitment happens. But the entire rotation has already taken place for the side of Motive Esports. Now they are setting their eyes towards a side B plant.
Time to jump.
Gate crash, a flash, not that effective, and then eventually Marquee
nice.
taking one down. Persona has been taken down. That was a very important frag. Zin shuts down Vera. Flaring retaliates by taking down Zend. Zeus takes down Bankai. Smokes are out. Players are super duper low at this moment, but the problem is the number of players that are left from the other side are dwindling, and Flaring at the end with a stinger in that long range type of equation got taken down. Oasis Gaming, they're still trying to pull up the strings, fight back, possibly bring in a scoreline of 1-0 for themselves. But trust me, it's going to be difficult, because Motive, they're just 1 point away from the series point and 2 points away from the victory in this particular map of Abyss.
Yep. And do you think, I would like to bring up this conversation because that is the ultimate storyline at the moment. Do you think we might see a overtime in play? Yes or no? I'm not talking about the possibility, I'm not talking about the chances, but do you think we might see an overtime?
Yes, I feel there is a possibility.
I mean, the Valorant ex-professor has said himself, so I guess we have to prepare for it then now. But for now, folks, yet again, two of the players trying to linger their way out towards the A site. That is going to be now Yoru and Sowal. Together last time it was Sarwele as well. And two guys, actually 3 players, are trying their way, two guys, apologies folks, trying to linger their way towards the site B, and that too with the spike. Not really sure what they're trying to do, if it's going to be a double side fake, double player fake, but I guess they're trying to commit and do execution on side B, just like we saw on the last round. Free persona going up the signature ability, gonna dash up twice. Gets denied immediately as he lands up on the foot, then gets a double. And that is going to be another ultimate coming off from the side of Sova, which provides a little bit of value though, because the site has been cleared entirely. And then again, Sage looking on toward the mid and going in for a side A rotation.
Benkai pulling up the strings, fights back. There's a dark cover. And then through that, there was the ultimate of the woman. He utilized that ultimate to bring in the spike, go for the plant, and then finally push back a bit. The plant has been delivered. But Zeus, he'll be the one who will retaliate. And finally, there will be a defusal from Zeus's corner. And there you guys. 11-10. Oasis fighting back every single round that they have played so far. We get to see a comeback story being written from the corner. There were moments where we saw Oasis Gaming leading the charts, but so far it's Motive who is setting up the markers and Oasis trying to follow up the path. But the problem is Motive is super close to their victory, and now there's a tactical timeout from Motive Esports. This is how a game should be. This is really one of the most cutthroat games we have seen so far, because both the sides, eventually in the previous half, we got to see Oasis getting a little bit vulnerable, and then they decided to go for a tactical timeout. Now Motive on the attacking side, despite the fact that they have a lead of one good round, they had to commit for a tactical timeout, because if similar things happen in the next round, scoreline will be equalized, and from there the story can go anywhere. It could go in favor of Oasis. Motive knows that, and that's why they're back to the drawing board.
I mean, at this point of time, the pattern that has kind of emerged from my observation is that yes, it is going to be the side of Motive Esports who are able to capitalize a lot in terms of the opportunities that are being given away from the side of Oasis. Up till round number 7, we did saw the back and forth gameplay happening in terms of the gunfight opportunities as well, in terms of the gunfight trade as well, sorry, and yes, in terms of the round score as well. After the first half has kind of like started off, we have seen the supreme play from the side of Motive Esports. They were all the way up till to a 10-7. Then again, the 10-8 happened. Then again, we did saw 11-9. But still, able to restrict your team in the second half is something that a whole lot of teams even struggle in the tier 1 stages. But for the time now, folks, it's going to be 11-10. It's either going to be Motive Esports climbing their way towards making this to a match point, or either it's going to be Oasis Gaming equalizing in this round score.
Oasis has got the Astral Divide, so post plant can be very interesting from their corner, because they can easily go ahead and put that Astral Divide in a perfect spot and then eventually go for a defusal, a quick sneaky ninja defusal. But for plant, it is going to be a problem. Putting up a wall so that they can go for plant, and then the shock darts going in. Flaring getting super low, but Flaring has got that resurrection, has to use it if some of the teammate goes down. That's why Flaring has to be alive. Remember guys, in the previous matchup, Motive against Chaos, we got to see a Sage making a small mistake that costed them quite a bit. There you go, Minimize shuts down Zeus. Minimize stepping up at the right moment, but Persona gets down. Vera retaliates. Slatum fights back. It's all down to the Astra, and Astra is out. Nice. The Swedish point is here. Motive Esports cashing in big time with their tactical timeout. The plan that they made worked out. The play that they made by putting up a break on the momentum of Oasis Gaming worked out, and Motive Esports is just one step away from going head to head with one and only Team IM.
Oh, defenders! It is going to be the side of Oasis to use this tactical timeout for the next 60 seconds. They have to wait for a couple of minutes. Yeah, and they have to. I mean, there's a reason they are in the game, right? Just as we have the discussion of who uses the Odin, like you do, Raider. So yeah, it is fine.
I never did. Wait, hello?
You did. You did. You always do. You are an Odin lover. Or you want to call it the Odin main.
I mean, I cannot really recall the moment when I used Odin. I am the one who kind of like push away from it. But then again, if you say so, maybe. Guys, I think there
I
are too
have
many
a
raiders
clip of
in the life of Bullet, maybe.
no, I have. Okay. You know what,
Oh, I
guys?
was caught in
I'm
4K.
going to.
Nice. Okay. Then
Yeah,
I
you
can't say anything.
exactly my point. Yes, you were the guy who played, I guess, with Odin for 2 times when we played uncompetitive games last time together. So yeah, and you're recalling it that, hey, why are you using Odin? And you said, let's play it. I'm like, okay, if you want it, go ahead. But anyways, folks, jokes aside now, Casters banter will keep going on. It is going to be a very crucial round for both sides. Either Motive Esports will seal the deal off with a 13-10. Oh, Zeus, a great
Wow.
shot on the Nemesis. Wele goes down to the fading, will get her off with the ultimate play. Much needed, but Zeus will get the second shot as well. Vera gets the pick on Zan, gets the third one. Oh boy. This is what Zeus was holding off from. And this is what we are actually waiting in. To see this Wele popping off like a crazy maniac.
It's like one of those moments where we get to see the final few commitments. Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift, a lot of ultimates being locked in up against their opponents. Dimensional Drift as well. Everything is getting cashed in, but what will be that fruitful stance is something that we all are waiting for. Persona goes down, Flaring has to fight a big battle, has to take down 3 opponents so that he can fruitfully fend off and secure the spot with a 2-0 scoreline. Gets 1 down, gets 2. Oh, he was super close to taking down the 2 players, but there was a high-low combination coming in. A classic high-low combination from OSS Gaming where one was aiming right at the head, another one decided to go for the crouch shot, and it worked out. The aim flickered. The player doubted himself, and Flaring got taken down. Persona, I think his angle was very, very important. He should have actually played till the top so that he could have secured this particular matchup. But Bullet, don't you think so? Now OT is just on the verge. 12-11 is the scoreline. One more round for OSS and we get to see OT. One more round for Motive. We get to see closure on OSS in this particular map.
I mean,
Cutting through.
very much
I'll handle this.
incoming, but anything can happen. Vera getting all the information in the world. Both the Earths are going online now. Motive Esports want this round, want this map so bad, so quickly as possible. But right now, it's just the utility play at the moment. Somebody's trying to go for the heaven. Oh, even though Yoru was flash, he was able to put down some damage as upping the side of Persona. That is going to be a slow play. Zeus comes up from the frag, but still not. Vera was right in the corner. That's going to be a 1v3. He's in a very good spot though. He has the HP as well to do so. Not gonna happen. It's time for the very first overtime.
There you go, guys. There you go. OSS stepping up. That tactical timeout from both the sides were beneficial. The tactical timeout came in. They were on the drawing board. They planned, they plotted, and they executed. Both the sides, Motive Esports, they had 12 good rounds in their favor. The lead was there, but Motive, they failed to get that final lane on the coffin of OSS, and OSS have decided to retaliate, rebuild their lead, play in a better format. For Motive, now on the defensive side, it's a very important round to conquer. Remember, guys, the scoreline was 6-6 and the scoreline is 12-12 at the end of 24 rounds. So far, back and forth. Yes, there were some moments where momentum was coming in from Motive. In some moments, we got to see OSS doing something fruitful. But at the end, the point to be made, the point to be remembered is both the sides are still at the same spot. It's like the match never really started. We are at 0-0. And for that, these 2 rounds of the OT round number 1 are equally important.
Marty takes the pick on Ben. High minimize. Gets the pick on Zen. Zeus takes a trade. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tesseract. Really good movement over there.
Spike
But we do have the plan going on side B now. Persona has to wait for slow turn. Yeah, now he has information. Goes in for a pre-fire. Down some abilities. Tesseract goes down, and this can be really bad now. Trying in to go for a fake. Extra. Trying to put up a spoke. Not really though, because Mark is very low on the HP radar. The only guy can do it. That is going to be the side of Astra.
Oh,
Who gets
it's done,
picked
it's
up?
done.
What a really good play! What a really good play, dude! Sage! That was
I
a
was waiting for
1000
this bullet.
IQ play.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
See, this is something that a lot of streamers love to do. A lot of team and players have like originated with this kind of play. If you have Sage and if you have such kind of a postman scenario, you can easily line up that vertical wall so that from the long angle, from the mains, if somebody is trying to like line up the shots, they can easily be on the
Yeah.
back foot. Sage was on the way, busy defusing, and that wall was tanking up all the damage, and then eventually Vera stepping in at the right moment to shut down both the players. Brilliant execution, because Motive was looking like a team who could have actually been gone on the back foot, but they retaliated. That was really very important. Maki got the information, but on the other corner, his information was also relayed. There is a chokehold, there's the crosscut available, and that in itself is going to put a lot of pressure. But Vera has cracked the code, flaring, fights back, takes 2 down. I think this is it, guys. We will get to see Motive Esports being the fruitful one for sure, because for OSS to do a 2v5 in such situations where they do not have any ultimate available, where they do not have any good angles available. Look at the high-low combination that now Vera and his teammate, the Sova, is building.
Last player.
I think this is it, guys. Yeah, there you go. Job's done. 14-12. Motive Esports securing a scoreline of 2-0. Although, if there is a tiebreaker between Motive and IM at the end of the day, of course, the round utilized by Motive Gaming to win this particular matchup is way too higher, because on the other corner, IM was able to beat their opponent in a scoreline of 13-4. But these lads, they took it up to the north of 26 rounds.
Yeah. Versus Gaming losing another one is something that they need to go back to a drawing board, and they still have 3 games left though, and
One game.
sorry.
Yeah.
So their qualification kind of depends on the outcome of the other team as well, who's going to be lying down at the 3rd spot. But it is what it is. The disappointment, the sadness, if I just want to play in plain simple words, it's going to be right there, and they will be not very happy about it.
That always hurts. I mean, representing your nation, getting very close to a victory. 12-12 scoreline. The OT came in. Yes, of course, they already had a very big disheartening moment when it comes to the first match that they played today, OSS versus IM. We got to see a scoreline of 13-9, and then after that, this happening. For OSS, representing from Philippines, this is not the ideal situation. But of course, guys, from Philippines, if I'm not wrong, there are 2 teams that are here to represent themselves in the Asia Pacific Asia Predator League 2026. One of them is OSS, which is right now with 0 scoreline. And the other one, they're also inching closer to move forward, to be there in the playoffs. Let's see, at the end, whenever we get to see the entire scoreboard of all the groups, we'll get to have a better idea. But in these highlights, you can relive those moments where a tight-knit competition where back and forth happened between OSS and, of course, Motive Esports. At the end, Motive pulled up their socks, figured out, and they were able to shut it down in the OT round number 1.
Marky was also that brilliant sharpshooter in this game. Yes, he was. It was every time when he was getting the opportunity to do so, he was just way too good. Though his ultimate play from Zeus was also very on point. This could have been the round where Motive could have shut this down with 13-11, but in the end, because of the man disadvantage, they couldn't. In the next round, all hail to Zeus, dude, and the combination of the Sage Wall, way too brilliantly executed. And this is a trick how you actually utilize, even if this was being performed for the very first time from this particular team and this kind of scenario. So I actually do these tricks on some of these stages. But for now, folks, with a 14-12 scoreline, it's going to be Motive Esports to get a 2-0 standing on the group stage.
I'm excited about the next matchup that we are going to see, because I am so far, with regards to Haven, they have been phenomenal. a triple-sided map like that, and IM has just dominated in it. Now the question is, when Motive will be in front of them for the very first time in this group stage, we'll love to see what two of the Titans who are on the other corner, on their own same panels,
Yeah.
they're just conquering every other particular map that they're playing. Of course, with regards to IM, the first match with OSS, they had a 13-9 scoreline, and then eventually with Chaos Alliance, they had a scoreline of 13-4. So IM seems like a team which is well built, readily available with their play style. Sungsun, Bunny, all these individuals coming in from their corner can be very, very on point. But if you see, Motive Esports is a team which have struggled in the previous matchup. In Abyss, we clearly saw that a map which is not that, I guess, readily used, but then again there was a struggle coming in for specifically Motive Esports. They still were able to counter. Now that matters the most. You have to evolve throughout the way. You have to adapt. Yes, there were tactical timeouts coming in from the other side as well. Motive, they were also forced to take a tactical timeout. They got 12-10 scoreline. They were in the OT, but still in OT you get to see that A game coming in from Motive. So Motive is a team whose graph is not like a diagonal one, but a graph which has got some zigzags into it. So I think that can be the best asset for Motive.
Yeah. I mean, that was a brilliant play coming out from both sides. We saw our very first overtime play for our Group D games here at the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. So this is something that we were actually waiting in for, and kudos to all of the teams too. Even for the side of Versus Gaming, things are looking a little bit bleaky on their qualification for the semi-finale, but still fingers crossed, because their qualification kind of depend on the other teams' outcomes as well. But for now, folks, I guess that was the fourth game. We still have two of the games here on the broadcast left, because again we have 6 BO1s, which out of which 4 BO1s are done and dusted. And I guess we will be taking a look at the group standings before we go for a quick short break, Raider.
I am waiting for that, but just to add on that curiosity, to be honest, guys, if Motive would have lost this particular matchup and IM already has secured 2 good points on the leaderboard, so IM would have been sitting on the top of the leaderboard. So far, I believe, again, similar situation is happening where IM is still sitting on the top of leaderboard, specifically for Group D, because with regards to the tiebreaker rule in the overall standing, the number of rounds you take to win a particular map is going to get calculated if the score is similar. So Motive and IM, they both have a similar score right now. It's 2-0, 2-0. And now, if you see, Motive have taken around 26 rounds to win their battle up against OSS Gaming. On the other corner, up against OSS in just, I believe, somewhere around 22 rounds, the job was done in the very first match that we got to see. And then after that, the next match that IM played up against Chaos Alliance, in that particular match, 16 rounds were utilized. So overall, if you see, still IM is sitting on top. The next match is a make or break match for the qualification to the semifinals. Because if you see, at this point, Chaos Alliance and for OS, it's impossible. They are for sure not going to head to the next particular stage. That is pretty clear, because they have 0 scores. They're left with just a single match. That's all they're left with. That means they can maybe get at most a single point. That's all. But for Motive and for IM, it's still an open opportunity. They might get 3 points. They might get 2 scores. You never know. You never know how the equation goes on. But yes, the next match is that match which is going to give you the confirmation of who is going to get qualified for the semis. Is it Motive? Is it IM? We are all looking forward to it.
Yeah, we have to just wait for a while, folks. And on how, I mean, the entire day, dude, if we just, just to give all of our viewers a little bit of the recap from the, from the starting of the day, we did have our very first game. That was the side of Oasis going up against the side of IAM, where IAM was phenomenally better in their defensive plays, especially as we have talked about on the map of Haven. They were just so brilliant. And even if you talk about the third game for the day, where IAM faced it up at the side of Chaos Alliance, they kind of like played that bite game on the map veto to let the opponent team select and have them cornered them to play on the map of Heaven nonetheless. So yes, Team IM is that one team which I am kind of like expecting to be the number 1 contenders for the semi-finalist or even the finalist of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026.
I mean, I agree with the point that there is a good chance that they can be the only competitor that moves forward from here. But again, the next match is going to be very important. See, there is saying that there are two sides of a coin, and I believe with regards to that, yes, those two sides are MTV. That means Motive Gaming being a team who is very versatile, who is adaptable, who loves to retaliate, who loves to fight back. On the other corner, IM is a team who has so far just dominated, straight up dominated up against their opponent. OSS versus Motive, the match number 4, as we got to see on our podcast. Highest ACS in this particular match was there for Maki with 256. But Vera, Persona, 2 of the players north of 240 with regards to ACS, 3 of the players north of 200 with regards to ACS. Actually, 4 of the players are there north of 200 ACS. That in itself justifies how brutal they were up against their opponent. But again, guys, vice versa. Situations were vice versa. A lot of first bloods from both the Yorus. Vele as an agent kind of faltered down for OSS. I do believe that Zeus could have done more, could have got a little bit more of a value. But guys, you all who are our viewers who are watching the stream, you can do more with regards to the prize pool. $10,000 on the line, all in your hands, because Intel All-Star, that's exactly what that particular $10,000 is reserved for. You have to just vote. Scan that QR that you can see on the bottom right side of the screen, and you can vote. And the closing of the vote will be done on 11th of January at 4 p.m. So be quick. Go ahead and vote.
Yes, sir. And as you all know, folks, Intel All-Star is going to be a one mighty title, which is going to be decided by you. But for now, folks, we'll be taking a little break here. The Chef has prepared a League 2026 Group 3 broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming up after a really short break.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work or play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo, you feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
We are once again back in the disc of East Pacific Predator League 2026, and as we can see, the group stage is on the verge of getting done and dusted. Two more matches, and after that, you'll get to know who is that particular case or the team who is going to move forward to the next stage. But trust me, at this point, I'm more excited about the very next game because it is Motive Esports versus Team IM. If Motive wins, they are going to the semis. If IM wins, they are going to go to the semis. You never know. But on the other corner, if you talk about the standing in all the other groups, if you see, Fancy United Esports is that particular team who has secured 2 good points over there. SATL, they're down 2 points, and I think for that reason, SATL is definitely not the one who is going to move forward. For E-King, there is a possibility if Fancy United loses their next particular matchup. Meanwhile, if you talk about Group B, we have teams like Boom Esports have secured 2 good games. From Group C, it's Team Zipto, and from Group D, one and only IM, and of course, Motive Esports.
Yes, sir. And at this point of time, I guess it is going to be, as you rightly called it, before we went in for the break, right? This is going to be the clash of titans because both the teams are at the top of the table at the moment. Whoever wins are going to be at the next stage. But also talking about for the side of IM as well. This time around, they have to play on a different map, which is going to be on the map of Abyss. As we will definitely take a look momentarily, folks, which is going to be exact case of who has spawned what map in terms of which order. But Abyss is going to be the map where both teams will lock their horns out.
So, for that reason, if you see, Motive Esports have got a decent advantage, I would say, because they've already played in it. For IM, their strongest suit has been Haven. So, adding on top of that, I think Motive is, we have got the confirmation that Motive is the one who is going to play on defense for the first half. And for Team IM, they will be playing on the attacking start for the first 12 rounds. I believe with regards to all of that, it is going to be a very big challenge for the sides of Team IM to adapt to the kind of play that Motive Esports is going to bring, because so far Motive Esports have been phenomenal. Yes, there was a struggle up against OSS Gaming, but at the end Motive Esports made sure that they seal the deal in the OT round number 1. I feel this particular matchup might not go to OT. That's what my prediction is for this particular game, because I am looking forward to see how Sungsun and eventually the other guy like Bunny is going to play from the sides of Team IM. That is going to be a most important factor for me personally. So first few rounds, I'm looking forward to it.
I feel like, in my opinion, I definitely feel like it's either going to be kind of like, how do I put it, a half-sided, one-sided affair, that one of the teams will actually win it out with a 13-8 or a 13-9. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be that kind of result, and it's not going to be a close game, because I feel what Motive Esports were not able to actually do is that a lot of the retakes were not actually happening in the same manner. This was more of like, how do I say it? Like, I am being the better side in terms of the game that we have witnessed. Motive Esports did very happily able to capitalize on a whole lot of the wrongdoings of their opponent team, but here on IM, actually the team on their side, on their matches, were able to create opportunities for themselves. Their entire strategy, their entire coordination was on point. I'm not saying that Motive Esports will lose before the match gets started off, but I feel like I see a victory going in for the side of IM.
Okay, so we have 2 different sides, guys. I would like to go with Motive Esports. I think Motive Esports can be super strong in Abyss, given that in the previous matchup they were able to beat OSS, and Bullet is saying that it is going to be Team IM. So all of you guys who are watching us, you can actually comment down in the chat section which particular team you are favoring and which particular team you think is going to nail this Group D action and eventually go forward to the semis. Because if you see, the match number 6 is a match which is a complementary type of equation for now, because both the teams who are going to play in match number 6, be it Chaos Alliance or OSS Gaming, both of them have suffered 0 wins, 0 losses. I mean, both of them have got 0 wins and eventually suffered losses. So that is going to be a very important part. I think they are for sure not moving on to the semis. We are not going to see them on the 10th of Jan in the action for the playoffs. It is all about what IM can do and how Motive Esports can retaliate.
Let's see. When we have Bind getting banned from the side of Motive, Haven getting banned from the side of Motive, makes sense. Sunset getting banned from the side of M, Split getting banned from the side of M, and we have seen Motive actually playing on the side of Split as well today. Corrode getting banned from the side of Motive, and then again Pearl getting banned from the side of M, which decides and left out with Abyss, as we have called it before, folks, getting to be the map that we are going to witness right here between these two fine teams. I mean, I want to change my statement, but I'm not going to. I yet again feel that this, these two particular teams can actually be on a very subpar level, that we might see back-to-back trades, back-to-back, the fact that both the teams can actually shun each other out in every other corners of the map, and I actually see for a fact that this might be a play where we witness a very good strategy in terms of the team coordination. But we have to just wait and watch.
Yeah, that is the only thing that as casters we can do, as an audience we can do. We can just wait and watch how this entire situation pans down. But honestly, Motive Esports, I would like to again double down to the fact that Motive Esports is playing the very next match and back-to-back games. To be honest, Motive played the fourth game, now they're playing the fifth one. It's a back-to-back equation, that too on the same map. Of course the opponents are going to change, but remember guys, they're starting on the same side as well. When we talked about the previous matchup, Motive, they started in the first 12 rounds as the defenders. Similar thing is happening once again, and the lads from Motive Esports, they're highly motivated and they know that this one is a very important stuff. This particular match is really very important. It's a make or break equation. See, if Motive wins this one, they're obviously going to go on to the semis, be a part of the prize pool type of spree, and then eventually move forward to be the champion. You never know how the equation goes on, because there are three more different groups. There will be three more different teams facing up against them in the near future when we talk about the clans. But for now, I think Motive Esports, they're planned, they're plotted, they know what can go wrong in the map of Abyss, they know what are those vulnerable spots,
Yeah.
which particular agent they have to change to make their game even stronger. All of that idea, all of that
Mhm.
information is already there for them. So I think due to that, I think there's a very good chance that Motive Esports has
Yeah.
the game in their bag.
I think there are some technical, checks and all of the requirement that are kind of like being taken care of. At We do see a whole lot of chatter happening around the map on our cam feed at the moment, but we have a lot of the players actually warming up for their next game as well. We do see the mouse movement like that. So yet again, more of esports facing up IAM. I mean, in terms of the agent composition as well, we have seen IAM love to play with a double controller setup onto their side. And from the side of Motive Esports, it's a completely different tale altogether.
Tales to be written, history to be made, and a future to be molded. Is it Motive? Is it Team IM? There are a lot
I
of
don't know.
facts, there are a lot of stats that can go wrong for both the sides. I am representing Korea, Motive Esports, the only one from Singapore. Two of those teams who have
Hmm.
high hopes. Fans, they have already seen what they are capable of. And now these two teams who have dominated up against their other two teams, their other two opponents, I would say, are facing each other. Two of the dominators, two of the titans going up against each other. One of them is Motive Esports, who has seen a situation where they were about to lose the entire game. That means they have seen zigzags. It's not a straight line for them, it's not a straight upwards trajectory for them. They have seen some struggle, they have seen some comebacks, they have evolved, they have taken tactical timers, they have figured out, they have gone back to the drawing board in between a particular game, and then they have conquered. I am so far, I believe the only reason why I'm saying, only two three reasons I would like to say, I'm saying that I am could be struggling or could be on the back foot in this particular match or could not go to the semifinals, is because first reason for sure is the back-to-back game that is there for Motive Esports. Their momentum is kind of on the higher note. They have just won a particular match and they are playing on the same map. That's my second point, that they're playing on the same map. Third point is that they're playing on the same side as well. They're starting on the defense side for the first 12 rounds. Where I mean, of course, their coaches, their analysts, and eventually the players, they had a break. They could have obviously watched all the game and eventually figured out what are the vulnerable points, what are the vulnerable moments. But just watching is not going to cut it. The one team who has played that game, who has made mistakes, who has adapted, who has evolved through it, that's Motive Esports. And for that reason, I would say Motive Esports can bounce back. Looking at the competition, nothing has really changed. Vera is playing with Yoru. Persona is going to go with Vele. Flaring, same Sage coming in. Minimize is going to go with Sova, and Omen is there for Bankai. But on the other corner, Astra is not available. Oh, Astra is there. Double smokes. I think that was the reason you were surprised, right, Bullet? Double smokes coming in.
No, for the side of motive, we did saw in the previous game, not in exactly in the previous game, but we have seen in the previous games that they love to play with a double controller setup. But a double duelist is something. A double duelist and a double controller is something that IAM has gone for, and double initiated. No
Same as to the
sentinels in
previous
play.
match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when we talk about side of the motive, they do have one center, which is of course Sage, and motive esports Sage, which is getting played from the side of flaring, is actually pretty good, and they have done a pretty good job in the previous games of playing with that agent. So makes sense.
We still remember the 25th round, the OT round number 1, where Sage went in for a vertical wall and just tanked up all the damage and eventually got the defusal done. And Vera stepping in, swinging around to shut the opponents down. So yes, capable individuals, capable lads. And as we can see, the players are warming up. There's the fist bumps. We can also do a virtual fist bump as we dive in this game. And would love to see who is going to be the winner of this one and possibly go to the semis, because remember guys, this is the match, this is the game which is going to give you the zest, which is going to give you the idea of who is going to move forward. Is it IAM with 3 points? Is it Motive Esports with 3 points on their board after this match goes down? You never know. So let's wait and watch.
Well, folks, the wait is over. The second last PO1 for the day, folks, is going to decide if either of these sides going to make a step closer of making their way to the semi-finale. At the moment, as we call it, folks, as you know, folks, IAM is going to be on the attacking play. Motive on the defense. Sungson gets the first pick on Vera of the very first game between these two sides. Both of them are hiding in the smoke. Modi gets the pick on Persona. Looking for the plant.
Spike
Making it
planted.
to a good control, though, with a 5v3 in the very first round.
Here.
Well, they have started. Minimize, he's going to pop off. Sungson has been taken down. Denmo retaliates. Minimize goes down. Bit of a struggle for Motive Esports. They have lost 3 of their individuals. Flaring. And Bankai constantly putting in the pressure. And look at Denmo. He's just tanking up the damage right there in the dark covers.
Yeah.
Has no clue where the opponent is. Finally, there's a switcheroo coming in. And Flaring finds 1. Flaring finds 2. He has to get the last 2 as well so that he can go for a defusal. Let's see if that's a possibility. He takes 1 down but can't go for the defusal. Finally, he'll go. There you go, the diffuser will happen. He has to first off go for the half diff and then eventually push in. But there you go, the Sova will be pushing in. Sunday will be saving the day. The first round comes in the favor of Team IAM. Pretty close, pretty tight-knit, cutthroat kind of competition between these two teams. But then again, it is IAM who were able to both plant and go for the post-plant as well. Be fruitful in it. Sunday finally puts the final shot.
Which means for a fact that this was the very first round. Getting disappointed from both sides. I mean, both sides played really well, but in the end, it was just a pistol round, so can't really break it down much, folks, as we all know. For now, there's going to be a few of the frags coming in from both sides, and now aggressive play coming on from side of Motive, where Benka will shut down the side of Yoru, and Sunday with the shock dart will confirm the side of Sage. Now, we do have other 3 guys trying their going all the way back to rotating all the way back towards the B side. Very much needed, because they know for a fact that 4 of the players were right here. They got 1, so they are eventually going to be none, and the side will be left out open for us to have a stronghold position. They will be going in for the plant, and yes, they will.
Sunday going in for the plant. In the previous round, he was able to fend off the entire postman scenario. But look at this. Vele is super low. Flaring is already out. On the other corner, the Yoru coming in from IAM is also done and dusted, but lack of weaponry. That can go south for them. Sunday going in for the pre-fire with the Guardian connecting the dots. Vera takes 1 down. Vera goes down. And then finally, Bunny. Super low. There you go. Right tap. 1v2 won't happen. Once again, IAM is on the leading charts, and Motive Esports are just looking of like a very vulnerable team on the defense. The space is available for their opponents to push in onto the B side, and they're just maintaining their control over that.
Yes, sir. Right at the moment, you just look at the very calm and composed, literally zero reactions coming up from the side of IAM. No expression of the excitement or whatever you call it. They are just like, hey, it's just another day in the office. We need to win this one to get ahead of the competition, and they will do something like that. But for now, folks, they're trying to execute the side of side B, and yet again they're going against no reason to side or anyone that haven't. Not exactly though. Creativity play, get the side planted, and now you have a 5-5 scenario and a close plant situation.
This time, I think the best part is Motive has got some weaponry to play with, so I think Motive can fight back in this. Tenmo, the angles that he is holding, there you go. The reflex coming in. Swangsen takes on not just one but three players. Bunny on the other corner with a mere Bucky in a bonus buy situation is ripping apart the competition. Motive Esports, they were highly motivated. They had that momentum after the previous one. In the previous win that they had against Oasis, they had that momentum. They were able to control their aggression. They were able to fight back. But in this particular matchup, even a full buy round up against a bonus buy kind of situation for an opponent was not feasible for the Motive Esports. They are just crumbling down. And they're just dominating. They're just dominating these three initial rounds. A bit of a straight up wall in front of Motive Esports, but this is a tactical timeout that Motive Esports is not ashamed of taking. They have to figure out, they have to plan their attack. I mean, MS is a map which they love to play. We have seen that in the previous matchup. They were able to get it done, but maybe this particular time up against IM, nothing will work. You never know.
Yep. For now, for the side of Motive Esports, there are a few things lacking here and there. One, I think one can be the fact that the overall gunfight, which is coming up from the the side of IM, is something that needs to be taken care of. They're able to win more. They're able to create more chances. Is something that I want to just recall it out. But overall, I feel like yes, we are still at the very beginning of the entire game. There's still a whole lot of pathways left and a whole lot of match left where we can expect Motive Esports to be very focused on making a comeback. So yeah, let's see.
Tactical timeout is done. Motive Esports on the defense. That's a good call from Denmo that he is going to go with an outlaw, because there's a good possibility that the opponents would have gone for the half shields. Chosen to go with good weapons and half shields. Already lacking behind with regards to the buy. Do not have proper weapons to play with. But it's a complete tank on the B side. If you see, a stack up is happening on the B side. There's one in the mid. But the players are super interested on taking the A side. There's the wall. Sage is holding up, flaring. Not willing to give up any angle, not giving any stance, any opportunity to their opponent. Sage is going to be super patient over there, but look at this. As the smokes are coming in, as the utilities are getting utilized, this is the moment where flaring has to give the call that the commitment is there. And yes, the players have committed. Bunny chosen the light speed, pushed in. He's infiltrated the side. The wall has been broken. And still flaring, holding off his composure. He knows that he can come out of the smoke anytime and then surprise his opponent, but had to push back because there was no cavalry, no backup available. All the players are pushing in from the spawn. That's a good approach, because if they decided to go for a backstab, Ashtag would have caught them off guard. But with lack of buy and 3-4 guns already aiming onto them, it's again a challenge to retaliate. It's again a very big challenge to go for the post plan, but they're still pulling some strings. Bunny, a 3K, and that's it, guys. The entire rebellion has been crushed.
There you have it, folks. Still has a chance, dude. but the timer is running out. They'll have to start the defuse with the shock dart. It's going to be very low HP. Oh, lovely! Sunday is gonna make the Monday shine from the side of Motive and the dude. That was some play right there, and we have seen that happening in the previous game as well. This lad had shown on how these shock darts are meant to be utilized in a situation like this, you know.
One shock dart on the right place, on the right angle, and there you go, a massacre. But at the end, guys, it's a scoreline which Motive is not at all happy about. Motive Esports have right now lost 4 back-to-back rounds. The entire control, the entire composure they had is slipping away. They really need to buckle up at this moment. Let's see if that is a possibility or not, maybe.
Back in a flash.
4-0. Light speed activated. Players pushed in, getting the information. There's a refract also being utilized instantaneously. Persona, Benkai, they're stepping up big time and they have taken down 3 of the opponents. And IM once again is looking like a team which is on the back foot. But we have seen such things happening to IM and they were able to retaliate in the past. Can they do it again? Bunny and that Showa. These are the 2 players who are still left. Minimize has been spotted. Owl Drone will be coming in to get all the information that is required. With that info and Spike still not in their hand, they cannot really fall back. Persona receives bit of a damage. Bunny going in for the pre-fire. But Persona is still tanking up, still holding up the grounds. And there you go. Finally, the spike is available. 40 more seconds to go with. They can change the sides, but the problem is it's 1v4 equation. Bunny, Stock, Saturate being utilized, but still at the end, we get to see Minimize stepping up big time, as I said. And it's a first victory for Motive Esports in the map of Abyss. Finally, in match number 5, they have an opening.
Finally, Motive Esports getting their very first round victory, Raider. Very first round, which is absolutely needed at this point of time. They are slowly, steadily getting their way up. Slowly and steadily, we do see Motive Esports kind of like losing out the entire grip on the very first half. But this one victory is something that they needed for a with a really long time. For a really long time. For now, as we approach towards the very 6th round, towards the very halfway of the very first half, this is something that I will try to just capitalize on every now and then. They just want to be the winner of this one, and they have to play with that mindset as well, you know. First pick, Muti gets the pick on Benkai, and now they are trying to commit on towards the site A at the moment, but now I guess they are trying their way back, rotating their way back towards side B.
With the Owl Drone, there's a confirmation that there is a player available. Shock dart goes in, bit of a damage, but no gate crash being utilized. Instant TP. Instantly, the player backs out. But the thing is, mid contention is never really working out for them. And now that the smokes are out, Bankai has been taken down. Blocking of the vision is not going to be easy. They can go for flashes with the help of Yoru. They can go for Saturate. They can use Refract to push in and eventually move back. Gate crash is also a viable option. Oh, the shots were going in, bit of a damage on a lot of players, but nothing really available. Convergent path being dished out from the opponent. The ultimates are being committed in. I think it's a 5-1. No one can deny that. A bit of a flash and then eventually a push. But at the end, we're affaring. Both of them have been taken down. It's 5-1. The scoreline once again favors the Brave. It's IM who is not just maintaining their aggression, but also dominating on all the ends.
Yep. Back after another. They are just showing the epitome of how things are supposed to be in this kind of like a competition. And they are, not just saying for the fact that the execution is just brilliant. Their overall team coordination is something that I'm becoming fan of. One after another round. You know what I mean? It's something that they're just being too brilliant, dude, with the overall team coordination. I'm not saying for the fact that Motive Esports are lacking the same thing, but they are just a couple of steps ahead of what Motive Esports are able to think and execute. For now, it's going to be, I am trying to understand where everybody is holding these angles off. And this is probably in the last round also we saw somebody actually going in toward the side of mid. It's either the side of IM committing in toward the side of A. We have not, possibly that was in round number 3. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, if I'm able, yeah, that was round number 3 where we just saw them taking the mid approach towards the other side. Bunny comes inside the side, takes down the side of Sage, fading goes out. They still have the chance to actually go in for some more frags, but we do have the side of Persona playing in on the backside. But nah, not gonna happen. Minimize takes two from the side of Sungsin. Sungsin will get resurrected with her own ult from the side of Clove, and now we do have a 5v3 scenario. Bankai will get the pick on Sungsin now, but when he comes up, Minimize comes up from the back, takes a triple, and this is what we are waiting in for. Takes a 4, possibly looking for an ace. Yes.
Minimize has narrowed down every single chance of
30
team.
seconds left.
I am winning this one. He wants to go for an ace, but look at the damage. Oh my god, what? The players just lined up. They just gave up the entire opportunity. Motive Esports, such a big blunder. Oh my days, they were looking super close to winning this one. But Motive Esports, Vera, and the Sova Minimize, they just lined up perfectly. And there was a pre-fire from that Phantom. What was that? What was that? A lot of things are going wrong for Motive Esports. Another tactical timeout. Motive Esports have to go back to the drawing board. They have to figure out what is going wrong. They are literally getting thrashed at this moment. Sides are being opened up. IM is literally pushing in. They are getting a lot of access towards the B side, to be specific. On A, they're just making sure they penetrate the way they are pushing in, breaking the siege wall, and then with the light speed, with Euro's gate crash, they're just building up a play which is unbearable for the sides of Motive Esports.
I mean, that was a gameplay of blunders from both sides. Not going into that. Minimize coming up all the way from the back is something that one of the guys from the side of Motive Esports, from the side of IM Esports, need to be aware of, because we have seen Minimize with the same kind of gameplay in the previous plays as well. Not just this one, in the previous games as well. And what happened from the side of Minimize was something that he needs to take care of. But it is what it is. 6-1. A huge lead into the favor of IM at the moment. Huge.
I'm back.
Sunday gets the pick on Vera. Delmo does the same with flaring though. Yet another time I am just blocking their horns out, going all in on the side. No, I mean, initial intel gathering being done. No initial plays to just deny the another end. They have it in less than 30 seconds. And with the prep phase as well, in before the timer runs out in the action phase as well, you have the results going into the favor of IAM Raider. So 7-1 now.
Yeah. After that tactical timeout, yes, they didn't have the proper buy, so kind of justified why they lost this particular round, but they should have actually put up some of the damage onto their opponents. Now, finally, Motive Esports has once again got a bit of a buy. Some regen shields to work with, some full shields to work with. On an ultimate dimensional drift, they can go for it so that they can have a lot of information of where the opponents are. Persona had to push back. But back and forth, you see that kind of rotations, you can see the kind of angles that are being changed. Vera, a big commitment, pushes deep towards his opponent's end. Moody versus Vera, that could be the 1v1 standalone fight that we are going to see. But again, Vera goes down, Persona is out with a shorty. Pretty easy, like a cakewalk for the sides of IM right now. And there you go, Astral Divide, blocking off the entire angle. The plant will happen. Sunday was on the verge of getting taken down by a shock dot by the second one, but that never really happened. Minimize. What can he do? Well, the answer is not a lot, as his teammate Bankai has already been taken down. Denmo is right there. Denmo is still there. Okay, finally he spots him. Finally he gets the idea of where the opponent is. But the problem is, Diffusal is still going to be a little bit of a challenge. One guy has put up the siege wall and the other one is pushing in. This could be it. Yes, he was able to shut down his opponent, but is there enough time left? There is enough time left. But nah, Moody was still there. Moody was still alive. That's it, guys. 8-1. A lot of exchanges between both the teams, but at the end, it's IM once again nailing, being on point. And feels like that IM is just unbeatable at this moment.
Motive Esports needs to find that point, I mean, definitely they are motivated way more than ever, but Oh, dude. This is something that I'm speechless. I mean, this is an absolute one-side domination, and I kind of called it, if you remember, Raider. So brownie points to me then.
Sure, man. Take it away. Be happy.
You heard that, folks. This is how your Kokasha sounds when you're trying to make a pun. Okay, dude. Okay. Well, jokes apart, folks.
But yeah, coming back to the game. Yeah, be back in the game because it's 1 minute and 13 seconds left, and there you go. Tenmo opens up Sunday. He fights back. Persona minimized, taken down. Vera goes out. Another round where they didn't have the buy. But I recalled it that in the previous round, in the previous game, should I say, up against OSS, in critical moments, in economical buys, Motiv Esports fought back. That is not happening in this particular map, where IM is just doubling down whenever there is an eco round. They're just putting up pressure, immense pressure onto their opponent. And it's another one which will be going in the favor of Team IM for sure. It will be a 9-1 scoreline. Only option available is go for the saves.
Let's see. That guy gets a double. 2v5 scumble down to 2v3. Still very much to do to get this round onto their side. Oh, he gets a third. Bankai, come on. He is on point. They don't have any information, I feel, because they are still looking on towards mid. Say's trying to possibly go towards the side of site A. But they have to just save it for the moment.
Enemy remaining.
Sunday coming off. Bengal will get the fourth one. Yes, with a little bit of the economy. Oh, he gets the ace! Lovely. But the round score will go into the favor of IM. And that is what it matters, you know.
Of course. But at the end, guys, see, IM is now looking even closer to their victory. The first half where Motiv was able to dish out a lot of damage up against their opponents, OSS Gaming in the match number 4 is not really working out for them in this match number 5, where Team IM is just nullifying every single odd. The attack that this particular team is bringing in is just uncanny. Very difficult. Now, 9-1, that's the scoreline. One step away from the double digits. Look at those pre-fires that are coming in to block off and to shut down any possibility of players holding up close. With the Raul drone, the players are pushing in. Conversion path. There you go. Conversion path being implicated. And then there's the push. Bunny up on Haven. I think, guys, we have a very good possibility of a 10-1 minimize. Gets caught off guard. Small pixel was visible and Denmo just capped on it.
Yeah, 40% HP. Flash comes up. Oh, even through the flash, Sunday will get the collateral. Sunday with the double. There you have it. 10-1. I guess this is now done and dusted, folks. I'm so sorry to say, but this is now done and dusted. 10-1. It's a huge lead, dude. Huge one.
I think hopes are getting narrowed. Chances of a comeback from the sides of Team Motiv Esports is down to like 2-3% because scoreline is already there with double digits for the sides of Team IM, and it's just one more round left in this particular first half, and after that the second half will start with pistol rounds will be coming in again. Equally well challenge will be there. 10 move there with an operator. The iron operator is online. They're looking forward to connect some dots. Let's see if the connections is to be made. 10 more. He's holding off the corners. This time, 3 of the players are holding off the B side. One is there in the mid. Denmo is going to take the orb. And now they have got the ultimate available. Denmo with the dimensional drift can easily push and get a lot of info. Obviously that ultimate has been nerfed quite a bit. No utilities can be used, be it gate crash or some other utils. Can't be used. A fake. And the players have rotated back to B. This could be difficult for the sides of Motiv Esports, I believe, because they do not have that manpower available. Okay, dimensional drift. They are getting the information that they need. And adding on that, players are just charging in. Moody hits Benkai, and there you go. The ultimates like Hunter's Fury, dimensional drift. All of them are being committed. Back to back, the players are losing their breath. They are just going down. flash and trying to back out. There's a dimensional drift from the defender's corner. Persona steps up big time, gets 3 players out, gets the 4th one. Flaring is the one who is going to get the 4th player out. 20 seconds, spike yet to be planted, and a spike is not even available for the sides of IM. I think this is another round where maybe Motive is going to make their move. And yeah, Motive Esports on the verge of winning this
10
one.
seconds left.
I have the
Yep.
spike.
Much needed one. Much needed one. Can't go for the plant Sunday. Yep. After straight 9 rounds, we finally see the side of Motive Esports winning one. Sorry, 6 rounds. Apologies, folks. Last one with the one was on round number 5, and now in round number 10. 10 finally. And this is what will keep the hopes of Motive Esports alive, Raider. As we all know, they're struggling a little bit here and there. They're struggling to not exactly like win those gunfights, but more about winning those rounds onto their favor. This is more about that. But for now, we have seen the true sense of actually giving it 100% from side Motive Esports. Now, being on the attacking side and I am being on the defensive play, the entire dictation can actually go into the favor of Motive Esports. What do you think, Raider?
I think at this point I would like to wait and watch. That's the most important thing that I would like to do, because
Yeah,
things are going
yeah.
just haywire. You never know how the equation goes on, but Denmo finds an opening. Plant will be done. Denmo is super low. Even Persona, if you see, Persona is quite a bit tagged. Minimize, and Benka has been taken out. Fairing goes on. Persona is out. There you go. 11-2 now. The diffuser will be coming in. IM nails the first round in the first half, nails the second half first round as well. They're smiling. They know that they are just 2 rounds away from the semi-final of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 Grand Finale.
Whew. Now, do you actually agree that we are not going to see Motive winning this one, Raider?
Way too difficult, man. Way too difficult. Near impossible for Motive to find the comeback in the game. I completely agree on that note.
Okay. For now, it is going to be 11-2 scoreline as we do see it, folks, which can get a little bit interchanged if Motive Esports start winning these rounds. It's going to be a huge, long highway that they need to surpass on. Without the outlaw, Bunny going in with backstab, and I'm pretty sure that he can actually get one. Oh, dash, but he gets the pick on Persona. Not exactly on Persona, he takes the pick on Bankai, but he gets the 3rd. And now it's going to be a match point coming in for the side of IM.
There you go, guys. One more round. That's all they need at this moment. If they get that one more round, they are moving forward to the playoffs. They are moving forward to the semis, and Motive Esports, they'll be just sitting back, trying to figure out what went wrong for them. To be honest, a lot of things are going wrong for them. They are giving up open sights to their opponents in the previous half. And right now, if we talk about this second half, again, their attack is not looking that composed. They're just getting countered every now and then. Sitting on the defense side in Abyss, there's a good advantage that IM has already brought. That mental pressure right now that IM is maintaining on the minds of team Motive Esports is just sky high. Light speed, refract, Euro pushes in,
Right here.
the clone goes in, the gate crash is also appointed. And if you see, even before the plant has happened, how quick the rotation is. All the players are already rotated back either on Haven or on the backside of the angles. And Bunny, he finds one opening. Bunny gets the second one. Both the players have been taken down, but Flaring, willing to retaliate, will not happen. And there you guys, the job's done. 13-2 is the scoreline. IM opened up the day with a scoreline of 13-9 today up against their opponent. Then against Chaos Alliance, it was a scoreline of 13-4, and now it's an even shorter scoreline, 13-2 coming in just 15 rounds. IM are the team who is going to both crush their opponent and at the same point move forward to be the semi-finalist, one of the semi-finalists. I think this is one of the quickest semi-finalist we have seen, because if I'm not wrong, from Group A, Group B, and Group C, the matches are still happening. But these guys, the match number 5 and the conclusion of who is going to move forward from the Group D to the semifinals is already here. Just after 5 matches, you know who is moving forward.
Yes, sir, and a great, I would say, team, dude. They are a team who knows what they are trying to do. They are a team who knows like on how to get these, uh, how do I say, like get these victories, right? Not just about the victories, but the overall team coordination is so on point. And I'm definitely a fan of their overall team coordination. This is what I'm trying to talk about. But also look at their happy faces as well. They are very calm and composed. They know for a fact that we are ahead of the at least the half of the competition that we have here at the Valorant segment of Asia Pacific Premier League. So they're more than happy. They're more than capable, and they know it. And this is what the mindset should be really when you're playing at such an international stage here for the Valorant esports.
Yeah, they came in, Team IM. They started with a struggling equation up against Oasis. The first match that they played, it was a 39 scoreline where we saw that even IM is a little bit vulnerable. On that note, they started, but on a note where they were just absolutely dominating. Look at the highlights. You'll get to see the gist of it. The very start, the very first round, where I thought maybe Motive Esports is going to make some moves. They were super close to it. This wall that Flaring appointed, it was a little bit on the wrong side. Otherwise, there was a good chance that he could have gone for the defusal, because he had to move around the wall to come back in that nook and cranny and then go for the defusal. That actually costed him some precious seconds.
Yeah, but since the beginning of the round before, dude, we did saw up to round number 5, round number 6, we did saw some fight back left off from the side of Motive Esports. We did saw them actually trying their level best to actually get back in the fight, get back in those round victories. But after that, it was all over the place. You know, it was Team IM, all over the place, just making sure they are the best team up against the side of Motive Esports. And let's take a look at the highlights, folks, as we do have it on screen. As you see in the round number 5 also, we did had that. Sorry, round number 6 also, we had very huge moment of one guy actually being able to get that if it was that minimized, but Bunny actually connected the shots and gave for a collateral 1v2 and dealing with it in a with a cherry on top and concluding with an ace. So there were some moments like this also, which was completely dictating the entire pace of the game towards the favor of Team IM. But for the side of Motive Esports, another victory, another loss for them.
Happens to the best of us, I believe, at this moment for Motive Esports. If you see the stats and the odds were in the favor of Motive Esports, it's like I am just defied all the odds. I am defied all the equations that, yes, this particular team known as Motive Esports was looking super strong when it comes to their own play up against the competition in match number 4, I would say. Yeah. But they figured out what are those weak points which we can infiltrate, what are those weak moments where we can kind of make the opponent a little bit more vulnerable, and they just cashed on it. Brilliant game, I would say. Phenomenal stuff from the sides of Team IM, and congratulations to them for securing their very first spot to the semifinals. Of course, the journey up ahead is going to be even more challenging, because there are a lot of more teams like Boom Esports, if I'm not wrong, have already secured 2 good games in the specific side of Group B. From Group A, I think that's Fancy United Esports, who have secured 2 good games, and even from Group C, there is a big name that has secured 2 good games, that's Zipto. So all these teams who are looking very close to being the formal competitor in the next 2 days up against this particular team known as IM. I'm super excited to see how that semi-finals, how the grand finals is going to happen. But yeah, once again, congratulations Team IM.
Yeah, I mean, getting so close to actually lock horns in the finale is something that they'll be very proud of, and I'm pretty sure that they're the very first team to actually get in the semi-finale brackets of the Asia Pacific Premier League 2026. I mean, another history getting rewritten, because this is the very first time yet again, folks, the fight for the honors right now happening at the New Delhi, and of course, which is the capital city of our beautiful country in India. And we have seen so many initiatives like this coming in from the side of Asia Pacific Premier League 2026, with our digital partner being Flipkart and also our partner being Intel. But for now, folks, that was the 5th matchup right here in the Group D. We still have one more game left, which is going to decide the middle order of the Group D standings.
Honestly, I believe the top 2 teams are already here. We know that IM is the one which has got the highest amount of points, 3 points, 3 games that they played. All the three games they crushed it. They were able to beat
Yeah.
Oasis, then Chaos Alliance, and then finally Motive Esports. For Motive Esports, they have already crushed Chaos Alliance and Oasis Gaming. They were unfortunately not able to even build up their own momentum in the third match that they played up against IM. For Chaos Alliance and
Yeah.
for Oasis, the only game that is left right now, what can happen, guys? The most positive thing that can happen for them is getting a 1 point. That's all they're going to get. That's all that is going to happen, be it Chaos Alliance and Oasis Gaming. But they will not get the spot for the next stage, that is the semifinals. Learning curve is something which we all have to adhere to. Either you win it or you learn from it. So I think for Oasis, for Motive Esports to some extent, for Chaos Alliance, that learning curve is going to be there for sure.
Yeah, and this was at the game number 5, folks, and like you called it, IM has sealed the victory off for the back-to-back 3 games that they have played for the day, and this is something that I guess we have to wait for the other group standing as well, which is exactly how the simultaneously happening on the venue itself on the land at the Bharat. But also talking about the side of other teams as well, we did saw Team SCT losing out to a massive 0-2 scoreline in terms of what they have played, in terms of what they have secured. So massive loss for the side of SATL as well, which is of course one of the presentation from our country.
Spike has been
I am
planted.
really actually waiting in. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was a good pun. Smart one. So if
Yeah,
probably you're wondering what is that beeping sound, folks, of course I'm not in the IRL setup of Valorant. That is my backup inverter going off, berserking, just beep 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 boop boop boop. It do happen sometimes when you are in a tough situation like.
I mean, yes, situations like that are bound to happen. Of course, it's technical stuff. It will happen for sure. But I really want to see what will happen between Chaos Alliance and Oasis Gaming. Now, coming back to the facts that we have seen, Oasis have been able to put up a tough competition up against both Motive Esports. They dragged them to the OT, remember guys, and eventually IM, the one who is being most dominating team so far, they also had to play for 9 rounds. They have also lost 9 rounds up against Oasis. So my prediction on just those facts, that the stats kind of say that Oasis is a team which has struggled, but then again in a way that they have made sure that their opponents also in those particular matches have struggled quite a bit. So for that reason, I think Oasis could be the one who is going to win this last match number 6, and maybe Chaos Alliance is going to go home with a 0.
Chaos Alliance going in with a 0. I am not really sure about it, but again, I was also not sure about that if Motive Esports can win this one, but I'll just wait for a while, dude. I don't want to make any assumption. I want to be the devil's advocate over here. I just want to wait and watch how things can be, or maybe things can take a different turn in the overall gameplay.
Let's wait and watch. I mean, one last match to go. That will give us the clarity of who is standing where and eventually what kind of equations teams are going to have at the end. I think for 10th of Jan, the day where we're going to see playoffs and the grand finale and the conclusion of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, I am pretty excited because now we know from Group D specific, the group of which we were a part of as casters, we know that which particular team is going to move forward. And from here, I think Bullet, you and me are going to be on the same page that we want IM to now win the grand finals because they're coming in from Group D, from our group.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Group D, things have been a little bit one-sided. Don't get me wrong. The matches, I mean, especially this game right here, when I was a part of, if I just want to recall it for the last game as well, some of the matches has been in less than what, I guess, 50 minutes? 60, almost in 1 hour, but some of the matches have kind of ended in less than 50 minutes. I just want to call it out in that way. Been a little quick one. But again, let's see on how things are going to be in terms of the last game for the day. So we have to just wait for a while and let's hope for the best. Let's hope for a really, really good game up till in the last game,
Now we have got the scoreboards in front of us. 18 is the highest amount of frags that anybody has got in this particular matchup, and that's coming in from Bunny. From the very first match, Bunny was able to step up big time. And we can clearly see that kind of play again getting replicated. Sungsin in this particular match playing on a role of a controller faltered back a bit, but Sunday stepped up big time with the shock darts, with the, should I say, Guardian, and eventually even the first round of the entire action. We got to see Sunday pushing in, shutting down flaring, and then getting that particular round, getting the start for this match number 5. So I think Sunday, again, phenomenal stuff from his corner. But from the other corner, if you see
Yeah.
the scoreboard of Motive Esports, Bankai, the one who was faltering down quite a bit, stepped up big time. Vera, who was phenomenal up against Team OSS Gaming, if I'm not wrong, in the previous matchup.
Yeah.
He is there with a single digit, that too just with 3 frags. Both the duelists there falter down. Flaring, he's also there with just 8 frags. So all of that is again going to be a interesting fact to talk about. But yes, the MVP is in this particular map of Abyss is actually Bunny from Team IM with 343.6 of an ACS, and KDR is 2.6. ADR is actually 204.8. Headshot percentage is 20.5%, and KD, as you can see, is 18, 7, and 5.
And overall of much deserving MVP coming up from the side of Abyss, one of the highest average comeback score in the previous matchup from what we have seen the side of AM getting played in this Group T games. But for now, folks, before we settle down the dust for that one last game for the group stage here at the Group D, we'll take a short break here at the Asia Pacific Predator League broadcast of 2026, which is, of course, the Group T games. We're taking a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be coming up with a very short break.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
One last rodeo to go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again after a quick short break in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. We are one step away from the grand finale, from the day of playoffs, which will be happening on the 10th of Jan. But today, on 8th of Jan, we really need to know what will happen in a brawl, in a battle, in a duel between these two teams who are known as Oasis Gaming and Chaos Alliance. Both of them are still right now standing at a situation where they don't have the adequate number of points, but they have got the points that they needed so that they can move on to the semi-finale, the playoffs. On the other corner for Group C, Zipto and TDK. These are the two teams who have got the possibility. If Zipto also falters down in their next matchup, then maybe the rounds that they took to win the game will be counted. For Group A, it's Fancy United. For Group B, we have Team Boom Esports and NKT who have got 2 victories each. But see, Boom Esports and Zipto, these two teams coming in from their two different groups, they have got an opportunity. If they win their next particular map, they are obviously going to move forward.
At this point of time, we have seen tremendous amount of strategies getting interchanged. We have seen Oasis Gaming facing up against the side of Motive as well. We did saw Motive getting up with the victory. So we have to just understand on how Chaos Alliance can actually make this victory onto their side or not, because we have seen definitely some interchanged gameplay here and there.
All right. Now, it's one of those moments where the reality, the truth is going to hit us that who is the better one? Is it Oasis? Is it Chaos Alliance between these two particular teams? Because so far that struggle is quite evident. But because if you see, Oasis is a team who has made sure that even when they lose in a way where we can say that the competition was good, the competition was tough.
Yeah.
So for Oasis, I feel this particular match is going to be one of those matches where they're going to finally open up, where they're finally going to be a winner of something. And on the other corner for Chaos Alliance, I believe it is going to be a difficult one. But let's talk about the bans and the pick. The decider will be there in Bind. Finally, a fresh new map coming in, because we have seen two Havens, we have
Let's
seen
go.
two
Yeah.
Abyss action, and now we have got a Bind to work with. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this map goes down.
Yeah. When it comes down to the side of Bind, it's another classic vanilla map when it comes down for the Valorant game. That's another one of the maps where we can expect tremendous comebacks here from both sides, if that is that one possibility as well. But for now, it comes down to the side of Chaos Alliance and another time for Oasis as well, because both the teams are actually looking for their very first victory, Raider.
Chaos Alliance, can they open up? Can they find their first opening? And on the other corner, same goes for the other side, for the other way around for Oasis Gaming, because so far they have managed to kind of put a lot of pressure onto their opponent, but never a moment where they were able to fruitfully conquer the game. So, yeah, the questions are quite important to be asked. It's all about who is going to get the answer. Is it Chaos Alliance? Is it Oasis Gaming? What kind of competition we are going to see? Are we going to see a one-sided affair, or are we going to see some OTs coming in, like close cutthroat type of action? But yeah, guys, remember for the group stage, this is the one final match, and I'm super excited to see who gets it done, because we already know who is the leader, who is the table topper, who is that hashtag one team, and that's I am with this with the perspective of this particular group. But we really have to see what more can be done from the sides of Chaos Alliance, how much more of energy they can put through in this entire action.
Let's see, man. At this point of time, it's still the same theory. I think both the teams are looking for their very first victory. Both the teams are trying to get a hold of, of the minute order of the Group D standing. So I'm just excited, man. I'm just looking for some really good Valorant competition between these two fine teams, because when we have seen the side of Oasis going up against the side of Motive, on towards their defensive play, they were looking very, very weak. Their attacking play was something that they were very good on. But when we talk about for the side of Chaos, last time they went against the side of TEIM, it was a completely different tale. In terms of their overall attacking play, they were looking very strong. But as soon as the side got switched, it was a 13-4 victory coming off for the side of Team IAM. So let's wait and watch on how the entire story unfold between these two great teams. But for now, folks, as we have
Mhm.
some agent picks. Oh, right on our screen for Fade, one of my favorite agents, right? The Brimstone, as we all know, will be there, a very much needed one. Viper, with some of the recent changes which has been dealt with her kit, is also going to be one of the prime choices as a controller, especially for this map. One of the outer blue is going to be the fact that it's going to be Sky coming up from the side of blue, from the side of Chaos Alliance, and on the side of Oasis, you have the Fade getting picked up by the side of Tesseract.
Almost a mirror competition coming in from both the sides. The differences of Initiator, as Bullet pointed out. The Initiator difference is quite evident. Sky will be there. I am looking forward to see how the Guiding Lights, the Trailblazer, the Seekers at the end, and of course the Regrowth is going to be a beneficial one. I think with Regrowth, you always have that other chance where you can kind of have a better heals available, better HP available for your team. And Team Chaos Alliance, they have the attacking half for them. In the first 12 rounds, they will be attacking. It will be pretty amazing to watch how this entire equation goes on. On the other corner, if you talk about the sides of Team OSS Gaming, Brimstone is again going to be a very important factor in this. The Stim Beacons, Incendiary at the end, the Orbital Strike. I am looking forward to see, even with the smokes, Brimstone is always a handy dandy agent in the map of Bind. And then all trickles down to how that raise is going to be played. The double satchel, the pain shells, the double satchel, judge play, Bucky play. Looking forward to it.
For the side of Chaos Alliance, as we did saw the agent composition coming right on our screens momentarily before, I think in terms of the agent composition, I am going with how do I say, with the side of Chaos Alliance. I mean, their overall composition looks better on paper for the moment, but let's see. I mean, we can only expect some changes here and there. Some changes in the gameplay style here and there when we will get down towards the actual play. I mean, a Sky can combo with Viper, then we have a duelist, a double duelist setup, by the way. But on the other side, you also have a double duelist, but also you have one of the really good initiators in the game, which is present right now, which is going to be, in my opinion, the side of Fade. What do you have to say about that one? A Fade pick coming up from the side of Oasis? What do you have to say about that, Reda, if you have to say anything about that, if you have any
Say,
opinions?
as an initiator, I think Fade will always give you that advantage of using the prowlers to open up, to push them into the particular side, and then eventually you have that horn to figure out where the opponents are. We can actually recon quite a bit and get the exact location of where the players are. But with Sky on the other corner, as an initiator, I think again equally well-built advantage. You have to count in the fact that a Sky with that regrowth can bring in a lot of amount of HP for the teammates. I believe for Chaos Alliance, that Sky can be beneficial if they use it rightly. But on the other corner, Oasis Gaming is a team which has already taken some tough choices and made some good impact.
Okay.
Rico pushing in from the Shars gets 2 of the players, and now look at this. Towards the lamps, there is another push coming in. The aggression is right here, available readily. Slatum is going to get one. It's Rico who has been taken down. Good early 2 frags, but Hugh fights back, shuts down Tesseract. Down to the last 2 players. Slatum is still fighting back, but Kippo pushes in with a jump shot, shuts him down, and the final frag will be coming in on Marky. With that, Chaos Alliance, they've got their first round in their favor.
Yep. A good one indeed for both sides. I mean, it's the very first round, I would say. We still have, I'll just keep my, like I said in the last one as well, I'll just keep my opinions up till 4 rounds. I'll just wait for it of how things are going to be like that. And I'll just see on how things take a different turn. But for now, if you talk about the side of Chaos Alliance as well, we have seen a different kind of like a play style, a different kind of like a team coordination in play. But there we go. We also have the second round getting started. But I thought that was a highlight. But anyways, I am zoning out. Jokes apart, folks. Well, now, as we do know, Chaos Alliance is on the attack to have Raze trying to make their way all towards the B long. And on the other end, you also have other 2 players trying their level best to get an entry on towards the TP side. But for now, there were some shots exchanged, and yes, Tesseract have been dealt with some damage. Almost 60% damage has been taken care of. Zeus gets the pick on Creed. The very first entry has been taken care of. Kippo with the Brimstone has definitely given up the information, and he does need his teammates to provide that backup. But no, Zeus will get the pick on Kippo, Jin will get the pick on Blue. 47 like on the clock. A whole lot of isolated gunfights are happening in from both the teams.
But Chaos Alliance is the one which is falling short of breath. Despite the fact that they were the one who has got the bonus buy available, they are losing players bit by bit.
30
It's
seconds
all
left.
down to the last man standing queue. He's the only player surviving playing on a raise. 3 players on the E-mains. One of them is in lamps. Q has to both go for a plant and eventually for a post-plant scenario. Look at the damages that are being dished apart. Finally, the exchanges will come to an end. These two lads from the sides of team Oasis Gaming will have that benefit of getting 2 good weapons and of course pulling off a thrifty.
Oh, sorry for
Oasis
that. There
Gaming.
were some technical issues. That is why my audio was not linked. But I'm back. Raider is here. But Raider, if I just want to ask that one pointer where you feel that, is either going to be Oasis or either going to be the side of Chaos Alliance, whom would you pick?
See, even before the match got started in the previous Caster Tech segment, I already talked about Oasis being the particular team who has put up a lot of pressure on their opponents, despite the fact that they've lost both the games that they played initially. But they still were able to put up a lot of pressure up against IM. They were able to win 9 rounds up against team known as Motive Esports, who have secured 2 good wins. Today, they were able to get 12 rounds. So looking at that and looking at the fact that Chaos Alliance, they lost up against their opponent Motive Esports with a scoreline of 13-4. I can clearly see this being a game for Oasis Gaming, and my prediction for Oasis Gaming is going to be there that I think Oasis Gaming is that particular team who's for sure going to win this one.
Yep. Okay. But I feel like Chaos Alliance can actually win this one. I don't know why. A very weird prediction, but I think it can be, but let's see. For now, that's right. Get decimated for the moment. We have Kippo with the boost up as well. Raze comes up with the ult. Oh, quick connection with that. He gets a double. Zintas from both goes down. Very brilliant ult play coming with the Raze. And now you have a 2v4 man disadvantage play for the side of Oasis. One of the guys coming all the way from the D side. And then you have one of the guy trying to understand where he just want to come up from, because he needs to provide that backup. That guy can get one, that guy can get that double, but Keeper will take her nemesis out, take his nemesis out, and Rage will be left out on the other side or towards the hookah bar.
Zeus, he also gets taken down. Hookah has been taken down. Hookah area has been cleared off, and with that, you can see that Chaos Alliance have now equalized the numbers. This one was a very interesting way to approach the entire game. Oasis Gaming, they had that lead with the 2-1 scoreline, but Chaos Alliance, they retaliated, and look at the scoreline right now, it's 2-2. The fact that we got to see Hugh pushing in with a showstopper, it was phenomenal. Now Rico is one step away, one orb away, I would say, from the Viper's Pit. The postman scenario can be very beneficial, but on the other corner, Slatum has got that orbital strike, so he can easily push back the plant if the plant is actually on a predictable spot. Kirito pushes forward, bit of a damage, and there you go. Kirito will shut down Tesseract. And there's one more who's holding off the corner.
Nice!
And there's the orbital strike as well, but Kirito still finds a way to shut down 2 players. Maki on the other corner will be able to deal out on the opponent. But this is the moment where you get to see Sky being a fruitful agent, because Sky can easily tap in on that regrowth. HP on Yoru will be regained, and he'll be ready to fight back another battle. That's exactly what happened. Look at Kirito's HP, up at 75 already.
That was a great play coming up from the side of Yoru. Kirito will take the third one out as well. One last guy remaining in from the side of Oasis. Chaos Alliance side finding their way back to make this a 3-2 scoreline. And then definitely a good one in the end. A 3-2 scoreline coming up from the side of Chaos. Rico will take the final nemesis out. But a great play coming off it like that. I feel like this is going to be that one game which is going to keep us on the edge of our seats for a really, really long time, Raider. What do you have to say about that?
I'm hoping for that, man. To be honest, Chaos Alliance have to make a marker. They have to prove that they are here to retaliate. Yes, of course, the first two games are not in their favor, but still, they're going to go back home with maybe a win or so. So let's see if that is going to be the case, because so far Chaos Alliance is doing good. But remember, guys, Bind is a map where again attackers can have a lot of advantage, specifically due to the fact that you have Raze and Yoru agents like that are always going to give you an edge in the competition. They are benefiting on that note. One in the teleporter, Kirito. He finds one. Zen retaliates by taking on Rico. Tesseract shuts down Kippo. Smokes are out. That will be a bit of a problem. Oh, the player jumped in. Kirito still will be able to correct because of the weapon deficit. And then the last two players surviving. A Fade and a Brimstone. These two players have to get this down under the banner, but it feels like that Tesseract is just going to move out. He has got a weapon to play with, I feel. That's why he is just moving back. He has taken a seat back. He's going to go for a save probably. Or is he going to commit from the CD spawn? Because Slatum is down. Last man standing is that Fade. For him to get a 1v3 and go for a defusal, it's pretty challenging.
So now, we're just going to lurk around towards the corner. And the Stag needs to get out of the situation as soon as possible. Just want to save his weapon. And this will be another round victory coming up for the side of Chaos. A 4-2. But for now, this also comes down to the fact that, there was some interchange between the play style as well. We did saw, two of the guys lurking on toward the side B, and then you have the late rotation coming in towards side A. Is something that, Oasis needs to take care of, because they can't leave one side open just like that for the other team to take advantage for. But I'm pretty sure that they know for a fact that, and they will try to retaliate and bounce back as soon as possible.
Hoping for that. Hoping for a comeback from Oasis gaming sites. They have retained quite a good play, but look at this. Hugh once again goes in for a blunt fire up against his opponent, takes the player down. Another big step up, but Zeus will catch Hugh off guard. He had no clue that there is a player who is lurking in the shadow. Kirito pushes in deep with the help of Dimensional Drift. He is already in the site, have taken the site control, can easily go for a gate crash. Yes, he has the gate crash available, but the gate crash is now over, is done. Let's see if they can successfully find a comeback. Zeus gets one, Zeus gets two, Zeus gets three, four frags coming in already. And this lad known as Zeus is on the verge of taking an ace. Last man standing is out there, the Viper in the tree area. Rico, that's the name. Shorty in the hand. Rico is patiently waiting. If somebody is going to come in that smoke, he's going to smoke him out. He has got that shorty. Look at him waiting. Pushes in. Slatum is going to shut him away. And the possibility of an ace for Zeus will not come in. But still, phenomenal play. The way Zeus played in this particular matchup paved the path for Oasis to make a comeback.
Yeah. Oasis slowly and steadily climbing their way back, but for the side of Chaos as well, they are also going to take a note of this one, that they need to be on the upper hand. They need to just make sure that they are the team with the very just a better amount of lead that they can capitalize on. But at the moment, folks, that is going to be Oasis Gaming right on the screen for you. Everybody looking so much not very happy because on how the entire Group D stage has went in. They have not secured that one single victory. This is going to be on how things are going to take care of. Oh, Marky takes the pick on you. Rico gets the pick on Marky with the trade. Fade is going to be the lone player surviving with a 1v3 now. Which I feel is not going to happen. And Chaos Alliance will steal another round victory onto their half.
Back and forth, the trade fire is coming in. Oasis, just as they felt that they are finding themselves back in the picture, they have got the composure. Instantaneously, you get to see the retaliation coming in from their opponent. Great stuff. Of late, yes, the struggle is clearly coming in. And if such situations are bound to happen, trust me that the game will not be that beneficial for these individuals of the sides of Oasis Gaming. Chaos Alliance, they have got a lead. They would like to retain that. But still, I think 4 more rounds available. In these 4 rounds, anything can happen. You never know where the game goes. First half will be done after that. Spike is still out there, tucked away in a corner. But look at this. Hugh is trying to find an opening. Kippo and the other guys, they are penetrating from the Shars region, but there are 2-3 players who are already there in this site. So for them, it is going to be easy to fend off this entire attack. And there's the Nightfall as well coming in. The ultimates have been committed, Prowlers are getting utilized, but then the Showstopper survive from this. Orbital Strike comes through. There are the players who are getting just picked down one by one. And there you guys, it's 6-3 for sure. So much more of a commitment. Ultimates being queued in, utilities being utilized, but at the end, Chaos Alliance answers back. Brutal answer coming in from their corner, and nothing to offer from the sides of Oasis Gaming. It's Chaos Alliance who will be getting the 6th round as well.
Very much a needed one for the side of Chaos, and slowly and steadily that chaotic gameplay is now resulting in that focused and very true to what they need at this point of time. For now, not going to be a huge difference of the economy, but right now you see that an operator getting in the hand of one of the players from the side of Oasis. But for now, Viper Wall has been initiated. Raids coming with the Urge. USP use the satchel to get behind the showers. Possibly take down the side of Viper. Yes, he will. What a movement in play from the side of Zeus. Now it is going to be a 4v3. 5v4. In the favor of Oasis Gaming in terms of the man advantage. The Satan going to come up with another smoke. He's on very low HP. He needs to be very smart on how he just want to make his next move.
Have to be cautious for sure. Spike yet to be planted. Seekers are available. Sky can go for the ultimate, but Kirito flashes again, but Slatum is going to answer back. Blue retaliates. Zeus fights back. Last 2 players surviving in from the Chaos Alliance. It feels like that 4-6 is inevitable at this point, but they have pushed back a bit. They are going to go ahead and take the teleporter away, push back to the B side, but that's exactly where the Yoru will be patiently waiting for them. Oh, there you go, Maki, and then Zeus adding on top of that. 4-6, that's the scoreline. Oasis, again, fights back.
Lovely play, folks, coming in from both sides. We just cannot say for the fact that it's just Chaos or Oasis, but both the teams are actually giving it their level best, and both the teams are actually showing what they're capable of. And this is the kind of the gameplay that you want to see for the one last game for the day. A 6-4 scoreline at the moment, where Chaos is still leading in, but Oasis Gaming are still steadily bouncing it off in this competition.
They're making themselves visible. That's what I have to say. Oasis Gaming is every now and then trying to fight back. Yes, there are rounds where they just kind of faltered down, but off late you can see that they've made sure that they are both shutting down their opponent and building up their own economy. From both the sides, we have Viper Split available. Sky is available with the Seekers. Oasis Gaming, they have got an orbital strike to hit whenever the plant comes through. But look at this, Rico holding off his breath. He knows that the shower area is very, very important to conquer. From this, you can have different angles to work with. Toxic screen uplifted. And then there's a push. Players have already infiltrated. Players have already pushed in. But the question is, what will they do? Because the push is not that effective. Kirito fights back. Zind has been taken down. Zeus retaliates. Rico is down. The shower area is now in control, in contention for the sides of one and only team Oasis Gaming. The plant is being committed. Orbital strike comes through. The plant being denied. The players had to fall back, push back a bit. That's the only possibility. There's a satchel to push back Blue, to force him to change his angle. Timer's running thin. There's the smoke to block off the vision and go for a plant. The plant, if it happens, now the pressure falls on the favor of Oasis Gaming. They have to push in, they have to penetrate, they have to go for the post plant. Oh, the timing! Blue was checking that corner, but instantaneously he got retaliated. He wanted to check off the box, and Kirito, the last man standing, will go down. Another 4k from Zeus.
Nice one.
Which will save the day, and a 5-6 scoreline now finally there for Oasis Gaming. Seems like that they have got the gist of it.
Well, in the very first half, we do see now that slowly and steadily both the teams are, especially for the side of Oasis, are now trying to bounce it back, make the scoreline equalize before the very first half gets over. And this is the kind of the gameplay that is very much needed at the moment, if you ask me honestly, folks. And still, economy difference not very much at the moment. Both of them, both of the teams, both of the players are on the full level loadout. And at this point of time, it is more about on how the deciding factors of how you want to approach and push, especially from the side of Chaos Alliance, that actually dictate the entire thing. Because Oasis Gaming, the entire defense is now looking very strong. But as I speak, Marky will shut down the side of blue. He will take down the side of Marky. Viper Spit has been already triggered. The entirety of the A side has been taken care of at the moment. The Sesrat with a double pick on Hugh and Kippo. Race comes up with the ult. Ult gets shut down. Trito, amazing play right there. A little bit of that spray on the net from coming in from the side of Zin, and this will be the equalization before we step down on the second half, 6-6. That was a full chaotic round on towards the hookah entrance.
A statement delivered from the sides of Oasis Gaming that yes, we were struggling, but we will come back exactly the way they love to do in the past 2 matches. We have seen them performing in a similar fashion up against both IAM and then Motive Esports as well. Up against Motive, they dragged them towards the OT as well, remember guys, but again, at the end, the fate was never in their favor. Looking forward to see if this is the map, if the bind is that particular map where we're going to see a conclusion coming in from Oasis Gaming. I would love to wait and watch. Apart from all the other things, a 6-6 scoreline. Oasis now on the attack. They're super scattered. Few of the players on A main. Some of them are looking forward to see if they can conquer the Shah's region. Even the hookah region is confronted. They'll wait for all the utilities to be depleted from the sides of the opponent and then push in. But Kirito finds Marky off guard. Marky goes down. That's Chaos Alliance starting it off way too well. Zin answers back.
Nice, yeah.
Wait for it. The Shah area. That is complex. That is challenging to deliver. And he gets 2. Kippo finds the 3rd one. And the last one standing now is going to be a Slatum. All the players are not available on the B side. None of them are actually there on the B side. And that's an open opportunity for him to go for a plant. That will give him extra 300 creds. That's what is needed to win the next round.
You probably get one pick, not gonna happen. It's gonna be Chaos Alliance to shut this off with a 7-6 score line. No spike planted though at this point of time. Oh, we will get the defusal though, sorry. But for now, I love to see for a fact that Oasis Gaming and everybody from the side of Oasis Gaming putting that effort, and slowly and steadily they're getting those rounds onto their side. But every other time from 3 or to 4 rounds, from every other second round is going to be the side of Chaos Alliance bouncing their way back to make their one round lead or a 2-point lead.
It's back and forth. Seems like that Chaos Alliance is setting up the score, and Oasis Gaming is just following up the path, making sure that they somehow still have some valuable rounds in their favor. Of late, struggle can be seen. But what will happen in this particular round, because there is a bonus buy available for the sides of Chaos Alliance, and eventually if you talk about Oasis Gaming, they have actually invested quite a bit. Stingers is what they are available with, as they were able to go for the plant thanks to Isolate him. They have decided to go for some buy and slate him. Zeus, they have found some opening. Zend finds another one. Kippo retaliates by taking down Zen. That gives an opening and an opportunity to go for the plant, and not just that, maybe win this particular round as well. If that happens, 7-7 scoreline will be there. A backstab is cooking in, but the backstab goes down, and finally, last man standing also goes out. 7-7. Another round where we can just say this, that Chaos Alliance, they're setting up a marker, and Oasis Gaming is always there to break it.
Dude, this is that one matchup where we will witness some really good fight off in the end, I feel. Because every other time it's going to be side of Chaos Alliance to take that lead here. Oasis Gaming's after 2nd round or even 3rd round comes up with a banger comeback. So I just want to say for a fact that this might be the game yet again to keep us on the edge of our seats. And look at the chaotic gameplay, dude. It's not that one particular side that is able to dominate. It's both the sides. Oh, Rico! Don't do that. Marky gets the pick on Creep though on the other side, and still is going to be on the C-long for the Battle of the Sheriff. Okay, the outside of the Outlaw. Test right on the other end, comes out from the shower, takes on the side of blue. That's going to be a 2v5 scenario where Oasis Gaming is going into the plant. One guy upon toward the side of the lamp. That's going to be the side of Kippo. Slater knows that, and he's just gonna That's one
enemy
teammate to
remaining.
just fire up the trade, and there we go. Kipper goes down. That's going to be just Viper left out in the 1v5.
The last man standing, Rico goes down. Marky with an outlaw shot. Absolute banger of a class. OSS Gaming is showing. And finally, OSS Gaming once again have got a lead to talk about. 8-7. A single round lead. It was a round where Chaos Alliance did not have the proper buy. So kind of justified why they kind of faltered down. But the question is, what will OSS Gaming do in the near future, in the next few rounds? Can they make a comeback which is good enough, which is fair enough to, at the end, mount up, get the pressure on their opponents? 9-7 should be the ideal scoreline from here, as OSS Gaming does have the bonus buy available, but Chaos Alliance have got the full buy to work with. Look at the sprays, look at the pressure being delivered. Marky had to push out from the Stars region. Kippo and one more player. Both of them are... Oh, actually 3 players are there in Shards. Marky finds one. Hugh goes down. Wall bangable shot. Slatum finds one. Kirito is out. Done and dusted. But Kippo is fighting back. Slatum shut down. Out of the equation. The nook and crannies have to be covered up with. But Rico slowly trying to approach from the series one
nice
has
one.
been neutralized. And it's all about the last man standing, which is Blue.
Spike planted.
3v1. Or 1v3. To be specific. Blue utilizes the guiding light, flashes his opponent. But right here, I think OSS Gaming is going to play strategically. They're not going to be blunt about it. They're not going to push in aggressively. They timed it out. All the 3 players just timed in at the right moment. And there you go. Blue is out. 9-7 is the scoreline, the ideal scoreline that OSS wanted.
Yep. Now we are coming down towards the very end stages of the game, folks. This is going to be either a do or die for both the sides, as we all know. Oh, sorry. I just dropped my pen, which I was using to take a note of, and that was my reaction. Apologies for the same. But now it's going to be that economy getting affected towards the side of Chaos, as it's going to be a 9-7. We do see them going in for the half buys and specters and all of that stuff. But for now, it's either going to be OSS Gaming to put up a 10-7, and slowly and steadily they can seal the deal off on this matchup, or it's either going to be the start of Chaos Alliance going in with a comeback. I feel a comeback will be very much evident, but let's see. For now, it's going to be designed to take on the side of Rico. Viper against Viper in that gunfight. Zeus gonna take care of the long rotation with the boombot. Zeus gets the pick. Really good pick on Blue. Look at the side of OSS Gaming on their attack. They are just proving it to be an unstoppable monster at the moment. Annihilating the side of Chaos. And right now, Chaos Alliance are just tumbled down on towards the D side.
Zen shuts down Kippo, and then Kirito goes down. The last man standing is out there. He's there in the elbow region. Hugh does not have a proper buy. Just adjust to work with. Satchel. Oh, still gets Tesseract down, but Zeus will be able to retaliate. Hugh goes down 10-7. That's the scoreline. Double digit for OSS Gaming, and they're now just 3 rounds away from their first victory in the group stage of Asia Pacific Asia Predator League 2026.
Yep. 10-7. Now, I feel like OSS Gaming will capitalize on this, Raider. What do you think? I think that OSS Gaming will be able to take that 11-7, 12-7, and then maybe seal the victory off. Look at their aggressiveness from the side of Chaos Alliance as well. No, Zeus goes down, Tesseract goes down at the same time as well. Slotham is getting compared on the collateral. And just like that will be another time to see Chaos Alliance bouncing their way back towards on the scorecard to make it look like a 10-8. Yes, Marky will left out in a 1v3. He's blinded. He's going in for try to pop flash, but not gonna happen. Blue takes on the side of Marky with a 10-8.
Chaos Alliance finally finding themselves back in the picture. Slowly inching closer to their own comeback. But OSS Gaming, they're not giving a lot of room to fight back. There were moments where we got to see OSS Gaming kind of stuck on the bottom, not being able to like get a lot of rounds in their favor. They were on the back foot, but lately they are making a comeback, which is amazing to watch, which is amazing to talk about as usual. So let's wait and watch. Let's see how far they're going to go, because so far it's an opening, it's a head start that they've got, but still miles to cover in order to be the champions.
Yep. I think for a moment that, yet again, this was the pattern that we saw. If Chaos Alliance are able to take that lead towards the side of fiercest, then there's... Oh, what? Okay. Missed a little bit of that action. Wanna miss more. Use with that ult. Get that double. But 4-2 now.
One enemy
Oasis got them. Gets one. And that's gonna be last one. 11-8. This has taken a very different turn now. Oasis Gaming leading the way to the victory now. For sure.
Yeah. Now, with this scoreline, with this kind of gameplay, with this kind of momentum, surely the next step is to be the winner. Next step is to be the champion of this particular matchup, for sure. Because moving on to the semifinals and fighting for the grand finale is already over. The hopes of that happening is already over. So we cannot really point out on that note. But yes, the main question that we can ask right now is how far Oasis Gaming is going to reach out, what kind of scoreline Chaos Alliance is going to bring. Bit difficult. Orbital Strike to clear off the Shah's angle, then the Dimensional Drift to get the information of where the opponents are. A Bucky in the hand, move out. There's the clone and the Prowler as well. With the shorty, this guy wanted to make a move, never really happened, and then the Seekers coming in from the other corner. Sky pushed in, Blue gets the connection, Orbital Strike to answer back, another Orbital Strike. Spike carrier has been taken down, and now it's just Zeus left. Last man standing, has to do a 1v3. Spike is not available with him. So yeah, odds are not in the favor of Team Oasis Gaming for now, for this specific round. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, still, I believe in Zeus. With the lightning strike, he can do wonders, but we have to just wait for a while. With the timer running out of the clock, that can be a different tale altogether. And everybody from the side of Chaos Alliance are not being... They're just not being any... showing any sign of ruthless aggression. So,
30 seconds
I
left.
think that, yeah, as you call it right, this will be a victory. Oh! What a shot, dude. A great control on the crosshair. Gets the spike. Goes for a TP. Okay, this is wide now. He's trying to wait. If somebody comes up from the TP, yes, he has to go for the plant. The time is running out. He will start off the plant, going in for the fake to let other two guys come up. But nah, he has to go for it. He has to go for it now. But I guess Chaos Alliance kind of expected that to happen, so that's why they didn't commit it with the push. One on the hookah. Not gonna happen. That's gonna be 11-9. What a close round. What a full competitive round that we have seen from both sides. Amazing gameplay. Amazing.
Back and forth, the chase is still surviving. Perfect. So far, retaliation is definitely coming through. Both the sides are stepping up big time. The retaliation is coming through. I'm looking forward to see how far these lads are going to go. Is it a scoreline of maybe 13-11? Maybe get to see 13-10 scoreline, because 11-9 is already here. Oasis should win this one because they have got that momentum. They've got that upper hand. And they are on the attacking half. They've got ultimates available. Viper Spit is there. Oasis is available with the Night Fall as well, so that they can both defend the opponent, sorry, not the audience. Audience have to hear what will happen next. Zeus. I mean, to be honest, Zeus has always played in such corners and such angles where the risk is just too much. Being the duelist, he's the one who has to find that opening for the team, and he will find it again.
Nice one.
Catches Blue off guard as soon as the Viper's cover goes out, but Hugh is going to retaliate. And Raze answers back to another one. Struggle is there, but look at this, guys. The plant is bound to happen. As soon as the plant is done, Viper Spit is going to get committed. This is the round where Oasis is committing 110%. They need this round, but there's a Dimensional Drift to answer back. Zend had to move out of the Viper Spit. Kippo, does he have any idea where the opponent is? Zend again moving out, pushing in. There's the clone.
Standing.
Viper's Pit goes down. The last man standing is out there. Is there an incendiary which is on par, online? Yes, there is. With the utility, this guy is trying to buy time. He did.
Enemy remaining.
Hippo wanting
nice.
to go for the defusal will not happen, and then eventually it's all about you. The time is not there.
Oh,
and this
baby.
guy comes in with a 1v3. Absolute textbook play coming in from the sides of Isolator, man. He was able to be precise, on par, and most effective.
Dude, that was a 1v3 clutch that we were waiting it for such a long time. Kudos to that player. Kudos to the side of Oasis. From starting with it, saw Chaos Alliance up till what? Up to with a scoreline of 6-3, then 6-4 happened. Up till then, they were able to dominate. But as soon as the sides got swapped, dude, Oasis are reigning. Not exactly reigning, but actually raising hell onto the face of Chaos Alliance. With back-to-back clutches, back-to-back lead onto their side. This is proving going to be such a great game coming up from the side of Oasis. Yet a close one though, because even if this results in a 13-9, this is such a respectable scoreline coming up from the side of Chaos. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. We do have a couple of ults almost being ready from the side of Chaos and almost being ready from the side of Oasis as well. Beacon comes up. They're trying to commit towards the side of site A, as it seems. Yeah, some players coming in from the side of the lamp area. 2 players were just flashed upon. Zeus takes the pick on Kirito. Rico takes the care of the side of Zeus. Zeus beat that ult takes care of Rico. The plant is still on, still not denied. Great use of Viper's Pit right there to deny the entry coming off from the side of the lamp. They just have to rotate all the way toward the side of Bosse. Maki gets one stadium, gets one more. Chaos Alliance will get taken care of. Everybody. Great play coming up from the side of Fury to control the entire side of the lamp. And that is going to be a 13-9 for the side of Oasis Gaming.
Chaos Alliance, they were on the verge of making a comeback. They were moving up the ladder, trying to find themselves back in the picture, but that never really happened. It is Oasis Gaming which is going to finally find an opening and get it done. Get at least a map in their favor.
That was a brilliant play. I mean, for this one, this was a really brilliant play coming up from the side of Oasis, and a much needed one at the brink, because we did saw on how Oasis Gaming did lost to the side of IAM. We did saw Oasis Gaming kind of struggle for the entire day, but finally ending the day on a good note. So yeah, that will be a really good W for the side of none other than Oasis Gaming.
Quite an amazing match, to be honest. What a beautiful battle between Oasis Gaming and Chaos Alliance. Back and forth, both the sides were going. Initially, if we talk about the first half specifically, we got to see a lot of interesting game being developed from the sides of Chaos Alliance. They were looking like a team who has recovered from the mistakes that they made in the past, and they were trying to like evolve, step up a notch, maintain a score line. But honestly, as we dive deeper towards the mid area of the rounds, like eventually after the 7th or 8th round, we clearly saw that the retaliation came in from the sides of Oasis Gaming, and that's exactly where they were just able to maintain that kind of tempo, were always setting up the scores, and the other particular team, Chaos Alliance, was trying to chase it. Never really worked out in the way they wanted to, and yeah, phenomenal stuff. But let's relive the moments while checking out the highlights.
Yes, sir. And taking a look at the highlights, we did hear from the starting. The Sloza was very on point. So kudos to the side of Test Track coming from the side of Oasis. He was also very on point with the entire strategy coming up with the side of the Fade play and every moment here and there. So a very good play coming up from the side of Fade as well. But talking about for the side of Chaos Alliance, there was that one player who was just so good. And that was none other than the side of Kirito. With that Yoru play, he was just way too brilliant with the entire movement, with the entire pop flashes, with everything that a Yoru player can offer you, can give it and contribute towards a team play.
What a day. In these 6 matches, we saw a lot of different things, but this one was a match where it was all about your existence, your survival, your presence in the entire group stage, because both these teams, Oasis Gaming and of course the Chaos Alliance, these two teams had zeros to prove themselves. The scores were not there, the points were not really coming in for them. Motive Esports, they have got 2 points. They have got 3 points, and they are the one who are moving forward in the playoffs for sure. So all in all, a phenomenal game coming through from both the sides at the end in the later half. Now, if you see at the scoreline of 7-7, things were looking even Steven for both the sides. But then there was a comeback coming in. From here, the scoreline went down to 10-7, if I'm not wrong. Then there was a comeback. Around 2 to 3 more rounds came in the favor of one and only team Chaos Alliance. But at the end, Oasis Gaming, they stepped up at the right moment. Slatum, look at them. Initially with an incendiary, and then after that, the 1v1 duels. He countered it way too well, and after that, the final round, the round which closed it all off. A blunt push, a lot of utilities being chosen to push in to get the entry, and capping on that, I believe the best part for me was the way the crossfire was built. Sky and Yuru, the crossfire that they were able to build, it was effective.
Very much effective, and very much, I would say, for the side of kudos to the side of Chaos Alliance at first. The Yoru guy was completely just insane with some of those 2v3s and 2v4s collectively that he did with his teammate in some of those rounds. But also talking about the side of the winning team versus Gaming, yes, it was the overall team collectively playing as a unit to get this victory.
Phenomenal. I'm so happy to say this, that I'm a part of this particular action of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. The group stage action was phenomenal so far. In these 6 matches, we got to have a lot of clarity on which particular team is the one who is dominating, which particular team is that was struggling on the back end. But now let's talk about the scoreboard of this match number 6. As we can see, Oasis with 13 good rounds, Chaos Alliance with just 9. Scores are looking in a way where Zeus outperformed quite a bit with an ACS of 377. That's a huge number.
Definitely, it's a huge number, but also coming up from the side of Krita, I was talking about 18-9. Not a very big positive carry, but that is going to be the main guy also coming in with the double duelist setup that we saw from between 21-7 with the ACS average combat score 269.9. Also talking about for the side of Oasis, it's going to be the side of CS. Both the actually MVPs and SVP from both sides is going to be the player playing as a race. We're also talking about the MVP of the entire matchup. That's going to be the side of Zeus, coming in from the side of Oasis. Overall, actually doing a whole lot of good damage. KDR of 2.3, ADR of 225.3, and KDR of 30-13. This guy just went maniac, absolutely annihilating the entire opponent.
What a play, to be honest. But looking at the standings right now, guys, you can clearly see that things are now narrowed down. From Group D, of course, it is one and only team IAM who is moving forward as the particular team who is going to represent on the next stage. For Group C, situations look quite tied up, so the round difference in between the winnings and the team who are there with the tied up score, that's what we are going to see pretty soon on the social media handles. You will get to have all the confirmation of which particular team is going to move forward as the team. Maybe it is going to be RIQ, it could be Zipto, it could be TDK. But from Group B, okay, we have got the confirmation from the producer that it's actually Team Zipto who is going to move forward from Group C as the team representing from Group C in the playoffs in the semi-finale. From Group B, you have Team Boom Esports, and from Group A, it's pretty clear, it's Fancy United Esports.
Great play coming up from everybody, from every other. Who couldn't make it, dude? I mean, all the best to you for the future tournaments coming your way. All the best for all the upcoming games. But it is part and parcel of the competitive esports, strategy, competitive esports play, that you lose some, you win some. At this point of time, that is going to be also Group D. I'm actually going up toward the top, but also it's going to be the side of Chaos not making their way towards the semi-finale, losing out with just not even like one map onto their favor, losing out every other game that they played today. So yeah.
What a day. Across 6 intense BO1 matchups, we saw composure under pressure, fearless plays, and moments that reminded us how unforgiving this format truly is, where a single map can define an entire tournament run. I mean, to be honest, with the qualification spot on the line, every single round mattered. Every single decision these teams took, that counted. And only the most prepared team managed to keep their grand finale dreams alive, and that is, of course, IM from the specific Group D. Fancy United Esports is there from Group A. A lot of heartbreaks are also going to be there, so we cannot kind of neglect that. But of course, guys, history continues to be written here in India as the Predator League takes another step forward on one of its biggest stages yet. A massive thank you. I would like to say a massive thank you to Acer Predator, our digital partner Flipkart, and the partner Intel for powering this incredible esports experience and bringing APAC's finest together. Guys, I have a request from all of you that you can scan this QR that you can see on the bottom right of the screen. Scan it so that you can be a part of this entire action. Vote for your favorite Intel All-Stars. There are 5 different categories in which the prize pool has been distributed. $10,000 to be precise, in which $2,000 for each reward is available. Go ahead and vote for it.
Yes, sir, and make sure that you also be there for the amazing land finale where you will be witnessing the amazing performance of the best of the finest rappers from the Desi hip hop scene, one being Krishna and one being, of course, the Maniac, the Indian rap god being the one and only Raftar. But for now, folks, that will be this for the Group D games. We'll see you tomorrow with all of the amazing action coming in from the Dota action and also with the Valorant as well. But for now, folks, thank you so much for tuning in for the Group D games. This was Bullet with me and Johnny alongside. It's going to be my friend, Mr. Raider. Thank you so much for tuning in to Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye and happy gaming.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, swift neo. Oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, swift neo. Oh, let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.